Chapter 1075. With doubts in his heart, Zhang Nan ate the fish bit by bit. After thinking too much, he couldn't even tell what the fish tasted like. Zhang Yu didn't think of so many things. He had been tired for a whole day, and something very interesting had happened in the same day. He just finished his work and decided to taste the fish. He didn't just cook one fish like the female boss had said. He had already cooked the 2 fish he brought back. One plate was placed on the table, and the other was placed in the kitchen. He wanted to eat it tomorrow, so he cooked it today. Eat, eat, eat. Don't stare at the rice. Eat the fish. Wang Wan washed her hands and came to eat with them. This time, she didn't scold them. Even so, Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu didn't dare to eat slowly. They chose a small place to eat the meat and didn't touch the other parts of the fish. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished half a bowl of rice, Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu ate 3 bowls each. They put down their chopsticks and looked at Wang Wan, indicating that they wanted to go back. Why are you looking at me? If you want to go, just go. Remember to take the other fish in the kitchen back. Also, prepare the rice for Xiaojiang and Xiaoi. They are also wounded. Wang Wan pointed at the direction of the kitchen with her chopsticks and said to the 2. Don't you want to eat it tomorrow? Zhang Yu asked in surprise. Why did the female boss become so easy to talk to in such a short time? Tomorrow? We'll eat it tomorrow night. Tomorrow, Xiao Nan will go to the fishing place. No matter what, you must bring back more fish. But you are not allowed to spend money. The restaurant doesn't have that kind of money. Wang Wan said to Zhang Yu, but her eyes were looking at Zhang Nan. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the rice in his mouth and said, Yes, Xiao Nan tomorrow, Xiaojiang the day after tomorrow, and Xiaoyu the day after tomorrow. Oh, with the fishing association, it's much more convenient for us to eat fish. They mainly want to fish, not to eat. Rich people, they are all rich people. Hurry up and leave. Don't you want to get up and do your work tomorrow? Wang Wan began to urge Zhang Xiaobao the moment he finished speaking. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly and ran to the kitchen as fast as she could to pack the things. She took them out and called Zhang Nan, who was even more confused, to leave with her. Zhang Nan's sudden idea became more and more intense, especially after he heard the boss talk about the order of rotation. There were 4 workers in the shop, but 3 of them were taking turns to go out. Zhang Yi was not allowed to go out. This was interesting. Why was Zhang Yi not allowed to go out? Puzzled, Zhang Nan walked to the door. The female boss's words came from behind him. All of you should be more alert when you do things. Don't just stay in the shop like an idiot. Look around. Isn't there a grocery store nearby? More people go there to buy things than to eat. They didn't come in to eat. It wasn't that they didn't know about this restaurant, nor was it that they didn't want to eat. They just felt that it was a little expensive to come in and eat once. They think it's expensive because a plate of braised food is too big. Can't you make a smaller plate and put it in the grocery store and take the initiative to sell it to them? With so many people coming and going, you can ask them if there's anything to improve on the braised food in our shop. Don't be afraid that they won't buy it. Even if they don't buy, you can still talk to them. After a long time, they will be familiar with each other. Maybe when they want to eat something like snacks, the first thing they think of is your shop. Remember? Boss, I remember. It means to take the initiative to sell it. I will try it tomorrow. Zhang Yu heard the voice coming from behind and stood there. After waiting for the boss to finish speaking, she hurriedly responded. Let's go. Wang Wan's voice came again. Zhang Yu still didn't think too much about it, but Zhang Nan's eyes lit up. That's right, why would he let his people stay in the store all the time? If there was a problem, he could let his people go to the grocery store. He could even arrange for his people to stay in the grocery store. Walking out of the shop and chatting with others would make it easier to pass on information and information more accurate. Why didn't I think of it before? It's the boss. Is the boss hinting at something? Following behind Zhang Yu, Zhang Nan suddenly felt that the 2 masters were very mysterious. It was as if the masters were always inadvertently directing some kind of important matter. Meanwhile, the braised food shop had become a whirlpool that constantly involved people from all walks of life. The more it involved, the more people it involved. The more it involved, the smoother the collection of relevant information became. This time, his and Wang Gang's departments could be considered to be working together. The news from Jiangzhou was that the people from both sides had worked together and achieved some results, but it wasn't too obvious. After investigating a place, they would immediately be cut off by the other side. Although there was always new information, the progress was too slow. It even delayed the emperor and Zhang Yu's other arrangements. Even Xiao Bei and the others were forced to stay on the boat and couldn't get off. However, just as they were stuck in a deadlock, the braised food store opened, and within 2 days, they managed to contact the Wang family residence. Then, everything started to become clear, especially Zhang Yi. It was now confirmed that he was sent by the other party. There was no need to explain their purpose. They were definitely trying to find a way to infiltrate the Wang family estate and grasp the situation of the store. At the crucial moment, they would use a slow poison or obtain useful information from the Wang family estate. Perhaps there were already people from the other party in the Wang family estate. However, due to the time limit of the Wang family estate, they couldn't come out. Amen. It was very likely. Thus, Zhang Yi came, and so did the 3 of them. They were divided into 4 factions, and all of them were gathered in the store. They were either attacking or defending, scheming, all for the sake of obtaining control of the store. However, for the past few days, the power seemed to be in the hands of the 2 bosses. There was no one who could persuade the bosses to do anything or control the important resources of the store. Logically speaking, the 4 of them were not ordinary people, so why were they always restrained by the 2 bosses in the process of fighting? It was very strange. However, after investigating, the 2 bosses' backgrounds were very clean. What was going on? Zhang Nan, what are you thinking about? We're almost there. Do you think Wang Gang can follow Zhang Yi and obtain some information from him? Zhang Yu saw that Zhang Nan was walking with his head lowered, so he asked in puzzlement. Now that the situation was clear, the 3 of them were on the same side. There was no need to hide anything from each other, so he should speak up first. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Zhang Nan didn't reveal any surprise. He also understood that the 3 of them had already confirmed their identities through the power of the organization. Thus Zhang Nan said, Zhang Yu, let me ask you something. Don't you think that the boss of the braised food shop is different from other normal bosses? Different? How is it different? The male boss is simple and honest, sometimes even stupid, but the food he makes is delicious. At the same time, he is timid and afraid of his wife. The female boss always wants to take advantage of him, and also likes to scold people. She is more annoying than other bosses, so it's normal. If you have to say what's different, it's probably that they dare to charge a high price for something worthless. It's very smart because they succeeded. It's that sea creature made of biscuits. No one usually eats small crabs, and most people by the sea don't eat them either. There's no meat inside, so if you boil it, it's uncomfortable to eat it. If you fry it, it wastes oil. Who would have thought that it could be sold at such a high price in the hands of the boss? I found it, it's different, it's really different. Zhang Yu didn't understand the meaning behind Zhang Nan's words. He was still analyzing the personalities of the 2 bosses. Zhang Nan felt that Zhang Yu's organization had made a mistake by sending Zhang Yu. He was too stupid. He guessed that his organization didn't have too many people, and they didn't have enough funds for training. Most importantly, they couldn't make too much of a fanfare. Thinking of this, Zhang Nan felt that it was normal. He continued asking, if it was a normal shop and you went in to do things, would you be able to gain the boss's trust and manage the entire shop? Another shop? Let me think. Oh, if it was another shop, it would be much better than the braised food shop. I would be able to give ideas to the boss and let him earn more money. Give me some time, and I would definitely be able to grasp the situation in the shop. I might even be able to influence the boss and the other employees. However, this braised food shop is different. The female boss has her own ideas in everything she does. Moreover, the things they do are beyond my expectations. For example, the reason why we came here is because the items in their shop entered the Wang family's estate. The emperor is in the Wang family, and the madams of the Zhang and Wang families are also in the Wang family. We were afraid that something would happen in the shop, so we came here. We didn't expect to meet Zhang Yi here, which gave us a clear goal to work with. If I came directly to the shop before the items were sold in the Wang family's estate, I definitely wouldn't have the ability to come up with an idea to let the food in the shop enter the Wang family's estate. The main reason is that the power behind me wouldn't be able to directly influence the matters in the Wang family's estate. If it was you guys, it would be much easier. You could get someone to open a shop and sell the items in the Wang family's estate. After that, you could attract people like Zhang Yi and search for clues on him. Zhang Yu followed Zhang Nan's words. When she reached this point, she suddenly stopped and said to Zhang Nan in astonishment, "Why didn't I think of such a good idea? Don't tell me the boss was arranged by you guys? How is that possible? If we were the ones arranged by them, would they dare to treat us like this? We would have already given up our authority." However, if that was the case, Zhang Yi and the others probably wouldn't appear. It would be too obvious. Also, if we were to open a shop, it wouldn't work at all. It could only be a shop related to food. Otherwise, what doesn't the Wang family have? Could it be that they could come out to buy some ordinary things? If they wanted to open a shop, it would take a long time to prepare. Zhang Nan shook his head and said. He also suspected that someone arranged for the boss to open a shop here, but after thinking about it, he found that it was impossible. If a spy was really arranged to open a shop here, he must first cook good food, and then his acting skills must also be top-notch. In addition, during the process of getting along with his people, he must ensure that he didn't reveal any flaws. It was very difficult to do this. They must carry out targeted training in advance, but they didn't have the time, because no one had thought of this method. This method was too difficult to implement, especially in a very natural situation. The food made by the boss was first praised by the people in the fishing association, which couldn't be fake. Maybe the boss behind Zhang Yi was also in the fishing association. How could he not know whether the food was delicious or not? If the food was really not delicious, the boss would definitely be noticed by the boss through his organization. Besides, how good would his acting skills be to not be seen through by the people on Zhang Yi's side? Zhang Yu, I'm confused. Let me analyze it for you. Zhang Nan summarized what had happened in the past few days, including what the two bosses said just now. In the end, he came to the conclusion that one of the bosses was cooperating with the three forces to deal with Zhang Yi. After that, he asked Zhang Yu, "What do you think? Especially what the female boss said when we walked out of the door. Is she reminding us not to put all our manpower in the braised food store? Is there another store next to it?" You understood what I meant? No way. You are in the Emperor's power. You have trained your spies so well. The female boss is just a woman. How can she give you pointers? It's just a coincidence. If you don't believe me, you can think about it carefully. Maybe the boss didn't do anything deliberately. It's all our fault. The boss has been acting according to the normal situation, and then this happened to us. Zhang Yi was beaten and he was hit on the head. Maybe the boss was afraid that something bad would happen, so she asked Wang Gang to go back with him. If he was beaten and died in the room rented by the boss, the government would investigate. How could the boss not be afraid? Zhang Yu listened to Zhang Nan's analysis and was shocked. After pondering for a while, he felt that it was impossible. The matters in the shop seemed to have always been the result of the four of them fighting. The owner was just following the four of them. I hope I'm thinking too much. Otherwise, the boss's identity will be suspicious. Zhang Nan shook his head and said, as you said, it's normal. But it's just so coincidental. I don't believe it's a coincidence, but I just feel that it's not like that. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. The boss is still the boss. The fish tonight is good. Do you think Zhang Yi and Wang Gang went back now? Zhang Yu thought of the two people who left one after another. He didn't know how they met, but it must be very interesting. They should go back. Zhang Yi can't go too far. Otherwise, when we finish our work and go back, we won't see him. Isn't he afraid of being suspected? If he has been trained, he should know that when doing things, he has to suspect everyone around him to prevent any mistake. Zhang Nan also didn't know how Wang Gang and Zhang Yi met. If it was one after the other, then Zhang Yi went to another place to contact someone. Wang Gang came back after Zhang Yi came back. In that case, if the boss talked about it the next day, how would Wang Gang deal with it? If Wang Gang went back first after watching someone, then Zhang Yi, who left first, went back later. How would he explain it? The two of them entered the courtyard with doubts in their hearts. As soon as they entered, they heard the sound of chickens. The chickens were caught and raised in the courtyard. It seemed that the boss planned to raise them to lay eggs and eat meat. It seemed that the boss planned to run the shop for a long time. There shouldn't be any other purpose. After thinking about it, Zhang Nan opened the door and went in. There was still light in the room. When he entered the bedroom, he first smelled the smell of medicinal wine. When he looked up, he saw Wang Gang rubbing the wound on Zhang Yi's forehead. Although it was only a small wound, it was swollen and could be rubbed away with medicinal wine. Second brother, how is big brother? Zhang Nan asked with concern. He's okay. The bump is a lot smaller. Come and rub it. My arms are sore. When I came back, big brother wasn't there. I was scared because big brother fainted on the road. It was dark outside and I couldn't see clearly. I went out to look for him, but I couldn't find him. After a while, big brother came back with the medicinal wine. I didn't expect that we should be helping big brother. Today was really unlucky. Big brother was standing there, but because he was close to the door, he was implicated. Tell me, what's going on? If those 5 people offended someone, they wouldn't do it in the shop. If it was really a robbery, how could they just take a handful of change? This is really puzzling. Wang Gang handed the medicinal wine to Zhang Nan and said while shaking his wrist. Zhang Nan nodded. He couldn't figure out what was going on either. It was like a dream, but it happened. While rubbing the bump on Zhang Yi's forehead, Zhang Nan said, "Who knows? Unless we catch the person in black and ask him, maybe we can find out. Big brother, where did you get the medicinal wine at this time of night?" Ouch, be gentle. I can't get it anywhere. I bought it with money. I knocked on the door, but they weren't satisfied and asked me for an extra coin, Zhang Yi said with a grin. Zhang Yi said with a grin. He did smash the door, and he didn't know the person who sold the medicine. He thought about what he would do if he met the other 3 people on the way back, so he did everything. Even if someone questioned him, he wouldn't give himself away. It's fine if it's an extra coin. After all, they sold things in the middle of the night. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Just take it as hard work. Zhang Nan said with less strength. Seeing that it was over, Zhang Yi groaned again. Hiss, it's about time. That's it for today. Go to sleep. I have to get up early to work tomorrow. I originally wanted to take some time to clean up the rented house. I put dust on the places that need to be dusted, and the tiles that need to be dusted, but I've been busy. How about this? I'll clean the other 2 houses tomorrow. When you get up in the morning, you guys go first. I won't take too much time. You guys tell the owner. How about it? While asking, Zhang Yi observed the expressions of the 3 people. He began to suspect that one of them was the person who wanted to deal with him. To be precise, he was the person who wanted to deal with his organization. If one of the 3 people disagreed, he would have to pay more attention to him. There was a tacit understanding between the three people now. When they heard Zhang Yi's question, they all nodded in agreement. Especially Wang Gang, he already knew where Zhang Yi went. When Zhang Yi stayed tomorrow morning, he could arrange for someone to investigate the person who contacted Zhang Yi. Seeing the attitude of the three people, Zhang Yi was confused again. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Normally, if someone wanted to deal with him, they would have to stay together with him. Shaking his head, Zhang Yi, who couldn't understand, turned over and lay on the bed. He waited for someone to blow out the oil lamp. He opened his eyes and looked at the dark ceiling before slowly falling asleep. As for the fish, no one ate it. They were too sleepy to bear. They could only think about it tomorrow. It probably wouldn't spoil overnight. The next morning, Zhang Nan and the other two people left Zhang Yi at home and went to the braised food shop first. Zhang Nan was directly sent out. Today, he was in charge of staying at the fishing area and asking people what kind of texture they wanted when they ate the burrito. When he came back, he would tell the owner so that the owner could improve. At the same time, he also did the most important thing, which was to dress up as a shopper and wander around the grocery store next door. It would be an additional channel to pass information. As usual, Zhang Xiaobao made food for his mother. This morning, other than the 10 trays of steamed buns, he also made shumai with mutton. The biggest difference between the two was that one was made with dough, while the other was made with dough. In terms of taste, there wasn't much difference between the fillings. The main difference was the texture. Zhang Xiaobao even prepared to make a halal turn-back. This one was very fragrant, but the best fillings were beef. He couldn't buy beef in his store, and even if there was beef, he wouldn't dare to make it. There was no such thing as halal now. Furthermore, he had tried making it at home, and even Li Longji felt that it was good. However, it definitely wasn't available in other places, including the restaurant between the clouds and the water. After all, this thing used beef as the fillings. If he really made it and sent it to the prince's mansion, almost everyone in the inner courtyard would know who the owner of the store was. Li Longji might even have to come over personally. That would be really troublesome. While waiting for the servants of the prince's mansion to come over to pick it up, Zhang Yi also finished cleaning and came back. He was indeed cleaning. Who asked him to bring it up yesterday, and the other three also agreed. In addition to cleaning, he also prepared some food for Chick. He didn't do anything else, let alone contact his own people. He couldn't let his own people come to the rented house. It was too easy to be exposed. As soon as Zhang Yi came over, Zhang Xiaobao asked with concern, "Zhang Yi, how's your head? Are you confused?" "No, brother Zhang, look, it's fine. There's just a red mark on the broken part. After 2 days, the red mark on the outside will disappear. It doesn't look like it was injured at all. There's still a little bit left on the original bag. It'll be fine after tomorrow." Zhang Yi pointed at his head and replied with a smile. "It's good that you're fine. You rest first. Look, Xiaojiang already told them that we can deliver it to them. As long as we're done here, we'll deliver it to them. We don't want to delay the eating time. If the steamed buns are left for too long, the taste will become worse." Zhang Xiaobao signaled Zhang Yi to look at the servants of the Wang mansion who were waiting there. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was tempted. He wanted to take over this job, but Wang Gang was in charge of everything in the shop. What if Wang Gang was given a tip when he delivered the goods and didn't let him do it? Just as he was thinking about how to take over the job, the voice of the female boss sounded. "Zhang Yi, in a while, you go and recognize the door first. Remember the way, it'll be convenient when you deliver things in the future. Be smart, don't just be a fool. Don't just focus on delivering things. Build a good relationship with others. Ask the concierge what they like to eat. We'll cook for them later. That's the mansion of the Wang family. It's not ordinary. If you can do the business there, this store will become more and more popular in the future. See if there's any space behind. If other people's houses are for sale, buy it. Our store can be chosen by the Wang mansion. There will be a lot of people coming to eat. Now the store can't fit all of them. We can't let everyone directly take back to eat, right? Let me go. Zhang Yi didn't react for a while. He pointed at himself and asked in disbelief. What? Just now you said that your head was fine. Is it hurting again? I asked you to do some work and you want to shirk. Tell me, do you only want to eat white rice every day? If you're like this, the store can't afford to feed you. You'd better take your salary and leave as soon as possible. I'll find another diligent one. It's not easy to find a three-legged toad in this world. Zhang Yi only asked a question, but he was bombarded by Wang Wan's words. Zhang Yi wanted to interrupt several times, but he didn't have a chance. When Wang Wan was thirsty and looking for water to drink, Zhang Yi found an opportunity and said, Boss, that's not what I mean. I'm happy. I'll go. I'll definitely build a good relationship with them. Then our store can become bigger and earn more money. If you're happy and give me a higher salary, Let's not talk about the salary first. Go, pay attention when you speak. Don't say anything. If you make people unhappy, you don't have to come back. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Yi mention the salary, she immediately waved her hand impatiently. It could be said that Zhang Yi couldn't ask for more. After nodding repeatedly, he picked up the things and followed the servants back. In fact, he didn't need to know the way. The main thing was that he could talk to the other party and sell the things in the store to them in the future. The way, in fact, referred to the connections. Watching Zhang Yi leave, Wang Gang looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao in surprise. It was his effort to deliver the things to the Wang mansion. He had planned to have an excuse to go there at any time in the future. He didn't expect that he would give the opportunity to Zhang Yi. Didn't the boss say that he was in charge of the arrangements of the shop's staff? Why did he interfere? If Zhang Yi went over and found out more information, or even if it was like what Zhang Nan had analyzed this morning, that there was someone in the Wang Fu waiting for him, then the other side would know the situation in the Wang Fu. While Wang Gang was thinking, Zhang Yu came to his side and whispered in his ear, You have to think of a way to keep an eye on them. If the other party has people in the mansion, you must catch them. Otherwise, if they hide in the mansion, it will be a disaster. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Wang Gang suddenly shivered. He didn't think of this. Under the situation of inertia, he was only thinking about how to defend. He didn't expect that there would be a way to lure the snake out of its hole. Yes, give Zhang Yi and the others a chance. In this way, the boss's casual arrangement had a very big effect. It was really like what Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu said on the way here that they had talked about last night. When the boss did things, he always made the three of them feel very comfortable. Coincidence? Was it really just a coincidence? That was too much of a coincidence. With this thought in mind, Wang Gang turned his head to observe the two bosses. Yes, Brother Zhang was still the same. When he saw a customer coming, he would look over and smile. The female boss was still behind the counter, counting the change. Then, she would place the change one by one on the counter. Her eyes, however, would occasionally look at the few tables where people were eating. If someone took the food, she would immediately take note of it. Wang Gang thought in his heart, but didn't find anything different. The only difference was that the two bosses were literate, but their handwriting was not very good. The female boss was even left-handed, which looked awkward. For the time being, I will take it as a coincidence. In the future, I will have to observe more. If it is another group of people, because of my negligence, I can't afford to take the blame. Wang Gang thought about it for a while, and then went to add more things to the shelves. Zhang Yu also followed suit. Not long after, Zhang Yi came back. As soon as he came back, he took out a few coins, all of which were 1 copper coin. He smiled and went to the counter, put them one by one on the counter, and said to Wang Wan, "Boss, I am back. This is the reward, a total of 9 copper coins. Please count it." Wang Wan looked at the 9 copper coins and was speechless. He was not Kong Yiji, so why did he have to do this? But she still carefully counted them one by one, and then put them together. After thinking for a while, she reluctantly took down a coin that looked a bit old and put it on the counter. She pushed it in front of Zhang Yi with one finger and said, "This is for you. Normally, I would give you 1 coin for 10 coins. Today is the first time, so I'll give you a bargain." "Thank you, boss. I will work hard in the future and not cause trouble for you." Zhang Yi was so grateful that he was about to cry. He took the coin and held it tightly in his hand. He really wanted to cry. This job was not easy, and it was only 1 copper coin. Was there a need to be so reluctant? What if he didn't take it out? Then, wouldn't he earn 9 copper coins? The most infuriating thing was that he had to pretend to be happy, and grateful for the 1 copper coin. Zhang Yu and Wang Gang looked at the boss and Zhang Yi's actions, and wanted to laugh heartily. When all the unusual things had returned to their normal daily lives, something even more unusual finally happened. At noon, there were even more customers in the restaurant. Some of them were unwilling to take their food away and just stood in the restaurant, eating and drinking, just like Xian Heng's restaurant described in the book. It was a good situation, but someone suddenly appeared and broke the peace of the restaurant. Jiang Wang clan came in person with a group of guards and the inner courtyard. However, she did not let Wang Shi come with her. She missed her son. She always felt that it was better for her son and daughter-in-law to eat and wear good clothes at home than to run a small restaurant outside. Moreover, they had to smile to others. Although she knew that her son and daughter-in-law had their own plans, since it was right in front of her, she might as well take a look. As for why she did not bring Wang Shi, it was naturally because she was afraid that Wang Shi would not be able to control her expression and be discovered by others. If that happened, wouldn't her son and daughter-in-law's plan be in vain? When the Jiang Wang clan arrived, the entire restaurant was in an uproar. Wang Gang's eyes widened in shock and fear. He glanced around and felt that everyone in the restaurant was a threat to the master's wife, especially Zhang Yi. A few guards squeezed in first, followed by 2 servant girls, and then Jiang Wang clan. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that their mother had arrived, they looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao immediately smiled and said, he, the noble is here. Even the walls of this small restaurant are glowing. Oh, you are the one who made the buns for me? Not bad. I heard that you are good-looking and have a good personality. Needless to say, you are all ordinary people. I am here to see for myself. Is there still a table for us to eat? The Jiang Wang clan acted as if it was the first time she had seen Zhang Xiaobao. She carefully sized him up and said casually. With a hua sound, everyone who was sitting down and eating immediately stood up. They all looked very respectful. Wang Gang directly looked at the table of his own people and quickly went over to clean up the table. As he cleaned up, he thanked them. Thank you. Then the 3 of you can only stand and eat. However, the people at the other tables were not willing. They all said that they should stand up and eat by themselves. It was as if it was an honor for the Jiang Wang clan to occupy their table. None of the other people felt that there was anything wrong with giving up their table for the Jiang Wang clan. It had nothing to do with the status of the Jiang Wang clan. The main thing was that the Jiang Wang clan gave birth to a good son. Everyone felt that with the good things that Xiao Bao had done for Tang dynasty, his mother, the Jiang Wang clan, should be treated with the same courtesy no matter where she went. From luxurious restaurants to ordinary shops, there should be a table for the Jiang Wang clan. The Jiang Wang clan did not stand on ceremony. She thanked the 2 maids and sat down on the stool. She nodded and smiled at the people around her as a form of greeting. This time, no one continued to sit down. They would rather leave the table empty than sit down. They felt that it was a blasphemy for Tang dynasty to sit together with the Jiang Wang clan. The Jiang Wang clan had to be treated like this. Moreover, the people who were standing and eating also became vigilant. They stared at each other, afraid that someone would do something to hurt the Jiang Wang clan. Zhang Yu looked at them from the side and sighed. This was what it meant to be prominent. The hearts of the people were not just about how much money a person had. If you had money and status, others might not dare to offend you, but they would definitely not protect you without asking for anything in return. At the most, you could occupy a table and people would not eat and leave. So what if you had money? It was hard to buy money, but I am willing to do so. Wang Gang was very nervous. He looked around and realized that there were 3 people eating at his table. He should not leave his table. When he saw Zhang Yu, he quickly said, "Zhang Yu, go and get the dishes." Then, he wanted to ask Zhang Yi to leave the restaurant. It would be better if Zhang Yi stayed outside to welcome the guests. That way, it would be less dangerous. Before he could say anything, Wang Wan spoke first. "Sure too, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, go and make 2 dishes for the noble lady to try. Although our restaurant is small, it is good that we are diligent. Isn't that right, madam?" Zhang Wang Clan looked at Wang Wan and smiled even more. She nodded and said, Yes, it is good that you are diligent. Haha, come and sit here. Sit here and talk. You are called Sure too, right? Just cook a few dishes." After she asked Wang Wan to sit down, Zhang Wang Clan was even more relieved. She knew that her son and daughter-in-law were not weak. With Cuckoo by their side, they would be much more stable. The eyes of the 2 maidservants in the inner courtyard flashed with a trace of surprise, but they immediately returned to their normal state. The 2 of them had already recognized their young master and young lady. Why did these 2 people who did not know come here to open a restaurant? No wonder the madam wanted to come here personally. It turned out that she missed her son and daughter-in-law. Since the young master and young lady had disguised themselves, the 2 of them definitely could not show it. They had to cooperate, otherwise it would delay the proper business. Zhang Xiaobao was very fast at cooking. In less than 2 minutes, a plate of vinegar cabbage was ready. He carried it out. Zhang Yi was about to take it when Wang Wan glared at him and said, "Zhang Yi, hurry up and see if there is anything else that others want. The madam is a rich noble, how can she let you do the work? You are just a servant." Zhang Yi secretly cursed in his heart. Didn't he just want to curry favor with the Zhang Wang clan? Humph. Then he thought that if he could kill the Zhang Wang clan at this time, then he would also die. But it would be very helpful to the organization. Unfortunately, at this time, his people did not come to eat. He estimated that he would not be able to get close by himself. It would be good if he was the one to deliver the dishes. But this damned female boss did not give him the chance. Seeing the dishes being carried out, Wang Gang wanted to eat, but he was also glared at by Wang Wan, so he did not dare to make a sound. Zhang Xiaobao directly put the dishes in front of his mother and said with a smile, "You eat. Hee, the cabbage is left over from last time. We are not willing to eat it. Try it, I will make the next dish for you." "Good, make another one. I can't finish it if there is too much. It would be a waste to throw it away." Zhang Wang Clan narrowed her eyes and said to Zhang Xiaobao. She picked up the chopsticks and was about to eat. At this time, one of the 2 maids quickly stopped her. "Madam, let this servant try first this dish, it's fine. Looking at Sure, I know that he is not a bad person. And this girl, one look and I know that she is from the Tang Empire. How could a Tang Empire citizen harm me, right?" Zhang Wang Clan seemed to be asking everyone. Yes. The voices that were not very uniform echoed in the room. The maid pretended to be very embarrassed and hesitated. When she saw that Zhang Wang Clan took a bite, she picked up the chopsticks and also took a bite. She meant that if they were going to die, they would die together. The other maid did not need to be too excessive. She said to Zhang Wang Clan, "Madam, why don't this servant go to the counter and help with the bookkeeping? What do you think?" Okay, after Sure is done with the second dish, you can sit there." Zhang Wang Clan knew what the maid meant and said. When the maid squeezed her way to the counter and started to do the bookkeeping, Zhang Xiaobao also finished the second dish. He still personally brought it over, said that there was still soup, and turned around and squeezed back. After a while, the soup was also ready. It was a soup with garlic sprouts and eggs. At the same time, he also brought over a piece of cake. He did not bring any seafood as it was not suitable for his mother. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao did not have good quality rice. The rice he was eating now was the local rice. The taste was much worse than the rice from the northern part of Hebei province. However, the rice still had seed. How could it appear in his small restaurant? Zhang Wangclan ate while looking back and forth between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She was eating very happily, and the people around also felt hungry. They smelled the dishes. Although it was just two simple dishes, they smelled really good. At this time, they realized that the owner of the braised food restaurant not only made delicious braised food, but also cooked stir-fried food. It was just that they did not have the luck to eat it. It was probably because the restaurant was small and busy. Wang Gang stood at the side and also could not squeeze over. He wanted to squeeze in, but was afraid that he would be too obvious and be seen by Zhang Yi. Therefore, he had to stay a few steps away and watch the owner's wife eat there worriedly. He was really worried that the owner would not cook well or put some slow poison in the food. After all, the owner's wife was pregnant. However, he did not know why he saw absolute trust in the owner's eyes. It was as if the food was not made by the people outside, but by her own family. She did not have the slightest doubt. Zhang Wangclan drank a mouthful of soup and stopped. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "It's delicious. You have to cook more for me in the future. Recently, I always eat the food you cook. Although I pay for it, some things are not easy to buy even if you pay for it. When I came here, I brought some ingredients for you. You can cook as you see fit. There's beef from cows that accidentally died, venison, and some fresh vegetables. Oh, I also brought some chilies for you. If you want to eat them, just cook them. Don't make it difficult for yourself. Madam, there's also the desserts that you made yourself. There are not many people like you, madam. You spend money to buy food, but you still give other things to people. Madam, you are so kind." The servant girl beside her also echoed Zhang Wangclan's words. Zhang Xiaobao immediately became panicked. He rubbed his hands and said with a flattered expression, How can this be? Making a dish is something that should be done. Yes, it should be done, right? The servant girl asked Wang Wan. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao, she raised her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. She immediately got the hint from the other party's eyes and quickly said, "Isn't that so? Madam, we really don't know what to do. You made the food yourself and gave us a lot of ingredients that we can't buy. I've heard of the chilies, but I've never eaten it. I think it's very good, right? There's also good rice. Take everything that is useful," the servant girl said to Wang Wan. "Yes, there are so many things. Sure too, you have to do a good job so that madam can have a taste of your cooking. Madam, how about this, every day at noon, our shop will specially set aside a table for you to eat. You can come and eat at night. What do you think?" Wang Wan also seemed to be very embarrassed, so she invited Sure too. When most of the people around heard Wang Wan's words, they all felt that the owner of the shop didn't know what was good for her. How could the Zhang Wang clan come to eat every day? What if there was danger? However, this shop's business would probably be better in the future. It would be several times or even dozens of times better. Even the Zhang Wang clan came to eat, so it was obvious how good the food in the shop was. They had countless restaurants like Between the Clouds and the Water, Sea and Clouds, Blue Sea and Silver Sand. Chapter 1076. Zhang Yi didn't know what the others were thinking, but he knew that if they succeeded, they would be able to target them and assassinate them. It would be 10,000 times easier than breaking into the Wang mansion. Thus he joined in the fun and said, "Yes, boss is right. Madam, you have to come here often." Wang Gang hated that he couldn't walk behind the female boss and strangle her to death. Coming here once was already so dangerous. How could she come here every day? If she really came here every day, wouldn't others know the rules? Yes, there were countless people in Tang who were willing to protect the Zhang family and Wang family with their lives, but at the same time, there were also people and forces from other places who wanted the two families dead. Especially that Zhang Yi, he was actually trying to instigate them. Wasn't he just looking for an opportunity? The main family's mistress was too much. She had nothing better to do at home. Furthermore, she was pregnant. Why did she have to come here to eat? The Zhang family didn't know about Wang Gang's depression. When she heard Wang Wan's words, she was stunned. She didn't understand why her daughter-in-law wanted her to come here every day. Then, she looked up at her son. Her son also gave her a look of affirmation. That meant that the two of them had already discussed it. It wasn't that she couldn't come here every day. Being able to talk to her son and daughter-in-law would make her feel better. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any danger. Her son and daughter-in-law would definitely be well prepared. Since that was the case then, okay, come here every day. Then I can eat delicious food every day. Plus, there are many people, so it's more lively. Okay, I'll come over tomorrow night for dinner. I'll also bring you some other things. I have some good cloth. I'll make some clothes for you. Zhang Wangshe cooperated and agreed. Wang Gang was so angry that he almost fainted. What was wrong with the main family's mistress? She was usually very careful. Why did she become so careless when she saw the two bosses today? If something really happened, what would he do? The young master would go crazy. Alright, since she insisted on coming, he had to bring his gun. Even if he was exposed, he had to ensure the safety of the main family's mistress at all times. Damn the female boss, when this was over, I asked you to open the restaurant. Do you value money more than your life? Zhang Wang clan agreed and continued to eat. Occasionally, she would chat with her son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated and told his mother about the common folk stories. Wang Wan helped to fill in the gap. She even told them about the local customs and other interesting things that happened in their hometown before they came to Hangzhou. He spoke in great detail. Even the local dialect names for certain things were not wrong. Occasionally, he would speak in the dialect of that place. Zhang Wang clan listened attentively. She knew that her son and daughter-in-law were not talking nonsense. They must be telling the truth about that place. From time to time, she would ask them if she did not understand. She really did not know, but she knew that her son and daughter-in-law must know, so she never doubted them. Zhang Xiaobao even sang a folk song when he was talking happily. Wang Wan also sang a little tune. No one thought that there was anything wrong. However, the eyes of the servant girl sitting there were full of worship. She knew very well where the young master and young lady were from. But when she looked at the servant, the spy Wang Gang, and then compared the young master and young lady, she could immediately judge who was superior. The young master and young lady were the best spies. Yes, they stood at the peak of the system. Even the spies in her family could not recognize them. If she had not been in contact with them all the time, she would not have recognized them at first glance. Humph! You dare to stare? When the servant girl saw Wang Gang glaring at Wang Wan, she thought unhappily, if it weren't for the fact that you spies are always controlled by others and can't get any useful information, what's the use of keeping you around in Hangzhou when there are so many people from the other side who can't find out about it? If you had some ability, why would the young master and young lady have to do it personally? In the past few days, when you found some clues, you didn't know what to do. Isn't it because the young master and young lady helped you? Trash, every one of you is an idiot. Wang Gang was staring at Wang Wan when he suddenly felt a gaze from the side. He turned his head and saw the servant girl from the inner courtyard staring at him. He was puzzled for a moment. What do you mean? Why are you staring at me? I didn't ask the boss to say so, and I didn't ask the mistress to agree. Oh, maybe it's because I didn't have the right to take charge of the store. If I did, I could help the boss decide things at this time, just like the inner courtyard at a critical moment. But is this my fault? Don't I want to be in charge? I have 3 people here, and the other side is only one person. But it's the four of us who are so smart pretending to be servants, and we are actually being led around by the boss in a mess. What can I do? Until now, I still haven't figured out what's going on. The four of us elites are working for free in this store. I'm still in a daze. It seems that everything is coincidental, but it also seems that everything is strange. You're still glaring at me. Do you know how sullen I am? It's also the first time I've encountered such a situation. It's really too difficult. Everything depends on the boss's mood, otherwise, we won't be able to achieve the desired effect. Fortunately, the boss has created a lot of opportunities for us in the past 2 days. Now, there are already 3 lines that we can grasp. It's fine as long as we keep an eye on them. It's not easy for me to receive such a mission, and even have such a boss. When I go back and summarize it, it can be used as a textbook. Wang Gang thought about this matter, and returned the servant girl an aggrieved look, hoping that the servant girl could understand him. When the servant girl saw Wang Gang's expression, she became even angrier. You're aggrieved? The mistress even has to pretend not to know her own son. Isn't she aggrieved? I followed them here and had to cooperate with them. I clearly know that the young master's dishes aren't dangerous, but I still have to eat them to test for poison. I still want to say something intimate to the young mistress. Isn't I aggrieved? In order to hide their true identity, the young master and young mistress even specially learned to make up all kinds of things, including the environment, products, and even folk songs. Isn't it better to use this time to do something else? Aren't they aggrieved? The 2 people exchanged glances. Other than Wang Wan, who was sitting at the table and could see it, no one else noticed. When she saw the different expressions of the servant girl and the spy, Wang Wan almost laughed out loud. She quickly turned her head and continued to talk with the Jiang Wang clan. The meal lasted for a full hour. In the end, when the dishes were cold, Madame Zhang stopped eating. She sat there and chatted for a long time. At this time, none of the people eating in the room left, and the people outside also couldn't squeeze in. When the Jiang Wang clan finished talking and got up to leave, the room was empty. The people outside came in one after another to eat, and from time to time, they would ask the waiter about what happened earlier. Wang Gang was not in a good mood. When others asked him, his answer was very simple. However, Zhang Yi was very happy. He didn't find it troublesome to repeat it over and over again. Especially when he said that the Jiang Wang clan would come to eat every day in the future, he was in a state of excitement. Zhang Yu was worried and happy at the same time. She was worried that the Jiang Wang clan would be in danger. She was happy that she could see the Jiang Wang clan more in the future. This was a legendary figure. Her children were all very good. Maybe she could get lucky. At dusk, Zhang Nan came back. He already knew what happened here. He was carrying 4 big fish, but he was frowning and looked very unhappy. He was also worried that the Jiang Wang clan would be in danger. On the way, he had already asked his people to arrange the security. What he meant was that in the future, even if it was only his people who came to eat every day, he wouldn't let anyone else in. He would wait for the Jiang Wang clan. As long as the Jiang Wang clan came, he would be able to protect them. Xiaonan, you're back? Oh, there's a lot of fish today. Good, I'll ask Shi Tu to make fish for you. This time, it's steamed. Let me tell you a piece of good news. That is, do you know the Zhang clan and the Wang clan? The madam of the main family came today. That madam is very beautiful. When you see her, you feel close to her. She also brought us a lot of food. Oh, and snacks. She made them herself. Most people don't even dare to think about it. Today, I'll reward each of you with a small piece. Xiaonan, why do you look so pale? Are you unhappy? When Wang Wan saw Zhang Nan, she was in a very good mood and started to talk to him. Zhang Nan squeezed out a smile and rubbed his face with one hand. He replied, I'm happy. Today, the wind by the lake is very strong. My face is uncomfortable. Boss, when the madam of the Zhang family comes in the future, can you let me be close to receive her? No, they are rich people. Why would a servant like you be close to them? Speaking of receiving them, we have to do the job of protection first. Then, this matter will be handled by Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, can you do it? Wang Wan rejected Zhang Nan's proposal, but gave another important task to Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi heard Wang Wan's words, he was so happy that he couldn't go over and kiss his boss. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. In his excitement, he nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay, I'll do whatever boss wants me to do. I promise to do it well. Boss, don't worry. I'll personally design and arrange the place for protection." "Boss, I also want to participate," Zhang Nan strongly requested. "No, no, Xiao Yi alone is enough. And we don't need to trouble Xiao Yi to design. Xiao Yi will only help to arrange. Stone and I will design. You won't be able to guess. Stone and I are very good at this. I remember when we were young, we played hide and seek in the village. Stone and I cooperated and chose a good place. No one could find us. It was easy for us to find them. Let me tell you, when it comes to safety, there is no better way to be safe than hide and seek." At that time, Wang Wan insisted on letting Zhang Yi do the work. She also talked incoherently about the things in the past. No one could tell if she was telling the truth or not. Anyway, it was something that happened when she was young. In order not to arouse Zhang Yi's suspicion, Zhang Nan didn't continue to ask. Instead, he said, "That's good. Big brother, you did a good job." "Yes, big brother, you did a great job this time. Tell us about the arrangement when the time comes." Wang Gang also said, "Big brother, do you need my help? I don't have a problem carrying things." Zhang Yu asked. Zhang Yi kept waving his hand. "I can do it by myself. And I can't tell you. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that if one of you accidentally let the bad guys hurt Mrs. Wang, it won't be good. Go back to your work." Zhang Xiaobao came out from the kitchen behind and said in a silly voice, "You don't want to cook today, right? Close the door early so that it's easy to arrange." Yes, we don't want to cook. Our stone is so smart. There will be more people in the future. Even the madam of the Zhang family is here. You can see how good our stone's cooking is. Guys, hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, we will close the door and arrange the protective arrangement. Sorry, your money is free this year. What Wang Wan meant was for the diners to leave as soon as possible. The diners were reasonable. They didn't continue to chat. They finished the food as quickly as possible, wiped their mouths, and left with thanks. No one was allowed to come in even if they wanted to. After the door was closed and the latch was locked, there were only 6 people left in the room. "The 3 of you, clean up the table and go to the back to wash the dishes. Zhang Yi, come with us and empty the utility room. In the future, when Mrs. Zhang comes, let her eat there. It's close to the back door. If there is any danger, just run from the back." Wang Wan ordered the other 3 to do the work. She asked Zhang Yi to go to the utility room alone to move things. There were also many things sent by the Jiang Wang clan that needed to be arranged. Especially the beef. When it was sent, it was frozen and wrapped in thick layers of quilt. It had to be placed in a dark and cold place. Otherwise, it would spoil in a few days. After a busy day, Zhang Yi was as tired as a dog. Finally, he moved the things out of the utility room. Wang Wan then said to Zhang Yi, "Listen to me. Tomorrow morning, I will ask them to buy things. You arrange it. Don't put a table near the back door. Leave it empty so that it's convenient to run. The door that was connected to the front hall had to be covered with a gauze curtain so that people couldn't see the situation inside from the outside. A scarecrow had to be put on clothes and placed beside the table. Even if someone wanted to make a move, they would think that it was a scarecrow through the gauze. The table is not allowed to face the door directly. That is to say, when people are outside, they have to look at the corner of the table diagonally. The wall next to the bedroom was originally made of wood. Saw the wood and turned it into a hidden door. When Mrs. Zhang comes, if there is anything you want to put in a safe place, put it in the bedroom. If there is danger, you can go into the bedroom. The kitchen is on the other side of the bedroom. Wang Wan said one by one. Zhang Yi excitedly memorized one by one. When she finished, Wang Wan asked, "Did you memorize everything?" "Boss, I've memorized everything. Don't worry. I promise I'll do it well. I'll go buy those things." Zhang Yi asked. "No need. Someone else can do it. You're too tired. You have to work. Take care of yourself. Okay, go." Wang Wan waved her hand. When Zhang Yi left happily, Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao. They looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 1077. Less than a minute after Zhang Yi left, the three people who were working in the kitchen also came out. In fact, they had finished their work long ago, but they had been waiting for Zhang Yi. When the three of them were in the kitchen, they had already discussed that they would start to monitor Zhang Yi more closely, to the point where they could not leave him at all. Even when Zhang Yi went to the toilet, they would secretly monitor him. At the same time, they would strengthen the security around the restaurant. They must not let Zhang Wang clan be in danger. When the three of them came out of the kitchen, it could be seen from the expression on their faces that they were not in a good mood. Especially when facing Wang Wan, the female boss, they seemed to lack some of the respect they had before. "Brother Zhang, we're going back." Wang Gang said and planned to leave with Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu. They still had to catch up with Zhang Yi and keep an eye on him. However, when they were about to leave, Wang Wan stopped the three of them and said to them, "What's the rush? There's still work to be done. It's good that you three finish it together." "Boss, what else is there to be done? Didn't we finish it already? The three of us are tired," Zhang Yu said with slight dissatisfaction. "If I say there's work, then there's work. Tired? It's good that you're tired. Whoever is tired, pay your wages now. Tonight, find a place to sleep. This restaurant doesn't keep idle people. Follow me to the counter." Wang Wan glared at him and immediately walked to the counter, indicating that she was really going to fire him. Zhang Yu immediately regretted and panicked. He quickly said, Boss, I'll tell you later. I won't do it again in the future. Please don't dismiss me. I'm still waiting for this restaurant to become a big one. I'll be the hero." Wang Gang also persuaded, "Boss, Xiao Yu is carrying things back and forth. It's not that she doesn't want to work. Why don't you let her go back first? Zhang Nan and I will finish the work. We will definitely do it well. Remember, I don't care if you're tired or not. Whatever I say is right. How dare you talk back to me? Is this how you act? All of you look like someone owes you money. As a worker, it's not right to show your emotions on your face. This is called not being professional. Is it so easy to be a worker?" As a qualified and excellent worker, the first thing he had to do was not to reveal any of his inner thoughts to others. Even if he was full of anger, he had to show a sincere smile when facing customers. Even if the customers rewarded him, no matter how little the reward was, he had to show that he was flattered. Even if it was hard and tiring, he had to think about his purpose of being a waiter and persevere through it. Look at yourselves, what have you all become? I asked you to do something in the kitchen. What was the expression on your face when you came out? What would I, the owner, think? Humph. Wang Wan put her hands on her waist and scolded the three people. Wang Gang and the other two were anxious. Zhang Yi had already left for a while, who knew where he would go. However, he didn't dare to ignore the owner and go back to keep an eye on Zhang Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to stay in the shop. The three of them were so anxious that they were sweating, but they had no choice but to hold it in. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao also chimed in, Yes. Madam is right. Look at the three of you. Just a little something in your heart reveals itself. It's obvious that something is wrong with you guys. What's there to be afraid of when you encounter difficulties? Who doesn't have difficulties? Isn't that right? You have to be calm. As a waiter, no matter what kind of customers you face, you have to make them unable to see your true thoughts. When the customers find fault with you, Even if you don't care, you have to pretend that you know you're wrong. Calm down, you have to be calm or you'll easily delay things. Just like your brother Zhang, I also have my difficulties. Since I started working, how could it be smooth sailing? However, I've persevered. Don't you think so? Yes, brother Zhang, you're right. Then what do we do now? Zhang Yu is indeed tired after moving things. Why don't I work with Wang Gang and let Xiao Yu go back first? Zhang Nan tried to suppress his anxiety and continued Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Yu's brows furrowed as she thought to herself, how can your difficulties be compared to ours? You're a cook. No matter how difficult your difficulties are, it's just less money. What about us? Why are you leaving? I didn't ask you to work immediately. Listen to your brother Zhang. I think you don't want to be a good waiter anymore. You want to go out and work on your own? Let me tell you, although you've stayed in the restaurant for a few days, in fact, you haven't learned anything. A waiter who can't control his emotions is not a good waiter. Wang Wan stared at them and refused to let them go no matter what. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to Wang Wan and said to the three people, in the past, I also opened other small restaurants. I also cooked and stir-fried dishes. At that time, the restaurant was twice as big as now. Stir-fried dishes are not as good as braised dishes. You know my cooking skills. There were many people who ate there. At that time I was very busy. All kinds of shouts from the people eating outside never stopped. Some customers even thought that I was slow in serving the dishes. They were angry and threatened to smash my restaurant if I didn't serve the dishes quickly. However, even at that time I didn't panic. I knew that I couldn't be distracted when I was cooking. As long as the dishes were cooked well, the customer's anxiety was another kind of praise for me. If I didn't calm down and put the wrong seasoning or too much salt, it would destroy the restaurant's reputation. Even if the customers wanted to shout, I still had to prepare every dish well. That was because I believed that no customer would be able to destroy my restaurant. At that time, I had a waiter. I believed that my waiter would be able to deal with this kind of situation. When I couldn't personally go out, a good waiter would be able to do the job properly. Believe in your own friends and calm yourself down. Sometimes a crisis can be an opportunity. Don't think that you can do everything by yourself, understand? After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. He went to get some tea leaves and put them on the table. At the same time, he went to warm some wine and went to the kitchen to cook a spicy chicken. During the process, the three people found a place to sit down and began to think about things. Zhang Nan, especially, felt that the boss's words didn't seem to be about the restaurant. Right, he had arranged people to watch Zhang Yi outside. Why were the three of them anxious? Did he not trust the people outside? He was indeed not calm enough today. He actually let his emotions out and let the two bosses notice. As a spy, he should be more cautious at the more critical moment. What happened today? A crisis can be an opportunity? Yes, it seemed to be true. When Zhang Xiaobao put the fried chicken on the table, the three people suddenly recovered. They looked at each other and saw the surprised look in the eyes of the other two people. Fortunately, they were in the restaurant. If they were elsewhere, they might be exposed. In that case, not only would their lives be in danger, but it would also ruin their plan. It seemed that every little bit was knowledge. They didn't expect that this simple and honest boss could say such profound word. Zhang Xiaobao laughed and said to the three people, "Eat. My wife and I will eat later. These dishes are specially made for you. You drink some wine and I will drink some tea. After eating, there is still work for you to do. What are you afraid of being tired? Since you have chosen this industry, you should do it seriously and find pleasure in it, not treat it as a burden. Being anxious won't solve the problem. When it's time to be steady, you must be steady. Many times, because of the panic of the staff, the business in the restaurant is not good. Don't think about it blindly. It's not easy to be a good staff. Drink." While speaking, Zhang Xiaobao personally poured a bowl of rice wine for the three people. The three people came back to their senses and looked at the dish. They exclaimed at the same time, "Spicy diced chicken? Brother Zhang, what are you?" Wang Gang asked in surprise. He knew this dish and had eaten it. It was a benefit given by the boss. But the chili was just sent by the boss's wife today. How could the boss make it immediately? "I made it specially for the three of you. The chili was just sent here. I want you to taste it first. When the wife of the Wang mansion comes tomorrow, I will make it," Zhang Xiaobao said and gestured to the three people to eat. Wang Gang first picked up a piece of carrot and put it in his mouth. After chewing twice, his eyes lit up and he asked, "Brother Zhang, how can you make this dish?" Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu also nodded. They had also eaten it, and had even eaten several other dishes with chili. But they couldn't figure out why the boss of this small restaurant could also make it. "Haha, I haven't eaten pork, but I have seen pigs run. There are no dishes made with chili in other places, but the restaurant between the clouds and the water has it. I heard from the people who have eaten there, so I remembered it. Just now, I made it according to the method of others. What do you think of it?" Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and explained why he could make this dish. "Good, very good. Brother Zhang, your culinary skills are excellent. But Brother Zhang, the madam of the prince's mansion is coming tomorrow. We can't cook anything too spicy. That madam is pregnant. If the spicy food causes problems, we can't afford to take the blame." Wang Gang took a sip of wine and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "I know. Chili is spicy, but I can make chili into chili oil. Chili oil is not so spicy and it is fragrant. If you put a little chili oil in the dishes, it can improve the taste. Don't think too much. After eating, clean up the room. Zhu Yi has already cleaned it once." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao didn't accompany them. He came to the counter with the teacup and whispered to Wang Wan in a low voice. Wang Gang and the other two didn't stand on ceremony. Chili was not something that could be eaten at any time. It was a good thing. They drank wine and ate at the same time. When they finished eating, all of them were sweating because of the spiciness. They opened their mouths and exhaled, but the spiciness was very comfortable. It seemed that they hadn't felt so comfortable for a long time. After sweating and drinking wine, the three of them felt much better. They temporarily forgot about their previous worries and became more energetic. They looked at each other and realized that there was really no need to be so anxious. "Brother Zhang, we are done eating. Your cooking is really good. Why don't you also sell stir-fried dishes in the future? I believe that it won't be long before this small shop becomes a restaurant. With your skills, it definitely won't be a problem." Zhang Yu wiped her mouth and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "How can I have the time? I'm too busy with work. After eating, throw the food in the kitchen and come back to work." Wang Wan also came out from the counter with a piece of paper in her hand. She drew it when she was whispering to Zhang Xiaobao just now. An empty plate and 3 wine bowls. It was enough for one person to bring it to the kitchen and wash it clean directly. Therefore, the three of them followed Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao to the storage room. They wanted to see how to arrange it. This was related to the safety of the Jiang Wang clan. I have already told Zhu Yi how to arrange it. But after thinking about it, it's not perfect enough. It's good that you guys stay here and continue to perfect it. Let me first tell you the arrangement I told Zhu Yi. Wang Wan began to explain the matter to the three of them. When she finished, she saw that the three of them had a look of understanding. She continued, "But this is still not enough. There is only one door that leads directly to the outside. So, Sure Tu and I plan to make a hole in the wall and make it into 2 doors. We will go look for water and tools." When the three of them heard this, they nodded repeatedly and split up to look for tools. They also brought a bucket of water. Because the wall was made of mud, they couldn't directly smash a hole in it with a hammer. If they really smashed it directly, it would be easy to smash the entire front wall. So, they needed to use water to moisten the wall little by little. Then, they would use other things to scrape a hole in the front wall. When they were done, 2 hours had passed. Wang Wan still didn't intend to let the three of them go back. She took the three of them outside. Under the light of the stars and the moon, she pointed at the firewood behind them and said to the three of them, "Set up some torches. Go make a few torches, then move the firewood to the new door so that people won't be able to tell that there's a door here. That way, it'll be safer. The three of you, remember not to tell anyone. If I find out that you told anyone, I won't forgive you." Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. He was very helpless. He wanted to tell his boss that the three of them didn't have to say anything, but there was one person who would definitely tell. But he couldn't say it out loud. The three of them began to move the firewood again. When the firewood was moved, the sky was already bright. The three of them were very tired. They were thinking about how to spend the day. "Okay, that's all for today. Go back and wash up and sleep. We won't open the door during the day tomorrow. You can come back in the afternoon. Go back and tell Zhui. This is a last-minute decision. I will write a notice and post it at the door. You can go back." Wang Wan finally said something that the three of them liked to hear. They nodded and agreed. In the cool morning, the three of them walked together to the rented courtyard behind them. Seeing them leave, Zhang Xiaobao also seemed to be relaxed. He said to Wang Wan, "I didn't expect my mother to join in the fun. This is good. I think that in a few days there will be a result. Do it as hard as you can. Act according to our plan." "Are you sure that the other party's main figure is in Hangzhou and not in Jiangzhou?" Wang Wan still didn't believe Zhang Xiaobao's judgment. "There is a high probability that it is because Hangzhou is the most strict place. Li Longji is there, and so are our families. For them, it may be the most dangerous place, but at the same time, it is the safest place. I believe that they are not as good as me. Their anti-reconnaissance ability needs to be improved." Zhang Xiaobao was not very sure, but he still chose to take a gamble. If the gamble was right, everything would be easy. If the gamble was wrong, he would first cut off some of the other party's people. Even if there was no one behind the scenes in Hangzhou, it was still very important to the other party. Wang Gang and the other two people walked on the road. When they were about to reach the courtyard, they very tacitly stopped and stood by the road. They looked at each other and squatted down together, intending to have a good discussion. After a series of changes, the things that they had discussed in the kitchen earlier needed to be rearranged. "The restaurant won't be open tomorrow morning. He asked us to go there in the afternoon. I don't think the restaurant will be open immediately in the afternoon. Then, there's only dinner time left. I guess the owner means to specially serve your master's wife this time. It won't be like yesterday when other people are around to let your master's wife eat." Zhang Nan squatted down, found a small wooden stick, and casually drew on the ground as he spoke to Wang Gang. Wang Gang took out an oiled paper bag from his arms and opened it, revealing the cut braised meat inside. He gave a portion to Zhang Yu and Zhang Nan and said, "I took it secretly because I was afraid that I would be hungry. Eating some meat is good for the body. According to what you said, even if Zhang Yi wants to find someone to assassinate him tomorrow, he won't have a chance because no one is allowed to enter the restaurant. But according to the owner's wife, she planned to come to eat every day. The restaurant couldn't just entertain her every day, especially our female owner. She was about to drill her eyes into money. She was willing to put in a lot of effort to earn even a copper coin. Tomorrow is good, but what about the day after tomorrow? As for that room, if Zhang Yi wasn't there, it would be fine. Since he is also a waiter, he naturally knows how to arrange it. Many arrangements to protect the owner's wife are likely to put her in a dangerous situation. We have to arrange our men well, and we can't make any mistakes. Zhang Yi, if we don't want to continue to follow his lead, we would have already caught him. If we catch him now, if he still has a line that hasn't been moved, we will act rashly and alert the enemy. Once he is not in the restaurant, the line that hasn't been moved will have a reaction." Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu nodded after hearing Wang Gang's words. They were also worried about this. It was easy to catch Zhang Yi, but who knew if Zhang Yi had exposed all the lines to contact him? If he still had a line that he hadn't used yet, if they caught him now, the people on the line would find out and move immediately. Maybe there were spies of the opposite party around the tenant's house. They didn't know who was behind the other party and why they were so strict. Fortunately, a small shop suddenly opened, which allowed us to find some clues. They even arranged people in Hangzhou. If it weren't for that shop, we wouldn't have been able to find them. We wouldn't even have guessed that they are definitely not ordinary people. Zhang Yu shook his head in frustration as he spoke. Then he said, "Why don't we tell the owners our identities and let them cooperate with us? Although we seem to have a tacit understanding in the past 2 days, every accident has helped us to do things smoothly. But you see, last night, if we didn't arrange people and Zhang Yi went to find other people, what should we do? I'm really afraid that they will delay things at the critical moment." "No, absolutely not," Wang Gang objected. "If we don't tell them now, they will behave normally. After all, they are just ordinary people. Didn't you see that when the owner's wife came over, the 2 owners were so nervous that their bodies trembled, but they pretended that nothing was wrong. I saw it, and I also heard that Brother Zhang's voice trembled when he sang the folk song. That was definitely not the way a folk song should be sung. And the female owner, when she was talking with the owner's wife, kept wiping the sweat on her leg with one hand. I think she was happy and scared at the same time. As you said, if we really tell them our identities and let them cooperate with us, I think they will immediately give themselves away and be discovered by Zhang Yi. Then the clues will be cut off. Unfortunately, if they were our people, it would be better. In this way, we can cooperate with each other more tacitly and let Zhang Yi be trapped in the trap. Everyone who contacts him can be monitored one by one, and finally when the net is closed, we can catch all of them. I find something, I don't know if you have noticed it, that is, the 2 owners always have a hidden meaning in their words, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. It seems that they know our identities. For example, today when we were anxious, they told us to be calm, to trust our partners, and to be professional. Don't show your thoughts on your face. Although they said that we are partners, why do I think they are talking about our other identities?" Zhang Nan also agreed with Wang Gang's statement, but also expressed the doubts in his heart. When Zhang Yu heard this, he laughed and said, "How is that possible? Our identities, before, we couldn't even guess who the other party was. I thought the 2 of you were just normal partners and Zhang Yi. It was the people behind us who helped us to investigate each other, and then we contacted each other. I didn't see the 2 owners have any other contact with anyone else. And today, I heard them say that where they were originally staying, I think our people should have gone to investigate. If there was a problem, they would have told us, but no one came to us, which means that their identities are real, and it is in line with what they said. If there is still a problem, it can only mean that they are better than us, and they are acting like it is real. But is that possible? Although the professional training I received is not as good as the 2 of you, I am much more confident than others. Look at the 2 owners, how can their acting skills be so good? Anyway, I don't believe it. The most important thing is, what is their purpose? Think about it." Wang Gang fell into deep thought. Indeed, as Zhang Yu had said, he had received the most systematic and professional training. If he still couldn't tell whether the 2 masters were in disguise or not, then wouldn't he have wasted all his time learning? And as Zhang Yu said, what was their purpose? If the 2 owners' acting skills were really good to a certain extent, they must have their own purpose. Which side were they on? If they were on Zhang Yi's side, Zhang Yi wouldn't be in such a bad situation, and they wouldn't be able to drive Zhang Yu away. If their acting skills were so good, they would definitely be able to see through the identities of the 3 of them, or make a rough guess. But if they were on the side of the 3 of them, why did they give Zhang Yi so many chances? They should have cooperated with the 3 of them and then made things clear. But obviously that was not the case. If they really treated the two masters as some kind of power, with their ability to pretend, the situation that appeared in this period of time was very contradictory. As such, they concluded that it was impossible for a new powerful organization to appear in this world. Even Zhang Yi's people were not powerful enough. At the very least, they had found out that the two masters were from a certain faction. This faction could directly contend against the Zhang and Wang clans, or even surpass them. This was because they could not find anything wrong with it. Zhang Nan thought the same and then asked, "Then tell me, why were the 5 of them beaten that day? Who beat them?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "I don't know and I can't guess. If you ask me, maybe it was Zhang Yi's people who beat them themselves. The 3 of us didn't do anything, but the 2 owners were so scared that one hid in the kitchen and didn't come out, and the other only knew how to shout at the door. After we investigated, we found that the 2 owners didn't interact with others, so it was impossible that there was someone protecting them all the time. According to what you said, are Zhang Yi and the rest idiots? If no one was beaten, how could we have targeted them? Would they have exposed themselves? Don't they know how dangerous it is to do that?" Zhang Nan asked. "Zhang Yi hasn't guessed our identity yet. He only has a little suspicion. Maybe that day they were testing us. If we directly went to catch them, their other people on the line would have confirmed our identity. We are different from Zhang Yi and the rest. Our purpose is different. They want to enter the Wang family, but we are specifically to catch them. Their target is not us, so if we have a loophole, we have to make up for it as soon as possible. For example, why are we still working in the restaurant when we don't get paid?" Zhang Yu thought of this problem as he spoke. "Because we want to steal the recipe to make the braised food. Let's not think about the 5 of them being beaten in the back. Just treat it as Zhang Yi and the rest testing us. When we go back, we can talk in a low voice about how to steal the recipe. Let Zhang Yi hear it and even let him participate. Then we have another purpose now, and that is to get in touch with the Wang family. Then we will meet a noble person and give ourselves a better chance. Maybe we can enter the Zhang family and the Wang family, right?" Wang Gang said his idea, and the other 2 nodded in agreement. "Let's go back. We don't know how Zhang Yi is sleeping. Let's not rush. When he gets up and gets dressed, we will tell him that he doesn't need to go there anymore. Then we will disrupt his plan and make him feel uncomfortable. Yes, we'll tell him that the boss said to let him get up and tidy up the yard, water the vegetables, tidy up the other 2 rooms, and open the pickles to see if there's anything spoiled. In any case, we'll give him work to do. We'll let him work hard to finish the work in the afternoon, so that he won't have to do other things." When they stood up and walked to the courtyard, Zhang Nan also provided a good idea. According to the 3 people, Zhang Yi didn't sleep well. He basically didn't sleep the whole night. He wanted to leave the courtyard and get in touch with his people, but he didn't know when the other 3 people would come back. If he delayed for too long, the 3 people would tell the boss, and the boss would think that he had other purposes. So Zhang Yi waited, waiting for the 3 of them to come back. But no matter how long he waited, they still didn't come back. Even when he was tired from waiting, he still couldn't sleep soundly. He wondered if the boss had arranged something important for the 3 of them again, or if it was time to discuss their plans after Madame Zhang came back. In the end, under such circumstances, Zhang Yi became more and more tired. He thought that it would be better not to come back. Instead, he stayed in the shop and see what kind of work the boss had arranged for the 3 of them. When the light from outside faintly shone in through the paper window, Zhang Yi was still lying on the bed with red eyes. With the weak light, he looked at the empty bed and muttered, "It's going to be dawn soon. Where are the 3 of them? Did they stay in the shop to sleep? Or did the boss arrange something important for them? They should come back soon. If they don't come back, I will have to get up. The time is coming. They come to eat in the restaurant. As long as they allow others to eat in the restaurant, there must be a way to assassinate them. If one person from the Zhang family and the Wang family dies, there will be chaos. And Li Longji is also in Hangzhou. He must be very angry. If the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family can be assassinated, he must feel that he is also not safe. Either he left or he sent a lot of people to investigate. He is afraid that they are too stable and there is no chance to kill them. It's better for them to be in chaos. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Thinking of what would happen in the future, he couldn't help laughing. Big brother, what are you so happy about? We heard it outside. Tell us, so we can be happy too. When Zhang Yi stopped laughing, Zhang Yu's voice came from outside. This movement scared Zhang Yi and made him sweat. He secretly said that he should be more careful. Judging from the boss's words and the reaction of the three people, they should be loyal to the Tang Empire. If he said something wrong and it was heard by them, they would definitely report him to the government. After warning himself in his heart, Zhang Yi said to the three people who just came in, "Nothing. I was sleeping and dreaming. I dreamed about something interesting, so I woke up with a laugh." "You just came back? Did the boss ask you to work again?" "Well, this shop is not easy to work in. I have thought about it. I will be a waiter for a few more days. If the salary is not increased and the boss doesn't let us rest well, I will not work in the shop. What about you?" The three people didn't care about Zhang Yi's words at all. They knew that Zhang Yi would not quit. Zhang Yi replied, "Me? I still want to continue working in the shop, even if I don't get paid. We were busy over there today, and I saw a few ingredients in the gauze bag that Brother Zhang put in the pot. Brother Zhang didn't hide it from me. I want to perform well. If Brother Zhang likes me and accepts me as his disciple, I can make delicious braised food. Which disciple will accept a salary? It's just that the master is happy and gives me some pocket money. When I learn the skills, the money I earn will be much more than the salary." After explaining the purpose of his stay, Zhang Yu asked Wang Gang and Zhang Nan, "Second brother, third brother, what do you two think?" Zhang Nan smiled and said, "It's not easy to do other things. Besides, Brother Zhang should have other things that we haven't seen. Haha, as for me, I will see. I'm sleepy. Wash your face and go to sleep. It's so cold in the morning." Wang Gang didn't answer Zhang Yu, and there was a hint of evasiveness in his eyes. It was obvious that he had his own little plan. The three of them hastily washed their faces, took off their clothes, and lay down on the bed. They were covered with a thick blanket, which was much better than the first day they came to the shop. At that time, they couldn't take off their clothes, and they could feel the cold in the early hours of the morning even with the blanket on. It would take a few more days for them to feel so hot that they couldn't sleep at night. Zhang Yi looked at the three people lying down and then looked at the sky. He was very puzzled. They were still sleeping at this time. When were they going to wake up? Did they not do anything in the shop? He would sleep for a while. If they were still sleeping when he woke up later, he could go directly to the shop and perform. At the same time, he would accept the task of buying gauze. It would be convenient for him to do things. At this time, Zhang Yi, who didn't sleep well the whole night, wanted to sleep for a while. He was afraid that he would fall asleep and delay the business, so he opened his eyes from time to time to look at the sky. When he felt that it was enough, he sat up uncomfortably and planned to put on his clothes and go out. As soon as he put on his clothes, Zhang Yu, who was sleeping next to him, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him and asked, "Big brother, what are you going to do?" "Get up and go to work in the shop." Zhang Yi frowned and said. He already knew the answer. Work? Oh, I just remembered that I was so tired last night. I actually forgot that the shop was closed this morning. The boss said that we should have a good rest. Look at my memory. I just wanted to come back and have a good sleep. The boss also said that you have slept all night. If you wake up, you have to do something. You have to feed the chickens in the yard and see if the grass in the field has grown. If there is grass, you have to hoe it as soon as possible. Also, you have to water the plants. Zhang Yu looked very embarrassed and said to Zhang Yi. The more Zhang Yi listened, the more depressed he was. His original plan was ruined. If he couldn't go to the shop, then he couldn't go out to buy things and he had to work. Hearing that Zhang Yu said so many things, he estimated that he had to be busy all morning. But he was also sleepy. He didn't have a good rest yesterday. If he had to work all morning, how could he deal with other things in the afternoon? This is troublesome. Thinking about this, Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and decided to persist for one more day. He would sleep well at night. If he really couldn't do it, he would stand in the shop and lean against the wall for a while. After agreeing, Zhang Yi went out. At the same time, he was wondering if he could slack off and make the work look okay. Then he could find a place to sleep for a while. Hearing Zhang Yi's heavy footsteps, Zhang Yu chuckled. He covered his head with a blanket and fell into a deep sleep. As for whether Zhang Yi would leave the courtyard while he was working, he was not worried. If he really left, there would naturally be someone watching over him. When the sun rose and it was time for the braised food store to open for business, the people who came to buy saw that the store was still closed. Furthermore, there was a sign with words at the entrance. Those who didn't know how to read immediately went to ask someone about it. In the end, they found out that the sign was to entertain the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The shop was undergoing an internal renovation. It was temporarily closed in the morning. Whether it would open in the afternoon depended on the extent of the renovation. That was the meaning of the sign. The people who came to buy things were helpless, but they could understand the way the shop did things. That was the madam of the Zhang family, Xiao Bao's mother. It was a great honor for them to eat here. How could they not tidy up the place? If it were him, he would have kicked everyone out at noon yesterday. What if there was danger? It seemed that he couldn't eat today. He would wait and see tomorrow. He hoped that he wouldn't only serve one person every day. Although the store was not big, the sudden closure of the business had affected the lives of the people around it. Especially the people who came here to eat every day. They were not used to the change of location when they suddenly couldn't eat. For ordinary people, they could still bear not being able to eat the braised food of this shop. At most, they could go to the soup pancake shop to eat noodles. There were also side dishes and drinks there. It was just a change of place. However, it had a great impact on the people of the fishing association. They were all rich people. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao always asked the shop assistant to stay there and watch others eat. At the same time, he asked if there was anything lacking. He made some improvements and increased the variety of things in the rolls. It was gradually accepted by the people of the fishing association. They were all used to eating the food made by the shop at noon and in the evening. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, men were more loyal to the brands they liked. When the people who came to get the rolls in the morning saw that the shop was closed, they wanted to break the door open and ask the people inside to make the rolls. However, they could only think about it and didn't dare to do so. Because the shop assistant had a good reason, they had no choice but to go back and report it. Wang Ju had been living a good life recently. He followed the emperor to fish every day. Sometimes he fished in the lake, and sometimes he fished in the river. He had used all kinds of fishing tools. Even if those tools were not suitable for fishing in these two places, he still used them. The development of the fishing association was getting better and better. From time to time, there would be people who applied to join. After paying a membership fee, they would be able to buy fishing tools and compete with each other to see whose skills were better. Most of the people in the association were rich people. Ordinary people couldn't afford to buy things, let alone the rolls that were necessary to be consumed every day. These rolls were not cheap at all. A roll and the things inside were enough for a few people to live for 3 to 5 days. Moreover, they could still eat meat. In addition to this group of people, Wang Ju also learned a good idea from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. That was to find local people who were good at fishing to join the association. Some of these people were people who made a living by fishing for prawns at night. Some were people who also fished while setting up nets to wait for the fish. Some were even people who were trained by the restaurant between the clouds and the water to accompany customers fishing. The people who were trained by the restaurant between the clouds and the water not only had to be good at fishing, but also had to be discerning. When the customers were fishing, they had to accompany them. Some customers liked to win, so when they were fishing, they had to be a little bit behind the customers, not too far behind. When the customers caught a fish, they had to catch one after a while. When the customers caught 3, they had to have at least 2. When the customers didn't catch one, they naturally had to go back empty-handed. If the customers liked to compete, they had to win and lose sometimes. That way, the customers would find it interesting. It was not good to always let the customers lose, and vice versa. The inner courtyard's idea for Wang Ju was to find such people. Even if they didn't have money, couldn't buy so many fishing tools, and couldn't afford to eat seafood, they still had to join the association and play with the rich. It had just been implemented 3 days, and the effect was very good. This group of people lacked money, but they didn't lack skills, and they liked to study. They didn't need to pay a membership fee, and they only needed to have real fishing skills. At the same time, they were even paid. If the fishing association didn't have a group of people who were really good at fishing, wouldn't it be a joke? They would compare with each other, and then figure out how to use fishing tools. After that, they could communicate with the rich. Wang Ju would provide all their fishing tools for free. Even the fishing tools that they didn't need would be given to them. Most of the fish that they caught every day would also be taken away by them. One reason was to observe where the fish would bite the hook, and the other was to see what kind of bait they ate, so that they could judge how to find the most suitable bait and hook, and then correspond to the corresponding fish species and size. Another reason was that after they finished their research, they could sell the fish or eat it themselves. For them, this was a good job with a high income, and it wasn't too tiring. At the same time, they could also treat it as fun. The rich also liked to fish with them, and at the same time, listen to them talk about the various methods they figured out, and improve their fishing skills together. It was a different kind of fun. With this matter, Wang Ju wanted to organize a large-scale activity to invite all the members of the association to the seaside to fish. It would probably take a day, and they wouldn't be back at night. It would be too tiring to go back and forth. However, going to the seaside didn't mean that they would be able to eat seafood burritos. Those were 2 different things. The ones made by others weren't delicious, so this morning, he ordered someone to go to the braised food shop and buy all the burritos in the shop. He also ordered them to bring enough braised food. If there wasn't enough, he would ask the owner of the shop to stop everything and specially make the burritos. In the end, just as he was waiting for everyone to arrive and set off, the person who went to buy the burritos came back. Seeing the crowd gathered at the entrance of the manor, he walked to Wang Ju and whispered, "Master, the shop isn't open. They said that it's renovating to welcome Madam for dinner tonight. I didn't dare to knock on the door. What do you think?" "What? It's not open? What are we going to eat if they don't open the door?" Wang Ju was stunned and said anxiously, "Then, master, should I knock on the door?" The servant asked for orders. "There's no need to knock. Knock on the door and tell them to do it immediately. After they're done, arrange for someone to quickly send it over. Give them more money. It's fine if they have to work harder. I believe they'll be willing to work harder if there's money to be earned." Wang Ju thought for a moment and ordered the servant. Just as the servant was about to leave, the Jiang Wang clan came out from the half-open door to give a blanket to her father. When she heard this, she was immediately unhappy and said to the servant, "Stop, you're not allowed to go. It's not easy for them to open a shop. If they say they won't do it, then they won't do it. Earning money is important, but their health is more important. They work so hard every day and have so many things to do. How can I bear to let them be more tired? Can't the cook at home do it?" As she spoke, The Jiang Wang clan's eyes suddenly reddened. Wang Ju was stunned. What's wrong with my daughter? Chapter 1078. Chiaoer, I've gotten used to the food in his shop. If you don't let me eat, what should I eat? Is father more important or the owner of that shop? Wang Ju brought the Jiang Wang clan into the mansion and said to the Jiang Wang clan. He seemed very unhappy. Of course the owner is more important. I'll go over for dinner tonight and have them send the food to you as soon as they're done. I can't do it now. They probably worked until late last night and are sleeping now. They've been so busy all day and finally found an excuse to sleep. Just let them sleep. The Jiang Wang clan said to Wang Ju. How can they be more important? They can earn money even if they're not busy. Isn't the purpose of opening a shop for money? Just give them 50 copper coins for a biscuit. That should be fine. I'm your father. Wang Ju was confused by his daughter's words. Father, what's wrong? They're doing something very important. Father, just listen to me. What's 50 copper coins worth? Even if it's 500,000 copper coins, it's better to let them rest for a day. I'll have the chef prepare something for you. You can have a meal at noon. My chef isn't bad. I'll have them cook earlier in the evening. It'll be just enough for you to eat at night and midnight snacks. The Jiang Wang clan wanted to tell her father about the shop, but she knew she couldn't. Wang Ju carefully looked at his daughter for a while and said in confusion, 500,000 copper coins isn't as good as them resting? If they're so rich, why would they open a shop? The food your chef makes is indeed delicious. It's much better than mine. If you don't eat the food from that shop, your chef's food is the best in the world. But after eating the food from that shop, you feel that your chef is only good. Don't you know the skills of that shop's owner? Of course I know. How could I not know how good the owner's skills are? But, Aya, just listen to me. You're not allowed to knock on the door today. Let them rest. Otherwise, I'll go home and never come back. Jiang Wang clan had no other choice but to resort to threats. Her son and daughter-in-law had been working so hard for so many days. Not only did they have to sell things and pretend to be normal businessmen, but they also had to be responsible for the affairs between the four men and create opportunities for their own people. It sounded easy to say it, but when faced with a problem, the process of how to deal with it was very difficult. He couldn't let the other party discover him. He had to make the other party reveal himself. At the same time, he had to cooperate with the three men on the other side to mobilize the people behind them. How could it be so simple? Only his son and daughter-in-law were capable enough to do things well. If it were others, they wouldn't be able to do it even if they were exhausted to death. The two children were already so busy, but his father still wanted to find trouble. Wang Ju finally realized that something was wrong. His daughter shouldn't be like this. He was her father. Why didn't she care about her father? Who was the owner of that shop? Who else could be more important than her father? With that in mind, the puzzled Wang Ju asked, Chiao, tell me, what's going on with that shop? I promise to keep it a secret for you. Even if the emperor asks, you will keep it a secret? Jiang Wang clan asked. This. Wang Ju hesitated. He didn't understand what in the world could be kept a secret from the emperor. Since you can't, I won't tell you. Anyway, it's good that you remember. In a few days, you'll know what's going on. Now that you've tired them out, you'll regret it. Be careful that you won't be able to eat their food in the future. Jiang Wang clan dispelled the idea of directly telling her son where he was. Wang Ju now knew that things seemed to be out of his expectations. His daughter must have her reasons for being so insistent. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, Chiao, you have to give me a general idea, or at least give me a hint. Haha. Father, why are you like this? What hint? Hint. If you trust the person you send to pick up the burrito, you can eat all the food made in that shop directly. You don't need to find someone to test the poison. That's how I eat. In this world, other than the food that I make myself, there's no one else who can make me feel at ease. Don't ask any more and don't think about it. Be careful not to ruin things. Don't tell His Majesty. I'll go back and ask the chef to cook for you." Zhang Wangclan's hint was enough. She was really afraid that her father would be forced to send someone over. That would be really troublesome. Looking at the back of his daughter, Wang Ju fell into deep thought. He pondered, it's actually so powerful. Who in the shop can avoid testing for poison? In other words, the problem can't be caused by the person who made the food, unless it's one of my own servants. For Qiao to be so assured, it must be the person she trusts the most. The food I make will not be poisoned. Of course, the food I make will not be safe for others to eat. If there's too much salt, the food will not be safe and can't be eaten. But who can make food that's more delicious than the chefs in the inner courtyard of Zhang Clan and Wang Clan and make Xiao feel absolutely assured? She told me to be careful that I won't be able to eat it in the future. Xiao is so concerned about it, how can I not eat it in the future? In the future, even if their shop is gone, there's still my good grandson. Grandson? Xiao Bao Cuckoo? No way. My grandson. Didn't you say you were going to the capital? Why did you run to the opposite side and open a shop? No wonder. I was wondering why your culinary skills are so good. So this is the case. Yes, definitely. Qiao personally went over yesterday. Don't worry, indeed, don't worry. There's no need to test for poison. Yes, the steamed buns are specially made for Qiao and Wang Clan. The authentic soup dumplings of Zhang Clan and Wang Clan must have crab meat in them, but the ones made for Qiao and Wang Clan didn't have it. However, the taste was not bad at all. Other than Xiaobao, who else in the outside world would be clear about this matter? Moreover, they would specially make something targeted at it. Qiao also specially sent someone to make the cabbage in vinegar. It's true that whoever's mother is protecting and whoever's son is feeling heartache. At this moment Wang Ju thought it through. Since that was the case, she could not disturb Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The two of them must have something very important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to hide it from her. In this way, there was no need to eat rolls tonight. She asked Xiao Bao to make a few hot dishes and send them in food boxes. Originally, she was worried that the boss's hot dishes were not very good. The snacks that Xiao personally made yesterday and sent a lot of ingredients were actually for her son and daughter-in-law to eat. That was right. Since they were disguised like that, they couldn't casually buy other things. There was definitely no beef or venison. Even if someone sold beef, they wouldn't dare to buy it. She couldn't tell anyone, not even the emperor. Otherwise, it would be easy to ruin Xiao Bao's plan. Yes, it was indeed like this. The intelligence personnel on the emperor's side and the intelligence personnel of Zhang Clan and Wang Clan had recently obtained a lot of clues. A group of stupid people, who couldn't find any clues for such a long time, could only wait for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to do it themselves. Wang Ju, who understood everything, was in a good mood. Naturally, she wouldn't disturb her grandson's rest. Otherwise, she would really regret it. "Master, should I still go?" The servant who was waiting at the door saw Wang Ju come out and asked. "Go in the evening. Then have someone send it to the seaside on a fast horse. Have the boss casually cook a few hot dishes and put them in food boxes. Oh, I just remembered something. In the future, be more respectful when you go there. Don't yell at them. If I find out, I will peel your skin. Qiao has a special impression of them." Wang Ju was worried that his family's servants would bully his grandson, and then his grandson could only be bullied in order to hide his identity. Therefore, he deliberately warned them. If someone really bullied his grandson, he would really peel the servant's skin. The servant didn't know what was going on and thought that it was only because the owner of the restaurant was impressed by his cooking skills. Therefore, he respectfully agreed and considered whether he should give the restaurant some extra benefit. He had reprimanded the owner of the restaurant before and even looked like a bully. If the madam went there and the boss said something bad about him to the madam, He would definitely be beaten. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know about this matter. The two of them slept until 7 in the morning, which was around 9 o'clock. It was the first time in a long time that they slept so soundly. Zhang Xiaobao casually cooked 2 bowls of porridge, spread out a few pancakes, stir-fried some venison, and a few pickled vegetables. He ate it together with Wang Wan. After that, the two of them got busy. Since his mother was coming over at night, many dishes had to be prepared in advance, especially the soup. It was similar to the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. It needed to be cooked carefully. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't cook the Buddha jumps over the wall soup for his mother. Firstly, there wasn't enough time. Secondly, there was too much seafood inside and it wasn't suitable for pregnant women. By noon, all the things that needed to be done were done. The 4 workers came together. Wang Gang and the other 2 workers were in good spirits, while Zhang Yi was dispirited. Zhang Yi, you didn't sleep well? Zhang Xiaobao was very puzzled. Zhang Yi went back first last night, so why was he so sleepy now? His eyes were bloodshot, and there were bags under his eyes. Moreover, there were dark circles under his eyes, as if he had put on makeup. Zhang Yi felt that he might not be able to hold on at any time. Hearing the boss's question, he shook his head and said, "Brother Zhang, it's nothing. Last night, I was worried about Xiao Gang and the others, so I kept dreaming. When I woke up this morning, I realized that the shop was not open. According to your instructions, I worked all morning. The yard was cleaned up, the chickens were fed, the tank was filled with water, and a lot of grass grew in the field. I plucked the grass from the ground." Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Wang Gang and the other 2 workers wanted to laugh, but they could only hold it in. At the same time, they hated Zhang Yi in their hearts. This Zhang Yi actually complained. The 3 of them were obviously fake imperial edict. Zhang Yi probably guessed it, but he wasn't sure. Therefore, he finished the work first and then told the boss. Thinking of this, the 3 of them looked at the female boss very nervously. They were afraid that the boss would scold them and even arrange more heavy work for them. Who knew that what they were worried about didn't happen? They only heard Wang Wan say with a smile, "Good, Zhang Yi is really capable. You even care about these 3 brothers. If I knew that you didn't rest well last night, I wouldn't have asked them to do the work. Later, you sit down and rest on the table to catch up on your sleep. Today, no one will enter the restaurant. You can sleep at ease. When the back room is ready, you can open the door and let other guests in to eat, so that no one will scare Mrs. Zhang. Xiao Gang, go out and buy gauze in a while. Now, start to clean the table. You must wipe it clean. No dust or oil can be seen. Otherwise, if you make Mrs. Zhang unhappy, you won't get a penny of salary. Go back to where you came from. This restaurant won't keep you." Zhang Yi was stunned. He thought that he could send a lot of people here today and see if there was a chance. But now, the restaurant won't be open for the whole day. Wouldn't his people work for nothing? No, he had to find a way to tell them. Otherwise, if they gathered here and didn't leave without his signal, when Zhang Wang clan arrived and the guards found out, they might be suspicious of their purpose. They might ask them to provide their place of origin. All of these were possible. He had to go out. He couldn't stay in the restaurant. The door was still closed. "Boss, I'm okay. I'm not sleepy. I'll go buy some gauze." Zhang Yi looked at Wang Wan with expectation. "You didn't sleep well, and you've been working for the whole morning. How can you not be sleepy? Don't force yourself. Your health is more important. Yesterday we agreed to let others run errands." Wang Wan disagreed. "Boss, I'm really okay. I'm the best at buying gauze." "Really?" Zhang Yi said, almost begging. Wang Wan pretended to think and finally nodded. "Okay, you go buy it. Come back quickly. I'll ask Shirtu to make you a soup. You can drink it and lie on the table for a while. Then you won't feel so uncomfortable." Wang Wan's words made the other 3 workers feel uncomfortable. If Zhang Yi was sent out, how could they contact him? Their own people would also come to eat. Would they also be loitering at the door? Zhang Yi would know when he came back. Zhang Yi took the money and happily left through the back door. Wang Wan smiled and said to the remaining 3 people, "Don't be idle. One of you stay here to wipe the table. The other 2 go outside to pick flowers for me. Mrs. Zhang is coming. The restaurant needs to look good. Go." The 3 people felt comfortable again. Zhang Yu chose to stay. Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu went out. Zhang Yu's force couldn't command the other 2 forces. However, whether it was the Zhang and Wang families or Li Longji's spy system, they could command Zhang Yu's force. It didn't take long for the 3 people to come back. Zhang Yi was holding a roll of gauze, and the other 2 were holding flowers. After putting down the things, Wang Wan said to Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, I've thought about it. Our restaurant's protective measures are not good enough. We need to dig a tunnel to the outside. Go and find someone now. Be quick. Let them dig. Go." Zhang Yi was stunned. He had just asked that group of people to leave, and now she wanted him to find someone to dig a tunnel. This was a key place. The tunnel could be used to store other things, but that group of people had left. Did she have to find another tunnel? Zhang Yi hesitated in his heart. He agreed to Wang Wan and turned to leave. Chapter 1079. Zhang Yi accepted the new task. This time, Wang Gang and the other 2 did not lose their cool again. They watched Zhang Yi leave without saying anything. Wang Gang found that it was good for Zhang Yi to go out a few more times. It would be better if Zhang Yi always looked for people from his organization. That way, the people in charge of watching could keep an eye on more targets. No matter how strict the other party's intelligence system was, as long as there was a purpose and as long as they were in contact, there would be a process of mutual contact. Wang Gang's people could cast a wide net. Wang Gang believed that no matter how many people the other party had in Hangzhou, they were far less than the spies he and the imperial court had. More importantly, he had advanced equipment and enough money. With such advantages, if he still could not keep an eye on the other party, his spies should all commit suicide as an apology. Soon, Zhang Yi came back with a group of people behind him. They went to the courtyard behind the restaurant, which was not really a courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao came out and glanced around casually. There were a total of 7 people, each holding a tool, such as a shovel, a pick, and an iron drill. They squeezed together and stood in the middle of the courtyard. 2 of them even stood outside. The small courtyard was not big enough for people to stand there. Seeing these 7 people, Zhang Xiaobao could not help but pay less attention to the organization in his heart. They were too unprofessional. The tools in the 7 people's hands were brand new. At first glance, he knew that they were not people who did this kind of work. They must have spent a lot of money on the tools. After all, the price of ironware was not low. There were many places in Tang that smelted iron, but most of the iron that was smelted was basically supplied to the industry, especially guns and rails. Therefore, the people of Tang had to bear with it for now. After plundering more ores in the future, they could use cheap tools to smelt iron. Fortunately, the 7 people were not wearing gorgeous clothes. They were all made of coarse cloth and were not new. If they were all wearing silk clothes, Zhang Xiaobao would doubt whether it was worth it for him and Wang Wan to come out and open a small restaurant to deal with the other party. "Brother Zhang, I've found them. They are all good. What do you think?" Zhang Yi said to Zhang Xiaobao after taking a few deep breaths. He looked like he was very tired from running out to find someone. Zhang Xiaobao's gaze swept across the faces of the 7 people. 3 of them directly lowered their heads, 2 of them pretended to look elsewhere, and only the other 2 met Zhang Xiaobao's eyes. However, they lacked the unique honesty and scheming that was unique in the eyes of those who work. "All right, you're in charge now. Take them to look at the room behind where the miscellaneous items were stored. Find out where they should dig a tunnel. It's best if it's connected to the firewood pile. In order to ensure that the news doesn't leak out, you have to control them and don't let them leave the store. Later, when the madam of the Zhang family comes over, you have to keep an eye on them. Don't let them get close. Now just dig first. If it's not done by nightfall, continue to work. You find a place to rest temporarily. If you still have to work at night, you still have to keep an eye on them. Zhang Xiaobao withdrew his gaze and instructed Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled flatteringly and said, "Brother Zhang, don't worry. I promise that they won't move. When the madam of the Zhang family comes over, they should stop, right? I estimate that they won't be able to finish in one afternoon. Brother Zhang, this is what I think. Since we are going to dig a tunnel, we should dig it deeper. Otherwise, the adobe houses above will collapse easily. Moreover, we should dig at least 2 exits to avoid being targeted by bad people. What do you think?" "Good, Zhang Yi, you're smart. Do as you say. When the madam of the Zhang family comes over, they should stop first, but don't get too close. Be careful not to be killed by the madam's guards. Do your work," Zhang Xiaobao said with satisfaction and turned around to do his work. Zhang Yi waved to the 7 people happily and said, "I won't forget your wages. If anyone dares to slack off, don't blame me for being impolite. Look carefully. The Dong family has said that it's best to connect the tunnel with the firewood pile. Look, if you dig 2 tunnels, which one fits the firewood pile better? I'll tell you one more thing. The Dong family is good. They will give you good food at night. I think you know our shop is full of meat. You're in luck. Don't just stand there, get to work." The 7 of them agreed one after another, and began to look around the house that was originally used to store sundries. Every now and then, they would poke the ground with their shovels to see how hard and soft the soil was. Even if it was a pile of firewood, some of them would also check what kind of firewood was inside. All of them looked very serious and very careful. Wang Gang took some time to look at the 7 people and Zhang Yi. Immediately, sadness was written on his face. He knew what Zhang Yi was leading the 7 people to do. They were checking the terrain. Maybe it was for an ambush. Maybe it was for other people to prepare an ambush for other people. He secretly thought that after today, if the madam really wanted to eat in the house tomorrow, the spies on his side must watch all the routes carefully. Zhang Yu and Zhang Nan exchanged glances with each other. Zhang Yu and Zhang Nan also showed a worried look. Zhang Nan hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and found the kitchen. Zhang Xiaobao was busy. Zhang Nan stood behind Zhang Xiaobao. He seemed to want to say something, but it seemed that he couldn't open his mouth. He seemed to be very nervous. His hands kept grabbing his pants, as if he was wiping his sweat. Zhang Xiaobao prepared a variety of ingredients, mainly light and nourishing, but not a lot of carbohydrates, fat, and cholesterol. He didn't want his mother and mother-in-law to have pregnancy syndrome, but the taste should be close to the flavor of Zhujiang, so that they could have a good experience. Of course, there were still no complete cuisines. If they wanted to eat all the cuisines, they could only eat between the clouds and the water, which was specially organized. Even so, there were not as many dishes as when he and Wang Wan had eaten. The main reason was that there were still not many varieties of foreign food. Now, the main dishes were coastal and Sichuan dishes, plus the dishes of Beijing, the political center. As for the dishes that could be eaten at ordinary times, they were only the Shandong dishes and Liao dishes that he made himself. At present, there was no name for Liao dishes, only when he and Wang Wan had eaten Liao dishes. Even so, Liao dishes were not recognized by most people, especially people in Jiangnan and Hunan. They usually didn't talk about Liao dishes, but Northeast dishes. So, it was impossible for there to be a complete cuisine of Zhujiang cuisine. But even if there wasn't, he had to make it himself. It was not like he hadn't eaten it before. The seafood was the best, and at the same time, he had to make some meat. There were a lot of things. Zhang Xiaobao tried to show the characteristics of the ingredients themselves, instead of using other seasonings. It was better to buy the 13 spices sold at home. Just as he was marinating the meat with starch and pepper, he heard a sound and found that there was one more person in the kitchen. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and saw Zhang Nan. He asked, "Xiao Nan, what's the matter?" "Yes, no. Actually, Brother Zhang, I want to ask, do you really want to let the Zhang family's wife eat in that house? Zhang Nan's voice was very soft. He looked at the door behind him and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Of course, if they don't eat there, who will be responsible for their safety? When the small house is tidied up, lock the door that connects to the living room. No one is allowed to enter. Even if they want to send food, they have to send it directly from the kitchen to our room, and then send it to the small house. Brother Zhang, do you really think the house is safe? Don't you think that Zhang Yi has been doing something wrong recently? Zhang Nan moved closer to Zhang Xiaobao and asked in a lower voice. Wrong? No, I think you are all quite normal. Zhang Yi is usually serious and can bear hardship. Although the salary is less, he has never complained. In fact, I know that you want to learn how to make braised food from me. After you learn how to make braised food, you can go out and open your own restaurant to make money. If you want to learn, then so be it. I won't hide it from you. The reason why I don't let you come in contact with too much is because if you only learn how to make things and not how to deal with customers, even if you open a restaurant in the future, you won't be able to make money. The same business will be different if it is done by different people. You can just relax and be the shop assistants first. Observe more and see what the customers like to eat the most and why they like to eat it. After you understand, I will tell you the recipe. In the future, you will be making braised food. When I am free, I might be able to buy the restaurant next door and make the restaurant bigger. I will be in charge of cooking. From time to time, I can teach you more until you learn how to make braised food. Zhang Xiaobao said to Zhang Nan, as if he was very concerned about them. He even painted a picture of the future. However, from his honest appearance, it seemed that he really thought so. Zhang Nan was touched at first. No matter what, the four of them were still shop assistants. The boss didn't know their identities and was still thinking about them. If it was a real shop assistant, then the shop assistants would be in luck. Unfortunately, real shop assistants were not willing to work because they were paid less. For some people who were determined to be shop assistants first, it was a loss. What was even more unfortunate was that the boss, Brother Zhang, had wasted his efforts. None of the four of them would stay to be shop assistants in the future. His purpose of coming here was to reveal his identity so that Brother Zhang could cooperate with him. The only thing he was worried about was that if Brother Zhang knew too much, he would become nervous and Zhang Yi would notice something. How could he let Brother Zhang cooperate with him the same as before? Zhang Nan calculated in his heart and said, Brother Zhang, you are really good to us. However, we might not be able to use you in the future. You want to do other things in the future? Then it's good to have an additional skill. Even if you don't work in the shop in the future and go somewhere to do manual labor, if you learn how to make braised food, you can make it for the boss who hired you and let him try it. Maybe you will be put in an important position. For example, if you want to go with a transport team in the future, your main purpose is not to learn how to transport, but to investigate the boss. You have to find a way to get close to him. If you know how to make braised food, won't you have one more option? Also, if you go to another shop as a shop assistant and your purpose is to follow people, and that shop doesn't have braised food or the braised food is not good, you can tell the boss that you have been a shop assistant before. When the boss is recruiting people, he hears that you have experience. You can make it for him and let him try it. Won't you be able to enter the shop very well? Don't you think so? It's always good to have more skills. Don't look down on any profession. If you can learn, learn more. Even if you don't know how to master it, you should at least understand it, right? Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand indifferently and analyzed the future matters to Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. He listened with cold sweat. If he hadn't checked the boss's identity, he would have thought that he was exposed by the boss. But even if he knew that the boss was innocent, why did he still feel afraid? The boss didn't mention other things, but he just had to mention tracking and surveillance. Wasn't that what he was doing? Zhang, brother Zhang, you are joking. I am just a person who lives a normal life. Infiltrating other people's internal department is not something a human should do. I feel confused just thinking about it. How can I do it? Brother Zhang, actually I came to you because… Xiao Nan, I don't like what you said. What's wrong with that job? There are 360 professions, and there is always a master in every profession. Why can't you be a spy? I think highly of you. Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Zhang Nan to finish his words and continued. He didn't care whether his hands were oily or not. He patted Zhang Nan's shoulder affectionately and continued, speaking of spying, I actually have some ideas. Being a spy is nothing more than hiding your identity to achieve your goals. Whether it's spying or assassination, it's all based on this foundation. For example, as a waiter, you have to have a professional spirit. You have to constantly hint that you are a waiter. As a normal person, you have to show emotions and not be too calm, right? Yes, brother Zhang, you are right. Zhang Nan sweated again because he felt that sometimes he wasn't calm enough when he was a waiter because he always had to judge who the other three people were. Zhang Nan raised his arm to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said, Brother Zhang, don't joke. You are a waiter, and I am a waiter. I am far from being a spy. Not far at all. As a spy, not only do you have to start from your own profession, but you also have to be compatible with other professions. You have to constantly think about it. For example, what do you like to do the most as a spy? I think it's the same as a shop owner like me. You like to let things go smoothly and develop according to your own ideas and plans. You don't want unexpected things to happen. But you also know that it's impossible. Life doesn't go as you want. Not everything has to go according to your plan. For example, if I made 50 caddies of braised food today, I think I can sell them all. Then I calculate how much I can earn, but in the end, I can only sell 10 caddies today. What should I do at this time? If I put more salt in the braised food, it's fine if it's salty and can last for 2 more days. But what if it's bland? If there's less salt, should I put more salt? Let me tell you, I definitely won't do that because the customers are used to eating less salty braised food. The customers aren't stupid. If my braised food today is bland, the customers will see that there is still a lot left, but when they come to eat it the next day, they will find that it's salty. They will know that it's leftovers. Maybe they won't come to my shop to eat after that. Then what I have to do is to find a way to sell the remaining 40 caddies. I can lower the price, I can give them away, I can even close the shop early and carry a load to sell them. I can walk around the streets and alleys. While walking, I yelled. I said that I had made too much braised food today and couldn't sell it. Therefore, I sold it at a lower price and asked people to buy it. That way, people would buy it at a lower price. Also, the people who came to eat in the restaurant heard me yelling and knew that I would rather work hard than leave the leftovers for tomorrow. Of course, they would come back the next day to eat. This is to turn things that are not good for you into something that is good for you. It's the same as being a spy. Crisis is actually danger and opportunity. A good spy can turn the tide at a critical moment no matter what he is facing. An unqualified spy will think of giving up when he encounters difficulties. Then, he will expose himself through his actions and expressions. Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaobao was still sorting out the ingredients in his hands and chatting with Zhang Nan about the relationship between spies and chef. These words naturally came out of Zhang Xiaobao's mouth, but Zhang Nan was already dumbfounded. He felt that his boss was not giving an example at all, but was talking about himself. Indeed, there were still areas where he did not do well. But how could his boss be like that? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The boss must have just casually said it like an ordinary person chatting. There was no other meaning in it. Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to intend to let Zhang Nan go. He continued, let's give a more specific example. For example, you and Zhu Yi. The two of you are from different forces. You are on the good side, and Zhu Yi is on the bad side. You want to capture the entire force, but you can't let him see through it. At the same time, you have to guard against him doing something that will endanger your force. At this time, you realize that what he is doing now can easily cause trouble for your force. So your professional quality is not good enough. You are not calm. You want to stop him immediately, but your ability is not enough. Because I am the boss, he has to do what I ask him to do. If I don't ask you to do it, you can't do it. Otherwise, if I kick you out and don't let you be my assistant, you will lose an opportunity to be close to him, and you will lose the opportunity to grasp his movements at any time. You don't dare to make a move on him directly. That will alert the enemy. So you wanted me to cooperate with you, but you couldn't be sure if I would still do my duty as a boss when I found out that I was involved in such a huge whirlpool. Then you hesitated, you were afraid, or more accurately, you lost the calmness that you should have. This won't do. It is like cooking. No matter how much I have suffered and how many times I have practiced, sometimes I still have to trust my intuition. When I hesitate because I can't do anything, I give up on this kind of seasoning. Because my intuition is not sure, I can't take a gamble. Of course, if I lose the gamble, I will only lose the customer. But if you are a spy and you lose the gamble, you will not only lose the customer, but you will also delay the important matters of your force. Okay, go do your work. Remember my words, be a good assistant. After you learn how to braze, no matter what you do in the future, you may be able to play a decisive role in crucial moments. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he waved his hand, indicating that Zhang Nan could leave. Zhang Nan turned around in a daze. Then, he moved his legs, which could stiffen at any time, and moved out step by step. He realized that he had never been so scared before. It seemed that since he was young, the things he had experienced could not compare to what he had just experienced. He had almost reached the point where he could not think properly. It was too scary. It was too scary. Why was Brother Zhang not as simple and honest as before today? Why was he talking about himself? Could it be that Brother Zhang was really a spy for another force? Impossible. It was impossible. He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, Brother Zhang was obviously a chef who opened a restaurant, yet he said such things. Could it be that everything was a coincidence? It was too coincidental. It was so coincidental that his identity as a spy was exposed. It was so coincidental that his purpose of coming here was exposed. It was so coincidental that Zhang Yi's identity was exposed as well. However, when he heard it, he really did understand the things that he did not understand before. It was just like the master who taught him in the organization, who taught him how to be a good spy and how to deal with things. He had indeed not finished learning. Coming out to do things was just to train in advance. It was called an internship, so he was arranged to work in the restaurant. At the beginning, the restaurant did not seem to be very important. Moreover, he was not sure whether he could get the information the organization needed from the restaurant. Unexpectedly, the restaurant had become an important central point. As an intern spy, he couldn't even switch places with another person. He had no choice but to brace himself and persist. While he insisted on staying in the shop to collect information and deal with the situation, all kinds of things happened. In a trance, he felt like he was being trained by an organization. Yes, it was a real training, but this training was more realistic. Things happened one after another, accidents happened one after another, scheming against each other again and again, swallowing humiliation and suffering in silence again and again, worrying and worrying again and again. Then, he could always learn new things about espionage from his boss's casual word. Was he dreaming? This was definitely not a test from the organization. No, it was impossible for the organization to mobilize Madame Zhang's cooperation. She was not so important that they needed the participation of the madames of the Zhang and Wang families. What to do? What was the matter with Brother Zhang? Zhang Nan walked like this and thought. He did not even notice Wang Wan, who was standing at the entrance of the kitchen and making way for him when he came out. He kept walking forward. When he was about to hit the shelf, Wang Wan's voice came from behind him. "Little Nan, are you stupid? Where are you going in a daze? How dare you go to the kitchen? How many times have I told you? You are not allowed to go to the kitchen casually. You are quite bold. If I don't teach you a lesson, you may do something else in the future. You can't be a waiter and your salary will be deducted. Today, you entered the kitchen and I will deduct 1 copper coin from your salary. If you don't want to work, go back to where you came from. Look at you. Isn't it just the madam of the Zhang family who wants to eat here? You can't tell north from south, can you? Even if the madam of the Zhang family comes to the restaurant, it has nothing to do with you. It is because my too cooks well." Hearing the female boss's voice, which he was almost used to, Zhang Nan finally stopped in front of the shelf. He took another step and bumped into her. He turned back, bowed again and said, "Boss, don't be angry. I am too happy. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't drive me away. Brother Zhang just said that he will teach me how to cook. I will do my job well." "Then hurry up and do your work. It's useless to talk to me. Teach you how to cook? This too is talking nonsense. If he teaches his disciple, the master will starve to death. Without my permission, no one can learn. Why aren't you working? Why are you looking at me?" Wang Wan glared at him and put her hand on his waist again. Seeing her action, Zhang Nan quickly lowered his head and looked for work. He knew that if he was a little late, he would be scolded and his head would hurt. Seeing that Zhang Nan had just entered the kitchen and stayed for a while, Wang Gang couldn't help but move closer to Zhang Nan while he was working. He lowered his head and cleaned the table. He whispered, "You stayed in the kitchen for a while. What were you busy with?" "The female boss was standing at the door for a while, but you didn't see her when you came out." "Ah? The female boss was standing at the door? I wasn't busy." "It's a long story. I will tell you when we go back tonight. My heart is in a mess. I don't know what happened. I have never been in such a mess before." Zhang Nan sighed, shook his head, and said to Wang Gang. Wang Gang listened to Zhang Nan's words and was even more puzzled. What happened to Zhang Nan in the kitchen? Why did he become like this? It shouldn't be. Everyone was busy. When it was time for dinner, Zhang Wangshi came over right on time. Zhang Yi wanted to serve at the front, but he was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. He told him to continue to stay outside with the 7 people who were working. The main reason was to make the 7 people behave and not to disturb the Zhang family's madam when she was eating. After that, Zhang Xiaobao prepared the dishes one by one and asked Wang Wan to serve them. The servant girl saw that the house was full of her own people, so she didn't say anything about testing for poison. Even when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still chatting, she accompanied them to eat. When it was dark, the Zhang Wang clan left. At the same time, she asked Zhang Xiaobao if he needed anything else. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and felt that he wouldn't need anything soon. He shook his head and sent his mother out. The sky was completely dark. There was only a crescent moon in the sky, but it made the surrounding stars brighter. Because they only served 1 person today, it was easy to pack up. The 3 servants quickly finished packing up and waited for their boss to tell them if there was anything else to do. If there wasn't, they could go back. Of course, they didn't want to go back. They wanted to stay in the shop and watch Zhang Yi and the 7 people working. "Well, you can go to bed early today. Shirtu and I will also go and help us carry the things. When we were working outside it was too noisy, so we couldn't sleep." Wang Wan went into her and Zhang Xiaobao's bedroom and tidied up. Then she came out and said to the 3 servants. The 3 hesitated at the same time, but in the end, they didn't say that they wanted to stay. That would easily make Zhang Yi suspicious. Moreover, there were people watching in the dark. If Zhang Yi left, or if the workers left, there would be people following behind. In addition, the tunnel was just excavated. Even if it was finished, they could go in and check again. They believed that they could find the other party's trick. After closing the door, Wang Wan said to Zhang Yi, "There is a lot of food in the kitchen for you to eat. If you are tired, you can rest. If you are hungry, you are responsible for bringing food. Now, the whole shop is in your hands. Don't make any mistakes. I will sleep with Shirtu over there. Try to be quiet and don't disturb the neighbors." Zhang Yi was very happy. He finally had some freedom. The time at night was all his. He repeatedly promised and watched Wang Wan and the others leave. After a while, Zhang Yi looked around with the help of the starlight. Seeing that there was no one else, he turned around and said to the 7 of them, "Work. I think you all know what to do. Keep your voices down. The opportunity to earn merits has come. Don't be careless." The 7 people nodded and set up a few more torches. They checked the whole shop to see if there was anything they could do. It was not easy to get an opportunity like this. If they could kill the Jiang Wang clan, it would be a victory for the organization. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, went into the shop, put the table together, and lay down to sleep. About 2 hours had passed, and when it was almost midnight, someone came in and woke him up. "Send someone to stay outside the back courtyard. Be careful to hide and keep an eye on that courtyard. If someone comes out, be sure to alert the other 6. I'm going out for a while. Old 5, you go out too. You go around any place you like. If someone comes and asks about me, tell them that I went out to buy tools. Don't let the cat out of the bag. I feel that the shop workers are a little different, especially Zhang Nan. But I can't be sure. If one of the 3 comes tonight, we will have to change our plan." After giving orders to the 7 people, Zhang Yi left the shop and walked in a direction. When he left, he hid under the roof of someone else's house. Even if it was dark, he still had to be vigilant. In the rented yard, Wang Wan was lying in the room alone. She had already warned the other 3 people not to go out at night and to have a good rest. As for Zhang Xiaobao, who was supposed to be lying next to her, he changed his clothes and went out again. Zhang Xiaobao was wearing a set of tight-fitting gray clothes mixed with black. He wore a pair of rubber-soled shoes and had a backpack tied to his back. His head was also covered with a mask that was the same color as his clothes, leaving only his mouth and eyes exposed. He had been outside the house for more than an hour. When Zhang Yi got up and arranged for someone to go out, he did not move. He saw that the person who left later was followed by his own spy. He shook his head and looked at Zhang Yi. There were also people following him in the dark. After giving it some thought, Xiaobao decided to follow Zhang Yi. He felt that Zhang Yi was the one who knew the most about the store. He was also the one who had been in charge of the organization's arrangements for the store, so Zhang Yi was the main person. Zhang Yi chose to walk in the dark under the roof. The people following him looked for places to hide from time to time, using binoculars to observe with the help of the faint starlight. The sky was not very good today. At the beginning, the moon and stars were bright, but now it was dark, making the night even darker. It seemed that the things he was going to do today were important, so Zhang Yi was very cautious. At the beginning, he did not walk very fast. From time to time, he would stop to look behind and around. The people following him were far away from him. They were very careful when they looked through the binoculars. They tried not to be discovered by the reflections of the binoculars. Zhang Yi did not notice that someone was following him, but he was still very vigilant. When he walked, he would turn a corner and immediately stop, waiting to see if there was anyone behind him. There were 2 times when the people following Zhang Yi were almost discovered. Fortunately, there was more than one person following Zhang Yi. Someone had circled to the front in advance and calculated all the possible routes that Zhang Yi could take. After discovering that Zhang Yi had stopped, he quickly thought of a way to inform the people following Zhang Yi to stop. After half an hour, Zhang Yi actually went around twice and then chose a new route. He walked carefully and suddenly increased his speed. Sometimes, he even ran quickly, leaving a sound of footsteps and barking in the street. The people following him cursed in their hearts. He was too careful, making it more and more difficult for them to follow him, especially when he was running. If they followed him, it would be easy for him to hear their footsteps. If they did not follow him, they would very likely lose him. Fortunately, there were enough people. There were often people who estimated Zhang Yi's route and went around in a big circle in advance. They tried to control their footsteps and waited in a dark place in front. After another half an hour, Zhang Yi finally stopped running. Instead, he came to a small courtyard in Hangzhou. He looked around and directly jumped over the fence. He did not knock on the door, but went into the house through a half-open window. After entering the house, the people following him outside all took their positions. They each found a place to wait for him to come out, and then see who else would come out. In the end, they waited for half an hour, and there was no more movement in the house, let alone anyone coming out. The people following him were very puzzled. Zhang Xiaobao, who was also following him, had left half an hour ago. The moment Zhang Yi entered the house, he went to the roof of the house. He walked on the roof of the house all the way, using the skill he used before to jump on the roof. The house, which was less than 3 meters high, was not difficult for him at all. He did not even need to use his hands to help. He only needed to use his feet to fly directly on the wall. However, he still used his hands because this way the sound would be very low. When Zhang Yi entered the house, Zhang Xiaobao landed on the roof and immediately took out a receiver. He stuck it to the roof and listened. In the end, he heard the sound of a table being moved. After that, there was no sound. Zhang Xiaobao immediately left the roof and jumped down. He entered the house through the window at the back. He did not check if there was anyone else in the house, because he did not hear another person's breathing. After entering the house, he also put the receiver on the ground and continued to listen. After a few breaths, he jumped out again, avoided the people following Zhang Yi, and chose a direction to go. Naturally, there was a tunnel in the house. He guessed so when he was listening on the roof. He went down and went in to confirm which direction Zhang Yi went. Along the way, Zhang Xiaobao stopped from time to time and continued to listen with the receiver to listen to the sound below. Zhang Yi did not know that even though he was so careful, he was still being watched. Normally, he would not be so cautious. This was because even if the people he was in contact with were caught, it would not affect the organization too much, unless the person who was on the line was targeted again. After being targeted a few times, they would be able to find the place he was going to. He knew how important the place he was going to was. The real high-ranking people of the organization were there, and he could not make the slightest mistake. Feeling his way in the dark, Zhang Yi walked for about a quarter of an hour in the tunnel. Then, he stopped and touched the ceiling with his hand. With a slight push, an exit appeared. He jumped with all his strength and used his hands to support himself. His upper body was exposed. At the same time, he used his hands and feet to crawl out. Then he carefully covered up the fodder trough in the stable, which had no horse in the courtyard, and leaped out of the courtyard. He flashed into a nearby room, pulled open a table, and went in. He closed the table again, and here was another tunnel. He believed that even if someone was following him, he would be bold enough to find the tunnel he first entered, and then follow him to the manger, and the trail would be cut off. Even if the person who found the tunnel was lucky and found it at once, he judged that there was no one behind him because he did not hear the sound of other people's footsteps when he walked over. Now, he was sure that no one could follow him. But he would never know that there was still a person above him using the receiver to listen from time to time, and then moved almost at the same time as him, like a shadow following him. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy at the moment, because he knew that Zhang Yi definitely had a very important person to meet this time, otherwise he would not take the risk of exposing several hiding places. It was no wonder that his family's intelligence system could not find any trace of him in Hangzhou. It turned out that the other party was so secretive. If he had not studied this before, and if he had not been good enough, he definitely would not have been able to keep an eye on him. Who would have thought that there was a tunnel under the house, and that he had just come out of the tunnel and then entered the tunnel again? This was not a joke. It seemed that in the future there would be special courses in this area, and he would teach all the skills he had learned to hide from the police dogs and the armed police to the intelligence personnel. Otherwise, he would not be able to catch people. As for the ability to leap over roofs and vault over walls, it depended on the person's understanding. If the talent was not good, it was better not to practice it because it was easy to get injured. While thinking, Zhang Xiaobao followed Zhang Yi underground. They walked and walked until they came to a courtyard next to West Lake. This time, Xiaobao did not move immediately. Instead, he stood guard outside the courtyard. At the same time, he placed the receiver on the ground and listened carefully. He was worried that after Zhang Yi came out of the house, he did not go out. Instead, he directly entered another tunnel in the house. In that case, if he relaxed a little, it would be easy to lose the target. When he returned, he would be laughed at by Wang Wan, and he would lose an important opportunity. As he listened, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. This was because he heard the sound of water and then the sound of bricks moving. He had already guessed what was going on. The exit of the tunnel was actually in the well. Indeed, he could not blame his own intelligence system for not being able to find the culprit. This kind of arrangement seemed to only exist in his own manner. It was unexpected that the culprit would also have such means. He did not expect that the culprit would do the same. Zhang Yi also thought so. Who would have guessed that he would come out of the well? Zhang Yi climbed up the rope of the windlass and went out of the courtyard. He came to a tree next to West Lake, untied the rope, and tied a boat there. He jumped on the boat, gently paddled, and headed towards the lake. Zhang Xiaobao gritted his teeth and nodded. He thought to himself, "Good, you are good. You have already reached this level, but you are still not done. Not bad, but do you think you can get rid of me like this? Humph, just you wait." While thinking, Zhang Xiaobao took off his clothes. Soon, he was naked. He took out oil paper from his backpack and wrapped his clothes. He also wrapped the bag with another layer. At the same time, he took out a small bamboo tube from the bag. Everything was ready. Looking at the blurry shadow of the boat that was not far away, Zhang Xiaobao slipped into the water and bit the bamboo tube. He did not immediately let the supervisor come out of the water to breathe. Instead, he relied on his lung capacity and swimming ability to swim a long distance. Then, he listened to the movement of the paddle on the water and let the supervisor come out of the water a little bit. He took a breath and continued to swim under the water. Zhang Yi would never have dreamed that not far from his boat, there was someone who was following him at the same speed as the boat. Moreover, the person who was following him was the simple and honest master who could cook well. If he were to find out now, he would probably be scared to death. Zhang Yi, who was unconscious, paddled the boat all the way to the lake under the cover of the dark night. Zhang Xiaobao did not feel tired. Compared to the training he had received, this amount of physical energy was not a problem at all. He could still continue after a few more trips. One boat and one person moved forward like this on the lake and in the lake. Zhang Yi paddled for about half an hour before he changed direction again. Then, he went to a big boat with many lanterns. That was the boat on West Lake, which was a pleasure boat. Zhang Xiaobao also saw the light. At the same time, he knew where Zhang Yi was going, so he did not follow Zhang Yi's boat. Instead, he sped up and took a breath from time to time. He arrived at the place before Zhang Yi's boat. Going to the other side of the boat, Zhang Xiaobao stuck his head out of the water and could not help but shiver. The water at night was a little cold. It seemed that he still had to hold on for a while. Damn Zhang Yi! Damn that power! They were all waiting for him to investigate thoroughly. They were all captured one by one. Before they were killed, they were all thrown into the water at night. Zhang Yi's boat stuck to the side of the big boat after half an hour. There were already people waiting for him on the boat. They stretched out their hands and pulled him up. The boat was also tied up. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment. He dived into the water and took out a receiver. He stuck it to the bottom of the boat and heard a voice. Hong Yi, is there anyone following you? Chapter 1080. Sect Master Ning, you can rest assured. Not to mention that no one is following me. Even if someone wanted to follow me, they would not be able to keep up with me. Unless they are immortals, otherwise, they would not be able to escape my anti-reconnaissance. Yes, anti-reconnaissance, hee. These are the words proposed by the Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence agencies. Zhang Xiaobao heard Zhang Yi's voice again. It should be called Hong Yi. Zhang Yi was a pseudonym. Judging the approximate location, he got out from under the boat and found a new place to stick the receiver on. This way, he would not have to hold it in the water. Good, don't be careless. Zhang Xiaobao heard the voice of the person who asked the question at the beginning. He missed a few words in front, but after analyzing it, it should be the words "be careful." But it did not matter, it did not affect the key judgment. Yes, I've been very careful. I took a big detour and kept drilling into the tunnels. Only then did I come here by boat. When I was running in circles, I didn't hear anyone's footsteps. When I was in the tunnels, I also didn't hear anyone's movement. After changing boats, it's needless to say, I'm rowing very fast. I don't believe that anyone can keep up with my speed. Could there be someone who can follow me all the way here and then swim? As Hong Yi talked about the things that happened along the way, he also gave a contemptuous laugh. His attitude obviously made the other party dissatisfied. With a cold snort, Zhang Xiaobao heard the sect master say, "If you were really being followed by someone, and they followed you all the way to the lake, then what is the point of your rowing speed? Not to mention the others, just that Zhang Xiaobei of the Zhang family could easily keep up with the speed of your boat. It's not like you don't know how good she is in the water. Not to mention her, even the other children could easily keep up with you, or even surpass you. There are many capable people in this world." Yes, sect master is right. AI, that Zhang Xiaobei really is lucky. Even after sending so many ships loaded with firecrackers and gunpowder, they still didn't die. But this time, if they don't die, then their mother will die. Sect Master Ning, I've already made the arrangements, you just need to take out the things. Hong Yi said in a gloomy tone. Zhang Xiaobao listened from the side, and did not show any signs of anger. He had been controlling his emotions and breathing, afraid that he would be discovered. As for Hong Yi's words, he had heard them and decided to tie firecrackers to Hong Yi's body and blow him up bit by bit. What Zhang Xiaobao was most curious about was who this sect Master Ning was. From their surname, it was clear that they were from the Great Tang. There had to be a reason why the people of the Great Tang were not living a stable life, and yet they were doing such things. If there was a problem with the Great Tang's policy of benefiting the people, it would have to be improved. Otherwise, if there was a sect Master Ning today, then there might be a sect Master Zhang or sect Master Wang tomorrow. But now, he could guess that the other party was a sect. As for whether the sect was a historical remnant or a newly established one, it didn't matter. He would know when the time came. The people on the ship exchanged a few more vicious words with each other, meaning that they would clean up Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Then, Zhang Xiaobao heard something important. He heard Hong Yi say, "I've already memorized the layout of the store. Now I'll draw it. When the time comes, you can see where to put the gunpowder. Unfortunately, we can only buy the gunpowder for firecrackers and not for the military. We also don't know what the military's gunpowder formula is, but the power of the artillery shells is much greater than what we can see. Some people have already studied this matter. I believe that it won't take too long. According to the 3 ingredients of firecrackers and gunpowder, we can adjust the ratio back and forth. Eventually, we will be able to make the gunpowder for their military. But only gunpowder is useless. We also need a good smelting technology and a method to make guns and cannons. However, the military's weapons control is too strict. We only got 2 guns, but 6 of the people we arranged in the military were exposed. Fortunately, they didn't know much. After they were interrogated, we lost another 4 people who were waiting for them outside. They all committed suicide after they found out that they were captured. They didn't leave any other clues. This sect master Ning also said with a worried look. Zhang Xiaobao understood that the other party wanted to use gunpowder to blow up his mother. Of course, this was not unexpected. When he discussed with Wang Wan, he had already considered this point, because the other party wanted to blow up his younger brother and sister. Therefore, he asked Zhang Yi to find people to dig a tunnel and put the firewood pile next to it. Because the tunnel and the firewood pile contained gunpowder, the other party really did have such a plan. At this time, Hong Yi spoke again. Sect Master Ning, I'll draw it right away. If you ask me, it's better to organize more people and rob one of their barracks. At night, when they are not paying attention, we can kill our way in. Even if they react later, we can still kill a small team of people. As for the small team, they have machine guns. When the time comes, we can snatch the bullets and guns and come back to practice. After we get good at shooting, we can then rob their barracks. Maybe we can even snatch the cannons. We don't need too much. We just need a cannon and the corresponding shells. We can find some craftsmen to figure it out. Although we don't have a good smelting technology, we can use a hammer to hammer out well-tempered steel. It's just a waste of manpower and resources, but when we leave the Great Tang with the technology and go to other places, there will be more craftsmen there. They will specifically find good ores and do a good job of keeping it a secret. Under the circumstances where the Great Tang is unaware, we can accumulate enough weapons. Isn't there a rumor that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to train their soldiers in the former Turkic lands? After a year of training, they will attack Duoshur. Now that we have the weapons, we can work together with Duoshur to catch them off guard. There are also the Japanese and a small portion of the former Turkic people who are unwilling to accept defeat. Together with the ambitious leaders of Xinluo and a few small countries in the southwest, we can work together. Even if we can't destroy the Great Tang, we can make them restless. We still can't trust the others so easily, especially the small countries in the southwest. They might betray us. We've already rearranged the route of information transmission. What we did before was just for the sake of showing it to the small countries. After all, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have already moved. Not only have they transferred a large number of soldiers to Tubo, they're also using the excuse of helping Tubo to transport soldiers and provisions to attack Duoshur at any time, as well as those small countries in the northwest who have other ideas. Besides mobilizing soldiers and provisions, they're also putting up a posture of war, and they're also offering rewards. The reward for providing technology is especially tempting. If I didn't know that without the lips, the teeth would be cold, and I would have sold out the others. Since we have such plans, how can we not have our partners have such plans as well? Besides Duoshur, the Japanese, some of the leaders of Xinluo, and the small countries in the southwest probably all want the advanced technology of the Great Tang. If we're not careful, we won't even know if we're sold out. We'll be eaten until not even our bones are left. Once you're done drawing, you should hurry back so that we don't get discovered. If that happens, all our previous efforts will be for naught. Zhang Xiaobao overheard their conversation. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao's mind was in turmoil. If it really was as he and Wang Wan had guessed, many factions had come together to deal with the Great Tang, then this so-called sect master Ning was probably the surviving member of the Ning provincial governor's clan that had been their neighbor when they first arrived in Luzhou. Back then, the Ning provincial governor had dealt with their entire clan, and they had dealt with it very miserably. Thus, the Ning provincial governor should bear a grudge. The survivors would naturally take revenge, not just against their 2 clans, but also against the Great Tang. No wonder there was a problem with the Jiangnan Western Circuit. Since they were from the Ning clan, they had members of their clan doing business in the Jiangnan Western Circuit. Moreover, the Ning family was based in Lingnan Western Circuit's Qinzhou, which was right next to the Jiangnan Western Circuit. It had been 8 or 9 years since then. If the Ning family had started to build up their power and plan for revenge, they would have done a very good job. They were no fools back then. Presumably, after fighting with the Ning family, they had learned from their experiences and matured, allowing them to do what they did in the Jiangnan Western Circuit. As for Xinhua, Japan, Duoshi, the small countries in the southwest, and a small group of people from the Turks who were unwilling to accept this, it was understandable. This was because the Great Tang was simply too strong, and it never gave them any face when dealing with outsiders. Thus, they were worried that if the Great Tang sent its army to attack, they would lose all their land. Thus, they were now thinking of ways to get in touch with each other so that they could cause trouble for the Great Tang and make it so that the Great Tang would be powerless to attack. Even if they could buy some time, it would be fine. Just like the other tribes of the steppe, in the end, the steppe tribes would drag things out and eventually occupy the Central Plains. These were all smart people. They were thinking of secretly manufacturing guns and cannons and then suddenly appearing when he and Wang Wan went to attack Duoshi. Not bad, a good idea. If they succeeded, he and Wang Wan would lose a large number of soldiers. In the end, his and Wang Wan's status in the Great Tang would plummet, and the people of the Great Tang would lose a certain amount of confidence. At the same time, the surrounding countries would become more confident. If even he and Wang Wan could lose, why should they fear the Great Tang? A good plan, truly a good plan. Alas, with so many factions working together, they needed a leader. As for this sect Master Ning, he estimated that this sect Master Ning wanted to be the leader, but a leader must have the strength to back it up. Therefore, seeing that he and Wang Wan had to train the army, and still had more than a year to go, he had to use other means to attack first, so as to let others recognize him, at least for now. As for what to do in the future, that would be the art of struggle in the future. Therefore, Jiangnan's Western Dao had taken action. One problem after another appeared, and they even wanted to blow up Xiaobei and the others. Now they wanted to assassinate his mother. As long as they succeeded, he, Sect Master Ning, would be extraordinary in the eyes of others. While Zhang Xiaobao was thinking, Sect Master Ning and Hong Yi were still discussing related topics on the ship. After a while, Hong Yi said, "Sect Master Ning, it has been drawn. The layout of the store is like this. Where do you think the gunpowder should be placed? Also, how should we arrange the manpower? I haven't thought about it yet. Go back first and stabilize the situation over there. Tell the workers to slow down. You have to think of a way to get the 2 owners of the store to agree to your proposal. That is to say, dig a longer tunnel underground. When I say a tunnel, I don't mean a tunnel with only one exit and fork, but an entire area. When the time comes, we will also dig under the house next door. The house has already been negotiated, and we will buy it tomorrow. Once the digging is about to connect, we will stop and wait for things to be ready. Zhang Qiao will also come over to eat. We will pay the price of a few people's lives to dig through the thin gap. Someone outside will be responsible for the assassination and lure the Jiang Wang clan into the tunnel. Then, boom, the Great Tang will be in chaos." As Sect Master Ning's voice reached Zhang Xiaobao's ears, Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but admire him. It was a good plan, but unfortunately it was not thorough enough. Hong Yi said, "Well, I will go back immediately and wait for you to send someone to contact me. Don't worry, I will definitely persuade the 2 owners of the store." "Sect Master, what about the capital? The people in the capital don't dare to make a move now. Some of the people who were originally arranged have also been withdrawn. They are afraid that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will find them. They are all Japanese, and some of them were originally from Tibet. Should we let them sacrifice themselves and assassinate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they go back by train? Even if they are lucky and can't be killed, they won't dare to act rashly. No, continue to lurk. They are not lucky, they are capable. If we really do something to them, they will definitely find out that Japan is involved. At that time, they will directly force Japan. Maybe our contact with Japan will be cut off. Wherever they are, we must not make a move. It is said that they are little immortals. As long as they are in a certain place, they can immediately grasp all the situation there. We have to be careful. It is not the first time that others have been dealt with in their place. Otherwise, when they were in Hangzhou, why didn't I dare to make a move in Hangzhou? There were also a few of us in the Wangfu, because I always felt that if they were in Hangzhou, my plan would never succeed, and I would also be caught. At that time, I had such a feeling, so I escaped. At that time, I was in the Jiangnan West Road, not the Lingnan West Road. You have followed me for a few years, so I believe you also know how accurate my intuition is. Sect Master Ning's words once again passed into Zhang Xiaobao's ears. Zhang Xiaobao admitted that the other party's intuition was very accurate. However, his intuition did not tell him that he and Wang Wan were still in Hangzhou. His intuition was really bad. Well, Sect Master Ning, then I will take my leave first. Take care of yourself. After Hong Yi finished, Zhang Xiaobao heard footsteps. After waiting for a while, the sound of someone paddling sounded and gradually went away. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and did not leave immediately. He intended to listen to the situation again. Sure enough, it did not take long before the sound of music came from the flower boat. The sound of the jie drum playing spread far and wide. After a while, from the east side of the lake, another flower boat was playing the same song. There were also women singing a small tune as they came towards the boat. Chapter 1081. In order not to be discovered by the people on the later ships, Zhang Xiaobao dived into the water and swam dozens of meters away, leaving only a bamboo pipe above the water to breathe. When the two ships gradually approached and stopped, the singing and dancing gradually disappeared. Zhang Xiaobao judged the position again and swam back. Two people had set up a gangplank on the two ship. Two people came down from the later ship and came to the ship where Master Ning was. Zhang Xiaobao hid on the side of the man surnamed Ning's ship, so that the people on the later ships could not see him. He picked up the microphone and continued to listen. Mr. Ning, I heard that Zhang Qiaoer of the Zhang family has fallen into your trap. I'm here to congratulate you. The voice sounded, and it was the kind that went straight to the point. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the other party's name, he knew that the Japanese had come. But he didn't know whether the Japanese was sincerely congratulating him or worried that the man surnamed Ning would take the credit. When they joined forces in the future, the man surnamed Ning would have more power in the combination of multiple forces. Also, you don't need to say anything unnecessary. I don't agree with you joining in this action. You know that there are many guards around the Zhang family's wife, and the spies are all over Hangzhou. Once a large number of your people enter their range, it will inevitably arouse their vigilance. Listen to my advice. Immediately withdraw all your people from Hangzhou. Otherwise, after the assassination is successful, the Zhang family and the Wang family will definitely block the whole Hangzhou and search for you. Your people will never escape. The man surnamed Ning's tone showed that he didn't care about the Japanese. Zhang Xiaobao could understand. After all, the Japanese's international status was too low now. Especially after he formulated the economic invasion plan, the merchants of the Great Tang all ran to Japan to do business. They knew a little about the resources of the Japanese, including the few mineral resources, the fishing industry, and the actual situation of human resources. Japan seemed to be better developed than before, but its foundation had been shaken. The main reason was that it had lost the overall resource development path that a country should have. It had become a situation where a single economic system was developed and the people's livelihood was unstable. Thus, there was no need for the military force of the Great Tang to directly intervene. Military force was only a deterrent. In terms of economy, Japan could not do without the help of the great Tang's merchants. Even if there were smart people in Japan, they had to accept this unfair cooperation model. They couldn't just close the shops of the Tang merchants. That would really give the Tang Empire an excuse to attack them. This was also why the Ning man's attitude toward the Japanese was so strong. A weak country had no diplomacy, and this was reflected in the interactions between the strong and the weak. Even in terms of conspiring against the Great Tang, Japan was still weaker than the Great Tang itself. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and adjusted his posture to make himself more comfortable. Then, he heard the Japanese man called Aso say, "Ning Jun, you don't know how powerful they are. I have dealt with them many times in Japan. The waiter you arranged in the braised food shop might have been discovered by them by now. They are waiting for you to take the bait, just like the fishing association set up by Zhang Qiao's father. Cooperate with me, and I can cooperate with you. When you make mistakes, I will help you fill in the gaps and not give them any chance. Do you understand?" "Yes, Ning Jun, Aso is right. I hope that this operation will be carried out by us together. It will be more reliable than your operation alone. We don't need to send too many people. We only need a few key people to go over and pretend to eat in the shop. When your assassination is launched, if it doesn't succeed directly, our people will pretend to protect Zhang Qiao and get close to her. What do you think?" Another person's voice came into Zhang Xiaobao's ears, making Zhang Xiaobao unable to determine which force the other party belonged to. "Humph, your Tubo has long been defeated. You, a person of a fallen country, dare to talk to me about a plan? Back then, it was your idea to dig up the dike in the Yangtze River. Later, it was also your idea to fight with Zhang Xiaobao economically. Then, you still didn't give up. Under the situation where your king had already surrendered, you still wanted to launch an attack to seize power. What was the result? Zhang Xiaobao and the others trained a lot of soldiers. If I really cooperate with you, it will be easy for me to fail. Do you have to participate in the plan you mentioned? Can't my people pretend to be people who eat? My people often show their faces in the shop. Compared to your new people, it is easier for the madam of the Zhang family to believe." The voice of the person surnamed Ning sounded again. Zhang Xiaobao knew what kind of power the other person represented. The party that had failed to seize power in Tubo was the group that had been following the people on his side and plotting against him but had failed time and time again. Thinking back to the time when the dike was broken and people were washed to death by the flood, Zhang Xiaobao was angry. However, he still tried his best to control his emotions to avoid being exposed. Then, he listened for a while. It was nothing more than a dispute between the three parties. All of them wanted to participate, but the person surnamed Ning refused and wanted to complete it alone. He wanted to let the other partners see his ability and gain a certain position in the alliance. After confirming the appearance of the two flower boats, Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to continue wasting time. The other party's plan was going ahead, so it was time for him to close the net. After he captured the other party's power in Hangzhou, he could immediately turn around and go to the Jiangnan West Road. Following the clues, he could eliminate the other party. He could also use this as an excuse to make requests to Japan and the small countries in the southwest and obtain benefit. As for Dwusher's side, he believed that the other party also understood that regardless of the benefits, he and Wang Wan had to send troops. It was estimated that they would first fight a few small-scale probing battles to determine the location of the big battlefield. Then, both sides could redeploy and prepare for the big battle. Just like when he came, Zhang Xiaobao tried his best not to get too close to the water. Occasionally, he would come up to take a breath with a bamboo tube and dive underwater for a long distance. When he reached the shore, Zhang Xiaobao saw that Zhang Yi's boat had been tied to the tree again, and Zhang Yi was gone. It was impossible for Zhang Yi to go back through the tunnel, and that tunnel might have been exposed. It was the tunnel that Zhang Yi had first entered the house and moved the table. For this reason, Zhang Xiaobao was worried. He was afraid that his family's spies would go into the tunnel and leave traces, which would be seen by the remaining forces of the Ning family. As a result, the people on West Lake would avoid them in advance. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao had to run all the way to the exit of the tunnel. Then, he followed the path that he had followed Zhang Yi, hoping to find the people who were watching and persuade them to go back. However, when he arrived, Zhang Xiaobao saw that the people who were following Zhang Yi did not go into the tunnel. Instead, they were still waiting outside. When they got close to the two people who were watching, they heard what they were saying. "Number 5, do you want to go in? There is a tunnel inside, but we don't know where it leads." "No, don't go in. We don't want to alert the enemy. Leave a few people to guard it. The rest of you will retreat. When no one comes out tomorrow and Zhang Yi shows up again, we will arrange for people to go down and take a look. This time, the enemy is very strong." "Okay, then I will go back and see if Zhang Yi has shown up." Just as the two people were talking, a figure flashed over and said to the two people, Zhang Yi went back. "Retreat." Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. He flew up the roof, avoided the people from his family, and took a shortcut back to the outside of the tenant's house. He mimicked the sound of a cricket and waited for Wang Wan to open the window. He quickly changed his clothes and said to Wang Wan, "We got the information. They didn't go out, right? They wanted to go out, but I didn't let them. I kept torturing them. Just now, I asked each of them to think of a way to increase the rate of customers turning their heads. 3 fools. If they really went out, Zhang Yi would definitely be suspicious. It seems that the training of the intelligence department needs to be strengthened." Wang Wan smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with the light of the oil lamp. Then, she pointed to the other side and said. Seeing the sweat on Zhang Xiaobao's forehead, she took a towel and helped him wipe it. "It's useless to count on them. My Xiaobao is still the best. He didn't do anything, but once he did, he immediately figured out the enemy's nest. Do you want to do it tomorrow? It's just SOSO. Isn't it easy to deal with them? Don't do it tomorrow, give them a little hope, and do it the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, let my mother continue to eat outside, but we need to arrange the people who should be arranged. Let's talk to Wang Gang and the others." Zhang Xiaobao listened to the noise in the room with 3 people and found that there was no lack of people, but the 3 people were not sleeping and were still whispering. He coughed and said loudly, "Why haven't you thought of it yet? It's nothing more than thinking about it from those aspects." Wang Gang and the others heard the noise and curled their lips almost at the same time. It was easy to say. If it was really easy, why did the 3 of them have to think of a way? Which aspects should he think about? Which aspects should he think about? They didn't say it out loud. "It seems that we can't go out. I hope our people can keep an eye on it. I always feel that Zhang Yi will do it soon. After getting up tomorrow morning, go there and check the tunnel carefully. If there is gunpowder buried under it, the whole house can be blown up. We have to be careful. There is also a pile of firewood. If there is a person hiding in it, we can't see it from the outside. Humph, Zhang Yi thinks it is an opportunity, and it is also an opportunity for us. This time we must do it well, or the master will be angry." Wang Gang thought of the master who sent many people to find clues about the other side. There were clues, but every time they seemed to be able to find the person behind it, the clues were suddenly cut off. The opponent was very powerful and very cautious at the same time, which made the intelligence personnel on his side, who were known to be all-pervasive, lose face. Zhang Nan nodded and said, "I guess there must be people from the Tang Empire involved. Not only that sect, but also people who are very familiar with the intelligence system of the Tang Empire. Maybe they are around us. His Majesty has been angry more than once. Be careful. Don't miss it." The 3 of them fell asleep from time to time and woke up from their dreams. When they were woken up by the sound of someone knocking on the door in the morning, it was already dawn. The 3 men dressed as quickly as possible. When they opened the door, they saw that the 2 masters had finished washing up and were waiting angrily. Wang Wan was about to say something, but Zhang Xiaobao spoke first. Hurry up and wash up. Come with us to work in the shop. I told you to sleep late, but you were still in a daze. I told you to sleep early last night, but you were still in a daze. Tell me, what did you do last night? Brother Zhang, I was not in a daze. Last night, I was dreaming about how to increase the number of customers in the shop. I dreamed that when we opened the door today, there were hundreds of people waiting outside. They all wanted to buy braised food. I was so happy, haha. Zhang Yu squeezed out a smile and tried to open his eyes that were about to close at any time. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Well, in the future, you should dream more at night. Maybe one of your dreams will come true. For example, you are no longer workers, but intelligence personnel who protect the Tang Empire. Then you will catch the bad guys who want to destroy the unity of the Tang Empire. Then you will have made a contribution. Hurry up and wash up. We are leaving." Zhang Xiaobao dropped these words and followed Wang Wan out of the door. The three of them looked at each other and realized that their backs were drenched in cold sweat at that moment. They hurriedly washed up and brushed their teeth with the pig's hair toothbrush and the toothpaste invented by the Zhang family and Wang family. The three men looked much more energetic, mainly because the well water was cold enough. While walking slowly into the shop, Zhang Nan said to the two men, "I found again that the master should not only be a cook. Especially Brother Zhang, he seemed to have been reminding us. Should we arrange someone to continue to investigate the master's background? I've already checked more than 3 times. It's fine. I'm thinking that the boss must also have a dream of being a spy, so he always tells us such things. This kind of person can actually play a very big role in a critical moment. How about this? When we are in the shop today, I will look for Brother Zhang and talk to him about the spy issue. Let's see if he can meet our requirements. If he can, then we will reveal our identities and ask him to cooperate with us. We can also let him know that we are not ordinary workers. I have been sullen these days, especially the female master, who wants to order us around like animals." Zhang Yu suddenly had an idea and told it to the two men to ask for their opinions. Zhang Nan and Wang Gang lowered their heads and thought for a while. Seeing the so-called backyard of the shop not far away, they nodded to Zhang Yu almost at the same time. Wang Gang also said, "Okay, but it's better for me to say it. We have used such means before and have some experience. Yours is not formal enough." Zhang Yu answered, which meant that he agreed. When the three men entered the shop with dark circles under their eyes, Zhang Yi was also dressed like a panda and was woken up by Wang Wan. She was arranging the table that he used to lie down and sleep on last night. The three men saw that Zhang Yi must have gone to contact someone last night, so he did not sleep well. It was estimated that it was time for them to take action. Now it was time to see who could do it first so that they could deal with it when the time came. "Brother, did you not sleep well last night?" Wang Gang helped to arrange the table and asked Zhang Yi with concern. "Don't mention it. Last night they were working all the time. It was not very loud, but it was not quiet either. I was always worried that they were not doing a good job, so I got up from time to take a look. In the end, I couldn't sleep anymore, so I went out for a walk. It was cold, and it was not very warm now. The wind was cold at night, and I became more energetic. When it was almost dawn, I couldn't stand the sleepiness and fell asleep again. When I woke up just now, I thought it was already night." "Hee, you three are?" Zhang Yi naturally explained the reason why he couldn't sleep, and even mentioned that he went out for a walk at night. Then he pointed to his eyes and asked the three men. "We didn't have a chance to go out for a walk. We were thinking about the things that the boss arranged last night and woke up with a start. The boss asked us to think about how to increase the number of customers coming back to eat. We thought about it one after another, but it was very difficult for us. It was not comfortable to stay with the boss." Wang Gang rubbed his eyes and said helplessly, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hurry up and do your work. What's wrong with following us? Did I ask you to dream about it? Did you dream about it? We are open for business today. We can't offend people who will come back often for a meal in the future just because of one person. Wang Wan's voice sounded at the right time. She was holding an account book, an abacus, and a cloth bag full of change. She said something to the 4 men, walked to the counter, and poured out all the change. She put away the change in a few copper coins so that she could give it to the customers when they were eating. Zhang Xiaobao waited until the sun was up before he finished the work. Although the net was about to be closed, Zhang Xiaobao still had to be on guard. Even if he could catch Zhang Yi now, he was not in a hurry to do it. He was waiting for the Ning family to arrive. Otherwise, if Zhang Yi didn't get in touch with them and didn't send the gunpowder, it would be easy to miss someone. As soon as the door opened, people who had been waiting outside came in and occupied the tables. There was no sign outside saying that the restaurant was not open, so people who wanted to eat knew that they could eat today. Zhang Xiaobao admired these people who came here early in the morning to drink and eat braised food. From this point, Zhang Xiaobao could see that the people in Tang were indeed rich. First of all, the people who came to eat braised food and drink had a lot of money in their hands. When it came to paying for the food and drink, it didn't cause too much trouble for their daily lives. Secondly, it also meant that the working hours of the commoners had been adjusted. Those who came to eat now should be those who had just finished the night shift. Most of them were like this. After staying up all night and waiting for dawn to arrive, they would change shift. Then, they would come to the restaurant to eat something and drink some wine before going back to sleep. Of course, in addition to the people who had just finished the night shift, there were also people who worked in the afternoon. Usually, those who did manual work would change shifts in the afternoon. Moreover, the work was fixed and they didn't have to look for it every day. At the same time, they had to be paid well. When Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied with this, he had other ideas. He felt that when people had more free time, they shouldn't just focus on drinking and chatting. They should also enrich their mental life. For example, attending night classes, learning how to write, and strengthening their professional skills. Take carpenters for example. Not only did they have to be good at carpentry, but they also had to know how to draw and carve. Normally, they would first be apprentices, and then slowly learn to master their skills. However, in Great Tang, there were many areas that required blueprints. The proportions, dimensions, and requirements written on the blueprints were also required. If one didn't know how to use blueprints, they might be able to hold on for now, but they would definitely lose their competitive advantage in the future. Thus, when he saw that there were so many people eating in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao decided to talk to Li Longji about it after he was done arresting the culprit. He wanted to make the night classes a little more compulsory. It was just like how he and Wang Wan assessed the title of technicians. Those who were skilled would be given preferential treatment under certain circumstances. He believed that this would allow the people of Great Tang to survive this period of material abundance and mental emptiness. Zhang Yi, go and deliver the rolls to the people in the Wang residence. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at the people eating, took out the items from the kitchen, and ordered Zhang Yi to go over. Zhang Yi didn't want to go over at this time. He felt that he didn't need to use the connections in the Wang residence for the time being. Moreover, he still needed to wait for the people on his side to deliver the items. Just as he was hesitating over how to give the task to someone else, that haughty servant from the Wang residence came over with 2 people. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaobao, he immediately put on a fawning smile. "Brother Zhang, are you busy? We're here. Master said that you don't need to prepare so early every day. Besides, Master and the others haven't returned yet. Even if we deliver the food now, it'll only be eaten at noon. It's fine if we do it a little later." This servant appeared to be much friendlier and more amiable. He had been warned by his master not to rely on his status to cause trouble again. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, had already made up his mind to teach him a lesson. It wasn't because he had offended him or Wang Wan, but because his grandfather's family had such a servant. It was only natural that other servants would do the same. If he spoiled him and caused trouble, his grandfather would also have to bear the responsibility. What if his younger brother or sister went somewhere and someone complained about him? Should he take care of them? If he took care of them, Wang Ju was an elder. He was good to the national law, but he would also be considered unfilial. If he didn't take care of them, how could he be worthy of his official robes? Therefore, before such a thing happened, he had to nip the crisis in the bud. This brat was going to be a monkey to be killed for the chickens to see. When the time came, he would warn the other servants in his grandfather's residence. Not to mention that so many servants could be compared to their own family's servants. Not only did they not cause trouble for the main family, but they also had a good influence on the main family. At the very least, they had to be presentable, so that others would praise them when they mentioned them. Wang Ju's servant saw that his master didn't say anything, so he continued, "Brother Zhang, what else do you need in your shop? Master said that as long as there is something missing, we can send it all to you." "No need. Last time, you sent a lot. I was just thinking about how to eat it. The things are here. Thank you for your hard work." Zhang Xiaobao carried the basket of rolls to the servant's feet and took out a few sets of food. Just like before, it was considered a bribe. But this time, Wang Ju's servant didn't dare to take it for free. He reached into his pocket and took out a few coins. He handed it over with a smile and said, "Thank you. This is the money for the food." "No, it's fine as long as you eat well. You don't have to do this." Zhang Xiaobao evaded. "Take it. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Otherwise, people will think that I am bullying you." The servant forced the money into Xiaobao's hands, then happily took the things and left. Zhang Xiaobao weighed the coins a few times, shook his head, and turned back to the kitchen. He hadn't eaten yet, so he had to cook 2 dishes. He ate with Wang Wan first, then the servants took turns to eat. Otherwise, there would be almost no time to eat. Other shops might not have many people, but there was no braised food shop. They were busy all day. Seeing that the boss had entered the kitchen, Wang Gang took a deep breath and signaled Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu with his eyes. He then followed the boss into the kitchen. He wanted Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu to keep an eye on Zhang Yi and not let Zhang Yi eavesdrop when he was talking to the boss. Wang Wan was behind the counter. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the 4 servants. Seeing Wang Gang's signal to the other 2, Wei Wei shook her head. She seemed very dissatisfied. In the kitchen, Zhang Xiaobao had just picked out the ingredients and was preparing to wash and cut them. Wang Gang came in with a smile and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother Zhang, are you busy?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao said with a look of, "Can't you see that I'm busy?" Wang Gang replied, "Brother Zhang, I just thought of something. You said that if I can be a helper, then I can even be a spy in the future. Do you have the same idea?" Zhang Zian asked. Wang Gang asked Zhang Xiaobao as he helped wash the ingredient. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. "No idea. I don't like to be a spy. It's tiring. Not only is it tiring, but it's also tiring. I have to calculate all day and have no free time. I can't sleep well at night. I always dream of many things that I shouldn't dream of." Wang Gang was stunned. He felt that his master was talking about him. Didn't he dream at night? And he dreamed of a lot of things that he shouldn't dream of. After a pause, Wang Gang said with a smile, "Yes, Brother Zhang is right. I think this is inevitable. After all, as a spy, you have to pretend to be a spy. At night, you are always worried that you can't do a good job. It's better to be a servant. A servant just needs to dream of the customers. In my opinion, a spy who dreams of intelligence at night is not qualified. If he sleep talks, won't he be exposed? Of course, there is a good way to solve this problem." Zhang Xiaobao took the ingredients that Wang Gang washed, cut them with a knife, and said casually to Wang Gang. Wang Gang asked naturally, "Brother Zhang, what's the way?" "Just like how I cook. At the beginning, I was always afraid that I couldn't do a good job, so I told myself again and again that I can do it. I am the best. When I sleep at night, I lie there and think about the steps of cooking dozens of times. In this way, even if others hear me sleep talk, they won't hear me say that I'm afraid of not being able to cook. They will hear how I do it. A spy should be the same. They have to go through special training. If they don't train well, they will definitely fail. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, his hands stopped. The ingredients were cut. The timing was just right. He turned his head and looked at Wang Gang with a smile. Wang Gang instantly felt that he had been seen through by his boss. He had been tormented for the past few days. Originally, during training, there was a self-hypnosis program. If they were in another place, he wouldn't have forgotten. However, in the braised food store, he didn't know why he couldn't do what he wanted to do. He couldn't even do the hypnosis when he was sleeping. It was very strange. But how did Brother Zhang know about this? Although his explanation was not very professional, the logic was the same. Could it be that Brother Zhang really wanted to be a spy? Wang Gang helped to make the fire in the stove and carefully asked, Brother Zhang, if, and I am saying if, there was a chance for you to be a temporary spy and cooperate with others, would you be afraid? Yes, I would be scared to death. If I was asked to be a temporary spy, I promise I would tremble. I have never been brave. If anyone asked me to be a temporary spy, they would regret it for the rest of their life. I will definitely be exposed. Why? Do you have an idea? Zhang Xiaobao said confidently as he stared at Wang Gang again. Wang Gang's sullen feeling appeared again. He was puzzled. Why was it that when he faced his two bosses it was different from when he faced other people? It was as if he was facing an instructor who was testing him. If he had a little secret in his heart, he would be seen through by the instructor before he could show it. Then, the instructor would use words to shut him up. Yes, this was the feeling, and it was even stronger. Wang Gang shook his head vigorously. He wanted to shake off his thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Brother Zhang, what do you think of Zhang Yi? Good. Zhang Yi can do a lot of things. He is quite capable. You should learn from him in some aspects. It will be good for you. For example, when he walks, he will be very light. Sometimes, he will be heavier. When his footsteps are light, he will not disturb the guests when they are eating. When his footsteps are heavy, he will remind the guests that he has delivered the food, especially the soup. This will prevent the guests from suddenly getting up and knocking over the tray. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he threw the vegetables into the wok and started frying them with a whoosh. Wang Gang was stunned. He thought about Brother Zhang's words and suddenly realized that he was really careless. He did not pay attention to the weight of Zhang Yi's footsteps. Of course, he definitely did not pay attention to it when he was delivering food to the guests. He used it when he was avoiding the people who were watching him, especially at night. When his footsteps were light and heavy, it would make it difficult for the people who were following him to judge. When he was light, he would increase his speed. There was a high chance of getting rid of the people who were following him. This morning, one of the people who came to eat was on his side. After talking for a while, they found out that when Zhang Yi went out yesterday, there were many people who were following him. However, because they could not judge Zhang Yi's speed and distance, they let Zhang Yi enter a house and lost him. Even the people who were listening outside did not have time to hear the sound. There was a tunnel in that house. On the ground, even if they heard the sound, they could not judge the tunnel. Therefore, they did not dare to follow him into the tunnel. If they walked in there, Zhang Yi would definitely hear the sound and be exposed. Now, Brother Zhang said it out loud in the way he entertained the guest. Was Brother Zhang unintentional or intentional? No wonder Zhang Nan said that Brother Zhang was a little different. As he thought about it, Wang Gang suddenly thought of Zhang Xiaobao as his instructor, so he blurted out the question. Then, how can you follow Zhang Yi when he walks at night without being affected by the sound and frequency of his footsteps? Wang Gang regretted asking. Why did he ask Brother Zhang about the tracking? Not only could Brother Zhang not answer, but it would also make Brother Zhang think of something else. Just as he was about to talk about a new topic, who knew that after he asked casually, Brother Zhang, who was cooking, also answered casually, "Isn't it simple? Find the blind spot of his vision, and keep your footsteps light." It's not good to be passive when you should be active. For example, if he walks on the ground, you can go up to the roof. If you walk on the ground, he will turn around. If you want to avoid him, you have to keep a distance. You don't have to worry about that when you are on the roof. You can avoid him at any time with the roof of the house. Of course, it's not easy to practice it. If you are not careful, you will make a noise and even fall from the roof. But once you practice it, it's amazing. It's like cooking. How can you not make a big noise? Of course, it's to let the dish slip through the wok and not to make it explode. Don't you think so? Yes, it's good to slip through the wok. It's really good to slip through the wok. When Wang Gang answered, his voice was trembling. He was scared. How could such a thing be explained by cooking? It seemed that whatever Brother Zhang said, he would make some sense and then turn to cooking. What a talent! Yes, if there was a good person who was watching Zhang Yi last night, he could have directly followed him from the roof of the house. But was it so easy to learn how to do that? It seemed that Xiao Bao could do it. It was said that he had the ability to jump from the roof of the house as if he was walking on the ground. That's good. The dishes are ready. Bring them to the front. I'll cook another one. Let's eat. I've cooked porridge for you today. Mrs. Zhang sent it over. It must taste very good. The main dish will be pancakes. I didn't steam buns today. Zhang Xiaobao took the dish out of the wok and put it on a plate. He handed it to the stupefied Wang Gang and turned around to cook the next dish. Wang Gang walked outside with the plate in a daze and found a place where no one was around. He put down the food and sat there himself. His eyes seemed to have lost focus as he stared blankly. "Second brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Yu was puzzled. She came over to look at the dish. She sniffed and felt that it was very fragrant. She curiously asked Wang Gang, who seemed to have lost his soul. "Nothing. Our brother Zhang is a master." Wang Gang continued to stare at a certain place in front of him and murmured, "Of course. Brother Zhang's dishes are the best. We are in luck today." Zhang Yu admitted. "Apart from cooking, he is also good in other aspects." Wang Gang added. "Yes, he is also good at steaming buns." Zhang Yu nodded. "Talented. Brother Zhang is the talented one. It's a waste of his talent to open a small restaurant." Wang Gang finally withdrew his gaze and muttered in a low voice. When it was almost noon, all the seats in the restaurant had been taken up by the customers. Even in the aisles there were people standing there and eating. They were holding bowls of rice wine and placing small plates beside the table where the customers were eating. They smiled at the customers, but the customers didn't care at all. The people who were modifying the tunnel in the utility room behind were still busy. The sound of various tools digging the ground hadn't stopped since the morning. Every now and then, people sent by Zhang Yi delivered things to the restaurant, saying that they were for the construction of the tunnel. Zhang Yi also went out to have a look every time someone delivered something to the restaurant. Some of the things were in barrels and some were in sacks. Wang Gang and the other two always thought that there was something dangerous in the things delivered to the restaurant. They really wanted to have a look, but were worried that Zhang Yi would find out something was wrong. Therefore, they had no choice but to endure it. They decided to find an excuse to investigate the things delivered to the restaurant when they were free. Although they didn't want to investigate, Wang Wan went to investigate because the Jiang Wang clan would be here in the afternoon. If the barrels and sacks were filled with gunpowder, with so many barrels and sacks, everything within a radius of dozens of meters would be within the range of the explosion. Wang Wan naturally didn't need any other reason to investigate. She was the boss. She just kicked this person and asked that person to open the sack and take a look. While investigating, she also warned them not to bring anything dangerous in. If they accidentally hurt the wife of the Zhang family, no one could afford to take the blame. Zhang Yi broke out in a cold sweat. He also didn't know what the things sent to him by his organization were. He was very worried that if he brought the gunpowder to the restaurant, it would definitely be discovered by the female boss. He would definitely be caught next. Fortunately, the people in the organization were not stupid. The things they sent were sawdust, rice husks, and lime. They said that they were used to dry the tunnel. Zhang Yi was relieved. At the same time, he knew that lime could be used to attract people's eyes at a critical moment. The sawdust could also be lit up into smoke to disturb others. Looking at the situation, the organization planned to do a good job this time and not leave anything behind. Looking at the situation, they couldn't do it today, so they should send the gunpowder tonight. Tomorrow, they would gather people and do it all in one go. In the afternoon, the Jiang Wang clan arrived on time. This time, she was still sitting outside. At the same time, Zhang Xiaobao also began to clear the restaurant. The people who were eating politely got up and left. After the Jiang Wang clan finished eating, Zhang Xiaobao made an appointment with them. He said that they would come to eat barbecue tomorrow night. There was no need to come during the day. It was more convenient to eat barbecue at night. It's getting dark again. A day has passed like this. Close the door and tidy up. Don't be in a hurry to go back tonight. Stay in the shop and move the tables. I'll make a barbecue for you to familiarize yourself with the place. Tomorrow, when Mrs. Zhang comes over, we can't make any mistakes. Zhang Xiaobao sent his mother away. He saw that Wang Wan was accompanying his mother far away. It seemed that she wanted to send his mother to her place. She whispered to him from time to time. He turned back, clapped his hands, and ordered the 4 workers. Wang Gang, Zhang Nan, and Zhang Yu didn't mind. They ate whatever they wanted. There was meat in the barbecue, so they thought that it would be good. Zhang Yi was anxious. The food for the barbecue was not ready yet. It would take a lot of time to prepare the food before starting the barbecue. Moreover, they were eating in the restaurant. If his people sent the food here, wouldn't they be discovered? The female owner was very busy. Today, she had been looking at the food delivered every time. According to this, the people outside did not know how many people were in the restaurant. It would be very troublesome to send the food to the restaurant. What should he do? Zhang Yi started to sweat profusely. His pores were standing on end. He looked at Xiaobao and said, "Brother Zhang, why don't we stop eating today? Let's eat tomorrow." "No, tomorrow is too late. If we don't practice, can you bear the responsibility if the Mrs. Zhang family eats bad food? Today is the day. Hurry up and prepare. I will go and find charcoal." Zhang Xiaobao said and went out to buy charcoal. Firewood was not suitable for barbecuing. Firstly, the temperature was not good and it was not easy to control. Secondly, it was too gray, unless it was a bonfire to roast large objects. Zhang Yi helplessly followed the 3 workers. In order to finish the food quickly, he worked very hard. The other 3 people were not in a hurry. They found that Zhang Yi was not normal today. He dared to refute Brother Zhang's words. There must be something wrong. Therefore, if the enemy wanted to do something, they would not cooperate. Zhang Xiaobao deliberately delayed the time. Wang Wan had been back for a while. He carried a basket of charcoal into the restaurant. Then he set up the stove and baked the charcoal first. He looked very leisurely. The other side also began to cut the meat and skewer it on the iron skewers. The 4 workers were very puzzled. Why didn't they use bamboo skewers to barbecue meat? Bamboo skewers were much better than iron skewers. The taste was pure and there was a faint bamboo fragrance. While skewering the meat on the skewers, Zhang Yi thought about countermeasures. In the end, he couldn't think of anything. He braced himself and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Boss, if we eat barbecue in the house will be full of smoke. It's better to barbecue outside. The smoke will float away directly." Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan said, "Zhang Xiaobao is very thoughtful. Okay, take the stove outside. Please, don't touch the stove. It was given by the Zhang family's wife. We will use it often in the future. Seeing that the boss agreed, Zhang Yi was relieved. He was not afraid to eat outside. He thought that the person who sent the food could see the situation inside through the yard. In this way, they would not be stupid to continue to come in. The stove was set up and the meat skewers were put on. When they were ready to barbecue, Wang Wan suddenly said, "It's windy outside. Xiaojiang, go to the place where we sleep." When we tidied up the room, there was a large roll of linen cloth, right? Take it out and cover it with the wind. Also, the 7 people who just rested for a while and are ready to work, call them in together. Everyone eat together. I also prepared wine for you. Stone helped you barbecue so you can eat. Boss, the wind is not strong. Zhang Yi was confused. Cover it? If it was covered, how would the people outside know what was going on inside? It was too torturous. If I say it's big, then it's big. You are the boss and I am the boss? Who do I listen to? What's wrong with you today? You dare to talk back? If you don't want to work, just leave. I won't let you stay. Humph. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Yi and began to scold him. Zhang Yi had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and gave the 7 people who were called in a look. The 7 people immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that Zhang Yi planned to deal with the boss and the other 3 people if this matter was exposed. Then, he would hold on for a while during the day and wait for the Jiang Wang clan to come at night. Therefore, the 7 people did not go to the place specially arranged for them. Instead, they randomly found a place to stand. You guys have worked hard. Come, eat the meat. Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to notice anything strange and called the 7 people to eat. Chapter 1082. Wang Gang and the other 2 noticed that something was wrong. When they saw the positions of the 7 people, they immediately became nervous. Sit down. You'll eat better if you sit down. Wang Gang greeted them with a smile. However, he didn't ask them to eat the meat. Instead, he asked them to sit. No need. It's the same standing, the leader of the 7 said with a smile. He looked very honest. Wang Gang and the other 2 looked at each other and also stood up. Actually, we also feel that it's more comfortable to eat standing. If we sit there, our stomachs will hold up, Zhang Yu said to the others. Zhang Yi noticed that something was wrong and also stood up. As a result, only Wang Wan was left sitting. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of barbecuing the meat, so of course, he had to stand. With a pause sound, Wang Wan slammed her hand on the table and said to the people standing, "Sit down. Is it appropriate for me to sit and eat alone? I'll deduct the wages of those who don't sit. Sit down. Just sit down. Don't be so polite. Hurry up and sit down. Don't make your boss angry." Zhang Xiaobao came out to mediate the situation. Sit down. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said to the 7 people. Only then did the 7 people reluctantly walk to the seats arranged for them and sit down. Similarly, Wang Gang and the other 2 people and Zhang Yi also sat down. However, except for Wang Wan, the others all sat with a bit of butt and looked like they could stand up at any time. Zhang Xiaobao continued to lean on the table and said honestly, "Look at you guys. You're too polite. There aren't many rules in our restaurant, especially the 4 of you. It's not like you haven't eaten together before. Why are you so sensible today? Haha. Brother Zhang, you can't say that. There are outsiders here today, so we should do this. Brother Zhang, your cooking is amazing. It's delicious. I've never eaten such delicious barbecued meat since I was young. Brother Zhang, you have to cook more for us in the future. Otherwise, we'll have to dream about it." Zhang Yi estimated the situation and felt that if they were to fight, even if they didn't stand like before, they would still have an absolute advantage. Moreover, the 7 people who were working were not ordinary. At the same time, he also realized that there was something wrong with Wang Gang and the other 2. They were too sensitive just now and actually stood up together. Could it be that they knew his identity? You can guess my plan too? Then who were they? Forget it for now. I'll capture them alive and interrogate them later. I hope they aren't from the Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, my plan might fail again. If they really are from the Zhang family and Wang family, I don't know if there will be anyone to help me. Even if it is, so what? Killing a few people could be considered as causing trouble for them. As for the people in the mansion, if they heard that people from the Zhang family and Wang family died, they should know that it was a signal. They would also make a move in the mansion. No matter what, they could not let the Zhang family and Wang family have an easy time. If there was no other way, they could only fight. With this in mind, Zhang Yi was no longer as nervous as before. He felt more confident and relaxed a little. Wang Gang and the other two were nervous. They had already guessed that Zhang Yi was afraid that the female boss would find out when he came to deliver something that could harm the Zhang family at night, so he didn't want to cover the surroundings. Now that the things were covered, Zhang Yi wanted to do something desperate and restrain them. Tomorrow, as long as he waited for the Zhang family to arrive, he would immediately make a move and achieve his goal. Wang Gang snorted at Zhang Yi's thoughts and actions. That was impossible. If the 5 of them were restrained, the people around them would immediately find out. At that time, none of them could escape. However, Wang Gang did not know what to do. If he immediately called for help, he and his men would not be able to keep their lives. Moreover, it would also alarm the people who were about to arrive. Even if his men caught Zhang Yi, the line might be cut off. It was very likely that the other party would ask the person who delivered the things to return in a certain amount of time. If they didn't return in time, it meant that there was a problem. When the time came to extort a confession, the other party would have already disappeared. Therefore, they could only wait for a good opportunity. Then the 3 of them would have to show their loyalty. It was just a pity that the 2 bosses would die. Thinking that the 2 bosses would die with him, Wang Gang looked deeply at the bosses. Then, he held the wine bowl with both hands and said to the 2 of them, "2 bosses, this humble one would like to toast to you. If there is a future, this humble one is willing to, what? You don't want to be a waiter anymore? You're making it sound like life and death. Eat your food obediently. What's wrong with all of you today? You're so messy. Isn't it just that the madam of the Zhang family has taken a liking to our restaurant? Calm down and behave as usual. And you, Xiao Yi, why are you looking back and forth? Eat your food." Wang Wan didn't wait for Wang Gang to finish his words and directly scolded him back. Zhang Xiaobao also said, "I told you a long time ago to be a good waiter and to be calm. When the restaurant becomes bigger in the future, we will count on you guys to support us. The prawns are done." Yes, we have to be calm. I was too excited. It's all because I'm happy. The madam of the Zhang family will come often in the future. I don't want to quit. I will continue to be a waiter. Wang Gang secretly regretted that he didn't control himself and wasn't calm enough. But what was the use of being calm? "My brother Zhang, don't you know what you are going to face? There are 5 of us and a woman. With your timid appearance, how can you beat the 7 of them? I think you will be defeated in 1 round. Sai, you keep saying to be calm, but you don't understand. It sounds good, but when it comes to action, you definitely can't do it. Forget it, I owe you in this life. I will repay you in my next life." Wang Gang shook his head and began to drink silently. He made up his mind that if they fought later, he would find a way to protect the couple. As long as he could delay them for a while, the people around them would come immediately. It would be best to persuade the boss not to look at the things sent by others. If he didn't look, Zhang Yi would naturally. Not necessarily. The 3 of them were too impulsive just now. Maybe Zhang Yi had already made up his mind. Sigh. Just as this idea appeared in his mind, before he finished the bowl of wine, the sound of footsteps and the sound of the cart came from outside. In the blink of an eye, 2 people, one at the front and one at the back, pushed and pulled the cart to the door. They looked inside and saw no one. Immediately, one of them shouted, "Waiter, the goods are unloaded. The things are delivered." Let me see what they are. Wang Wan was about to get up and go over. Wang Gang quickly stopped him and said, "Boss, there is nothing to see. They are all digging things." "No, how do we know if there is something that can hurt the Zhang family's wife if we don't see it? You wait, I will see." "Humph, if it is something that can easily catch fire and smoke, it will not be good if the Zhang family's wife is smoke." Wang Wan held a meat skewer in one hand and did not listen to the persuasion. She got up and went around the things that were blocking the way and walked over. "Boss, be careful. Someone come." When Wang Gang saw this situation, he did not care about anything else and directly shouted, "Do it. Damn it, it is really not a good thing. Kill." Zhang Yi also suddenly stood up and reached into his arms. 5 of the 7 people directly rushed to Wang Gang and the other 2 people rushed to Zhang Xiaobao. The people outside who were pulling and pushing the cart, one of them rushed to Wang Wan, and the other turned and ran. At the same time, there were footsteps around. It sounded like there were many people. Wang Gang and the other 2 people were trained and their skills were not bad. They got up and hid, wanting to go around. Wang Gang wanted to help Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan exhaled first. The meat skewer in her hand flashed under the starlight in the night sky. The person who rushed to her directly covered his eyes and screamed. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed a handful of skewers and kicked the grill to the 2 people who rushed to him. At the same time, he continuously shook his hand and heard the continuous screams. Almost in the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 people who rushed to Wang Gang and the other 2 people covered their necks and fell to the ground. The remaining one reacted quickly, but the back of his neck was cut off. The other 2 people who hid from the grill were not better. One of them had his eyes pierced, and the other had a skewer in his face. Zhang Yi just took out his hand and there was a dagger in his hand. He took out the dagger and his speed was not slow. However, the current situation made him dumbfounded. Why is it like this? Zhang Yimu stood there with the dagger in his hand and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. While he was speaking, Zhang Xiaobao had thrown out a few more skewers and nailed all the injured people there. 7 people, one after another, fell to the ground. Even without the help of Wang Gang and the other 2 people, they were also dumbfounded and stood there, not knowing what to do. "Xiao Yi, why are you holding a knife? Today's meat skewers don't need a knife. When I have a chance in the future, you can use a knife when I roast the whole lamb for you. And the 3 of you, sit down and eat the barbecue. Cuckoo, don't chase the one who ran away. Let someone else do it. Today I made a barbecue with great difficulty. I can't just eat a few mouthfuls and waste my effort." When Zhang Xiaobao was talking to several people, he used a bundle of skewers to push the grill back. Then he used a pair of tongs to quickly put the red coals into the grill. Then he picked up the unroasted meat skewers and put them on the grill. Wang Wan didn't chase the one who ran away. That person couldn't run away at all. She directly stuck the remaining skewer into the other eye of the person who rushed towards her. Accompanied by that person's howl, Wang Wan disdainfully curled her lips and said, "Are you blind? Do you want to fight with me? Are you stupid?" After that, Wang Wan unhurriedly returned to the broken table. She sat down in a dignified manner and said to the 4 people who hadn't done anything yet, "Sit down and eat. Why are you standing there? Did you forget what I said just now? Sit down and pour the wine. Zhang Yi, put away your dagger first. You can't even eat in peace. And Jin don't just stand there like a fool. Normal people can't eat the food personally cooked by Xiao Bao. Our family's Xiao Bao's barbecue is the best. You are Wang Wan? You are Zhang Xiaobao? You didn't go to the capital?" Zhang Yi looked at Wang Wan and then looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He understood from the way they addressed each other. He sat there like a hoodlum, but he didn't put away his dagger and held it in reverse. He looked like he was ready to fight at any time. "If we go to the capital, who will open the braised food shop? Who will be your boss? Eat, little gang, what did you want to say when you were toasting us? Continue, we are listening." Wang Wan said to Zhang Yi and then to Wang Gang. Little lady, little lord, why is it you? You are bullying me. Wang Gang actually cried. He had suffered a lot as a waiter these days. Not only was his body tired, but he was also under a lot of pressure. In the end, the little lord and little lady clearly knew his identity, but they didn't help him, causing him to be on tenterhooks. They shouldn't do this. This is too much. Just a moment ago, he thought that he wouldn't survive and felt sad that he had implicated his two bosses. In the blink of an eye, everything changed. All right. You are an adult, why are you crying? Eat the meat skewers. Xiao Bao made them for you. Can normal people eat them? And you, little Nan, the people in His Majesty's system, and you, little you, are too weak. Grandpa Bai and the other old men made this spy system. Can't they train you properly? Look at the three of you. You can't grasp the situation at all. You still need me and Xiao Bao to cooperate with you. You are making us so worried. Also, the intelligence personnel in Hangzhou are bad at tracking. Isn't that right, Hong Yi? Wang Wan took the meat skewers that Zhang Xiaobao had just made and distributed them to the small plates in front of Wang Gang and the other two. Then, she poured wine for the three of them and kept talking. How do you know that my name is Hong Yi? Zhang Yi was stunned. He couldn't think of how his real name was known by others. This was because the people who came in contact with him, other than the person who went on the ship who knew his real name, the others only knew that he was called Zhang Yi. Wang Gang and the other two were also curious. Yes, how did the little lady find out? At the same time, they were very impressed. As expected of the little lord and little lady, they actually found out such a secret. Zhang Yi's name was Hong Yi. Zhang Xiaobao also put 2 skewers of meat on Zhang Yi's plate and said to him, I also know that you are very good at drilling underground. You know how to run in circles. Then, you suddenly drilled into the house, moved the table, and entered the tunnel. Just like that, you got rid of all the people in my family who were following you. I had no choice but to follow you myself. After all, you are my partner. In case you are in danger, I have to protect you. When you climbed out of the well, I was really worried that you wouldn't catch a cold and fall down. The water is deep, and it's not good to catch a cold. Later, when you rowed the boat, I was afraid that you wouldn't know how to swim after falling into the water. In desperation, I followed you in the water. In case your boat capsized, I could get you out. To be honest, your sect master Ning doesn't care about you as much as I do. That Japanese also doesn't even care about your life or death. To have such a good master like me, you must have been waiting for 8 lifetimes. You should cherish it. After saying this to Zhang Yi, Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Gang and said, You see, I was right. When you track people, you can also do it from the top of the house. Little E, eat up. Brother Zhang has given you some meat skewers, but you won't have the chance to eat them later. Chapter 1083. Zhang Yi looked at the 7 people lying in front of him, then listened to the screams of the blinded man who rushed in. How could he eat? Moreover, he had already been exposed. He didn't know what was waiting for him. He didn't let go of the knife in his hand. He glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and shook his head. He knew that he couldn't kill either of them with a single dagger. Even injuring them would be difficult, let alone killing them. Why didn't you kill me? Zhang Yi tried his best to maintain a calm appearance and asked. It's not good to be a master. If you have too much blood on your hands, it's easy to have nightmares at night. I'm very kind and don't usually eat meat. If you don't believe me, I'll make some barbecue for you. Part of it is meat, part of it is vegetables. I've even roasted the garlic. Zhang Xiaobao really did put a skewer of garlic on the rack and started roasting it. He had a gentle smile on his face. He then said to Wang Gang and the others, Eat more. Nourish yourself. You've been busy these past few days, and your small bodies are exhausted. As the boss, I can't bear to see you like this. The 3 consciously blocked out Zhang Xiaobao's words. Wang Gang coughed and asked Zhang Xiaobao, Little young master, You didn't go to the capital with your wife? No, the capital isn't fun. It's not as interesting as opening a small shop. If you really went to the capital, how would you find each other? You've been working as a waiter for a long time. Do you have any good ideas for the development of the braised food shop? Tell me, and if I accept, I'll reward you. At the very least, your salary will be increased by 10 copper coins a day. And you'll be able to rest for 2 more hours. Wang Wan added. Boss, I'm asking a serious question. I'm not joking. Wang Gang really wanted to clear up the confusion. Serious? Your rank isn't high enough. You can only eat the meat skewers and listen to me. You're a waiter after all. You have to do your part and eat. As a spy, you have to be able to take risks and let go. You have to be able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he picked up the softened garlic and opened his mouth to eat. Wang Wan reached out to stop him. You're not allowed to eat garlic. You smell like garlic when you sleep at night. The roasted garlic doesn't have a strong smell. Besides, I still need to brush my teeth. Don't be afraid. Zhang Xiaobao leaned forward, as if he really wanted to eat the garlic. No means no. Wang Wan blocked Zhang Xiaobao's head with her other hand. Zhang Yi's hand that was holding the dagger was already trembling. He felt that this was an opportunity. While the two were fooling around, he could suddenly make a move. Perhaps he could kill or seriously injure one of them. However, after thinking about it for a while, he gave up. He didn't think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were fools. They wouldn't leave such a big opening for him. Once he made a move, he would definitely be the one to die. But he couldn't figure out why the other party didn't kill him. 7 people were already dead and 1 was still howling. Based on Wang Wan's expression when she stabbed the other party's eyes with the skewer, she shouldn't care about his life or death, right? Why didn't you kill me? Are you toying with me? Even if I die, I won't let you do as you wish. Zhang Yi put the tip of the dagger to his throat and gritted his teeth. Hearing his words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stopped fooling around and handed a skewer of garlic to Zhang Nan. After sitting down, Zhang Xiaobao picked up the wine bowl and took a sip. He smiled and said to Zhang Yi, Zhang Xiaobao, we're not toying with you. It's easy to kill you, but it's just a skewer. With your skills, you definitely can't escape. We're keeping you alive because you're still useful to us. Eat first, don't worry, and listen to me slowly. Xiaobao is right. At most, you'll die. You're not even afraid of death, so why are you pretending? You're being looked down upon. Treat it as your last dinner before you die. Even if you die, you'll die a full death. Wang Wan personally poured a full bowl of wine for Zhang Yi and pointed at the skewer of meat in front of Zhang Yi. Well, let's see what you can do to me. First, don't expect me to help you. I was born, hurry up and eat. It has nothing to do with me. Let's talk while we eat. There's nothing that can't be discussed in this world. Perhaps you've changed your mind for your family. You 3, why are you standing there like idiots? Eat, you still have to work later. Zhang Xiaobao was still leisurely, as if no one had died nearby, and there was no smell of blood now. Wang Gang sniffed and moved his feet to avoid the blood that was about to flow to his shoes. He admired the young master and the young lady from the bottom of his heart. They really killed people without blinking. They could still be so calm beside a corpse that was not cold yet. Zhang Yi endured the nausea. He didn't want people to look down on him. He opened his mouth and bit a mouthful of meat. The taste of chili and cumin rushed into his nose, making him feel much better. He drank half a bowl of wine, wiped his mouth and said, If you have something to say, just say it. If you want to kill me, just frown. My surname is not Hong. Brag as hard as you can. If you say to chop off his head, I'll believe you. If you say to use a knife to kill him, I won't believe you. If you say to use a knife to kill him, I won't believe you. Unless you use a general anesthetic in the medical hall. Since you want to hurry up, then fine. Let me ask you, in the Wang mansion, what kind of secret signal do you use to contact your people? Don't tell me that there are no people in the Wang mansion. Even if you don't say, I can still find out. I tortured you, Sect Master Ning. I believe that they have been caught by now. Leaving you alive is another source of information. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he picked up a stick and came to the side of a person who had fallen to the ground. He squatted down and fiercely stabbed the stick into the person's eyes. He didn't stop until he reached the place where his hand was holding the stick. You're not dead yet. You're quite tenacious. I'll give you a quick death. After finishing this, Zhang Xiaobao casually rubbed his hands on his body. He picked up a meat skewer and continued to eat. His eyes looked at Zhang Yi, waiting for him to speak. Zhang Yi couldn't help but shudder. He couldn't understand how many people Zhang Xiaobao had killed that he could treat people as if they were chickens. He hesitated slightly in his heart, but he gritted his teeth and said, Do you think I will tell you? If you don't want to tell me, then I'll wait for that surnamed Ning to ask where your family is. I'll send people to catch them and kill them in front of you. Let's see if they will frown. Zhang Xiaobao's tone was still flat. Despicable. Zhang Yi glared at him. Thank you. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to Zhang Yi. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of people. Can you guess who they are? If you guess correctly, I will let your family go. Enemies and allies. Zhang Yi didn't need to think and answered immediately. Wrong, it's men and women. Unfortunately, you didn't answer correctly. Why don't you answer the first question? If you satisfy me, I will let your family go. Even if they are held hostage, I will rescue them. Believe in my strength. Zhang Xiaobao shook his finger and said jokingly. Zhang Yi was confused. He wondered why Zhang Xiaobao's words were so incoherent. He didn't hear a single word that was serious, but he had to listen carefully. Wang Wan timely said, Don't answer in a hurry. Think clearly first. Eat, and have the strength to think more. In fact, even if you and that surnamed Ning didn't say anything, we still have a way to find the spies in the mansion. It's just a waste of time. If we really can't get anything out of them, we can kill all the people who entered the mansion within 3 years. Believe us, we will do what we say. Zhang Yi's psychological defense was a little bit loosened. He bowed his head and drank wine. He began to weigh the pros and cons. Wang Wan smiled with satisfaction and turned her head. She saw that Wang Gang and the other two had stopped eating. She stared at them with her eyes wide open and said, Eat, look at all of you. You don't listen to the boss. Do you still want to have a good life? Follow us later. We still have things to do. Maybe you won't be able to eat for a few days. If you don't eat, I won't take you to play. Eat, I'll eat. It's so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious barbecue since I was a child. Wang Gang endured the smell of blood and forced himself to chew the meat. He felt disgusted and drank wine to suppress it. Zhang Nan and Zhang Yu also ate with a bitter face. They thought that it was not very fun to play with the young lady. Others could endure the disgust, so could they. The 6 people ate and drank while surrounded by the 7 corpses. Zhang Yi also tried to stuff food into his stomach. When they were almost done eating, Zhang Yi finally thought things through. He stopped eating and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He said, Okay, I'll tell you. You promised me to protect my family. You have to do it. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Qiao'er, it's late. Why don't you sleep? In Wang Ju's mansion, Wang Ju's voice came from outside the courtyard of Jiang Wang clan. Her daughter used to be fast asleep at this time. Today, she heard from the servants that the light in the room was still on. She didn't know what she was busy with. She was worried about her daughter's health, so she came to see. Jiang Wang clan was indeed not asleep. She was still waiting for news. This afternoon, when Wang Wan sent her back, she told her about the matter. She also told Wang Wan a lot, including Zhang Yu's identity. As soon as she returned to the mansion, she found her family's intelligence personnel and arranged to surround a Sioux and the people surnamed Ning on West Lake. She couldn't sleep before the news came back. She was worried that someone would do something desperate and hurt her son and daughter-in-law. She was also afraid that someone would escape, so she took things and did needlework under the light. She knew that the children in her belly were twins when she took their pulse and auscultated them. It was just that she didn't know if they were boys or girls. But no matter what, she had to make the same clothes to look good. She had to make clothes that didn't distinguish between boys and girls before the age of 2. Thinking that there would be more and more children in the family in the future, Jiang Wang clan couldn't help but smile. When the children grew up, it would be a big family. When she was doing needlework, she heard her father's voice. She paused for a moment and said to the servant girl beside her, "Go and ask father to come in. I have something to tell him." Don't do needlework under the light. You don't have to worry about stabbing yourself, but you also have to be careful not to hurt the children. Although electric lights are brighter than oil lamps and candles, you still have to be careful. As soon as Wang Ju came in, he saw his daughter holding a needle in her hand. He quickly walked over and snatched the needle away from her. He carefully placed it in a conspicuous place to avoid stabbing people. "Father is here. Prepare the tea." Jiang Wang clan didn't touch the needle that was snatched away. She moved her body and ordered the servant girl. Wang Ju frowned. "How can I be in the mood to drink tea? What do you want to do instead of sleeping? I've been fishing for nearly 2 days. When I came back, I was already sleepy. I heard that the light in your room was still on, so I deliberately came to see." Jiang Wang clan smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, father. I'm not a big deal. I just helped Xiao Bao catch people. The power behind the trouble has been found out. There are many parties working together. They don't want to see the Tang Empire doing well, so they want to make things difficult for us. Father, you came at the right time. Cuckoo said that there are people from the other side in your mansion, but we can't find out who it is. I think you'll get the news from His Majesty tomorrow morning." "You found out? There are people in my mansion?" Wang Ju was shocked, but he immediately regained his composure. He lowered his voice and asked, "Was it Xiao Bao who found out?" "Of course it was my son. My son Xiao Bao thought that the intelligence personnel in our family were not doing a good job, so he personally took action. Like fishing, he put the bait diagonally opposite. In the end, the other side took the bait. In the future, the intelligence system in our family needs to be strengthened. It's not good to always force Xiao Bao to take action." Jiang Wang clan took the tea from the servant girl and gently fanned it with the tea lid as she spoke. Wang Ju stretched his neck to take a look. He was relieved when he saw that his daughter was drinking flower tea. He also picked up his green tea and took a sip. He savored the aftertaste and said, "How did Xiao Bao trick the other side?" "It's not a trick. Xiao Bao doesn't trick people." Jiang Wang clan obviously didn't like this explanation. "Yes, Xiao Bao is fishing. Those who are willing to take the bait. Then, can we catch a big fish tonight? If we catch the one in Hangzhou, what about the one in Jiang and West?" Wang Ju changed his explanation. He had already guessed that his grandson was in the shop, but he didn't know how the other side got in when the shop was open. Jiang Wang clan reminded him, "Waiter." Wang Ju suddenly understood. He wasn't stupid. Someone wants to hurt you, but they couldn't find the opportunity. Xiao Bao provided them with the opportunity. It's been a long time since the first time he bought the burrito. I think all the clues that should be investigated have been found. I think only the hidden people in my family haven't been found yet. It's easy. I can be sure that there are no problems with people who have been in the mansion for more than 5 years. As for the rest, we can immediately. No, we can't do it. There may be other clues on people who have been in the mansion for more than 5 years. Wang Ju was very good at this. As he spoke, he thought of the key point. He put down the teacup and said, "Tomorrow morning, I will arrange things for the servants in the mansion to do. No one is allowed to leave the mansion to prevent the news from leaking. You all have to hurry up. Yes, there may be news in a while. I will go to bed when I receive the news. Jiang Wang Clan looked at the window and said. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of footsteps came from outside. As the sound approached, the door was pushed open. A maid came in and said to Jiang Wang Clan, Madam, it has been arranged. A total of 262 people have been caught and are being interrogated. Little Master is fine, but he didn't come back. He left. Why did he go out again? Why is he so worrisome? I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed now. Jiang Wang Clan complained. She stood up and sent her father out. At the edge of West Lake, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led Wang Gang to hide under a big tree. Zhang Yi or Hong Yi had been taken away after he finished his task. Tomorrow, someone would meet up with the people in the mansion according to the method he had told them. As for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they still had important things to do. They had to catch the people tonight. Tomorrow, they would leave Hangzhou immediately and go to Jiangnan West Road. How are your swimming skills? Do you all know how to swim? Zhang Xiaobao hid under the tree and asked Wang Gang and the other two. Yes, I can. I'm not as good as you, but I'm not bad either. When we were training, we had a special class. Wang Gang replied. Zhang Nan raised his hand. He didn't care if others could see his movement at night. He said, I can too. I can row a boat. Zhang Yu said. You don't need to row a boat. Can you shoot a gun? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Zhang Yu knew that he was being asked. He shook his head and said, No, I've touched it twice. I can't shoot accurately. I'm not like Wang Gang and the others. My people don't allow me to carry guns. I just need to familiarize myself with it. What else can you do? Besides being a waiter? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. I can play the flute. Zhang Yu said with embarrassment. In the pear garden, there was a flute song called Dream Awakening sent by Cuckoo 2 years ago. Can you play it? No, it's too difficult. I can play the Plum Blossom 3. Then you can continue to be a waiter. Thank you, boss. Can you ride a horse? I can. Good, after we meet Sect Master Ning, we will immediately ride a horse and go to Jiangnan West Road. We have to be quick. We may not have much time to stop on the road. So be mentally prepared. Zhang Xiaobao told the 3 people and began to wait. It didn't take too long for a boat to come from the depths of West Lake. It was brightly lit. Came close to Zhang Xiaobao and others. It stuck close to the shore and forcibly stopped, regardless of whether it would run aground. Many people jumped into the water and waded in front of Zhang Xiaobao and others. The first person came and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Young master, they're here. Well, put out the lanterns on Aso's boat, and then block everything around West Lake. No matter who appears, keep a close eye on them. The whole Hangzhou is strictly on guard. His Majesty will cooperate with you and make a show of enjoying Hangzhou. You can use this as an excuse to check everyone who wants to enter or leave Hangzhou several times. Don't let the fish escape the net and affect our work. Zhang Xiaobao ordered. At the same time, he looked around and listened to the sound. Yes, we will also temporarily stop our business with the people to give you some time. The person respectfully complied. Take our sect master Ning to our nearby courtyard. I want to see him. After Zhang Xiaobao said a few words, he took the 4 people and left first. The entire West Lake was suddenly under martial law. All the boats that made money at night were also boarded. Countless people jumped into the water to see if anyone could escape from the water. Zhang Xiaobao had already seen the other party's means. It was not ordinary. Maybe they even arranged people to watch their own boat. Once the boat released a signal, the people watching it would spread the news. It was very cautious. Zhang Xiaobao, who did not notice that someone was watching him, turned around and entered the courtyard of his own people. The person surnamed Ning was also tied up and appeared in front of Zhang Xiaobao and the other 4 people. My sect master Ning Tian, Ning Guangliao, do you know me? Zhang Xiaobao pulled down the cloth that was tied to the person surnamed Ning's mouth and asked. Ning Tian, the surviving member of the Ning family, carefully looked at Zhang Xiaobao, shook his head and said, I haven't seen you before. That's right, I am now in disguise. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Xiaobao. This is my future wife. Others call her Cuckoo. Buddy, you know little E, right? Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Ning Tian was stunned at first, then he suddenly spat at Zhang Xiaobao. Bah, Zhang Xiaobao, you destroyed my family. I can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood. I didn't expect that you would see through my plan. Good, you have the ability. I underestimated you. Now that I have fallen into your hands, please do as you please. Don't expect me to beg for mercy. I know that even if I do, you won't let me go. Zhang Xiaobao, of course, did not get spat on. He knew that the other party would do this. After all, he had tied him up. He dodged most of the spit and did not care if a little bit landed on his body. He reached out and pinched both sides of Ning Tian's mouth. Then, he stroked his beard and said with a smile, Not bad, your skin is tender enough. I think it would be good to steam you. Or perhaps I can braise you and buy it as braised food. I have never braised a living person before. Wait, I'll be right back. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao left the house. Wang Wan was not far away, holding a pen and paper and drawing something. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao came back with a box in his hand. Ning Tian did not know what was inside. Zhang Xiaobao came in front of Ning Tian and opened the box, revealing the thing inside. It was a shaver used to shave hair and beard. I am going to shave your face until there is not a single hair left. Haha, then I will tie you to a big tree outside. Tomorrow morning, I will get someone to draw on your face. Don't move later, I don't want to hurt you. Zhang Xiaobao took out the shaver and said to Ning Tian while gesturing with his hands. Ning Tian tilted his head back, as if he was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao's knife would touch his hair and beard. He glared at Zhang Xiaobao and shouted, Zhang Xiaobao, I, Ning Tian, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Kill me. What's the point of humiliating me? Kill me, you bastard. Go ahead and curse. Curse with all your might. The more vicious you curse, the more tricks I have to deal with you. You called my name, then yours. You just wanted to send a message to the person in the dark. Good job. If you did not call my name, they might have hidden and not made a move. But since you called my name, do you know what kind of name I have? Would they dare to continue hiding after hearing my name? They would probably leave immediately to spread the news that I did not go to Beijing. They did not make a move. My people are really hard to find. But now, it's fine. Thank you. Stop shouting. If you shout again, they will go into hiding again. Be gentle. You're going to break the skin in your mouth. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. He even reached out and pinched Ning Tian's mouth, stuffing the cloth back in. Ning Tian's eyes were red. He kept twisting his body and shaking his head, trying to compete with Zhang Xiaobao. However, he was held down by Wang Gang and the other two. Knowing that he had no other choice, tears of humiliation appeared in Ning Tian's eyes, and his nose made a whimpering sound. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao pulled out the cloth and said to Ning Tian with a smile, Are you regretting it now? You actually dared to ask someone to blow up my brother and sister. I will definitely not let you have it easy. Ha, Zhang Xiaobao blew up, I blew up. What can you do? What can you do? I don't plan on living in your hands. Your brother and sister, those evil creatures, won't be able to get away. Tomorrow, you will hear that they have been caught and skinned alive. Do you think it will be fine if I die? Our people don't care about me. Without me, they will continue to deal with you. Just wait. Ning Tian said viciously, gnashing his teeth. You really aren't afraid of death? If you can turn over a new leaf, maybe I can. Bastard Zhang Xiaobao, you are a bastard. You want to get information from me? Dream on. I won't tell you anything even if I die. Just give up. Come, give me a quick death. Ning Tian didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking. He looked at Xiaobao with an abnormal expression. Zhang Xiaobao pinched his face again and said, Don't worry, don't worry. The night is long and we can't sleep. Why don't we talk? Reminisce about the past, talk about the present, and think about the future. You aren't scared, are you? The more scared you are, the more you pretend to be indifferent. You are not strong enough to be my opponent. Scared of you? Haha, I'm scared of you. Come, tell me. I'll talk to you, Ning Tian sneered and said disdainfully. That's more like it. It's good to talk. We can talk until tomorrow morning. Perhaps I'll give you a quick death. However, you're not allowed to scold me or reprimand me. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble if I get angry. Zhang Xiaobao waved the knife in his hand again. Your parents are dead and you're an adulterer. You're the one I'm scolding. What can you do if I scold you? If I scold you, I'll scold you. Ning Tian shook his head and made faces like a child trying to piss off Lu Zhou. Zhang Xiaobao did not care. He said, Do you remember when we went to Lu Zhou and interacted with you? Back then, you were really stupid. You were more than a little stupid. Just like that, Zhang Xiaobao and Ning Tian continued to talk. From time to time, he would provoke Ning Tian into scolding him. Then, after Ning Tian vented his anger, they would engage in a verbal battle. The two of them bickered for nearly 2 hours. Wang Wan was drawing one after another. When Zhang Xiaobao and Ning Tian exchanged a few more words, Wang Wan was finally done. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, Done. Done? You're faster. All right, hold him down. I'm going to shave him now. This time, Zhang Xiaobao did not waste his breath on Ning Tian. After the three of them held Ning Tian down, he began to shave Ning Tian's beard and hair. Ning Tian shook his head vigorously, but he could not avoid Lu Zhou. In the end, Ning Tian ran out of energy and gave up. However, his mouth was not idle as he continued to scold Lu Zhou. Zhang Xiaobao carefully put away the shaved beard and hair. Then, he smiled at Ning Tian and said, You don't know why I came here to talk to you for so long, right? Now listen to my voice again. Zhang Xiaobao, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ha 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 ha, run. Don't worry about me. Run and send the news back. Hurry, ha ha, do you hear me? My sect master Ning. Ning Tian was still very puzzled. However, after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, his face finally changed. His eyes were full of horror as he said in a trembling voice, You actually copied my voice. My voice is exactly the same. No, impossible. What are you going to do? You don't you know? I learned your voice. I can pretend to be you. I can use your beard, hair and put them on my face. Cuckoo, he's drawing different angles of your face. Good disguise for me. Got it? Zhang Xiaobao said his words in a trembling voice. You came to see me, to talk to me, just for this? You're so ruthless, ah. Ning Tian finally understood. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to pretend to be him and then deceive others. When he thought of Zhang Xiaobao's ability to learn voices and the consequences of a successful disguise, he couldn't help but shudder. Zhang Xiaobao played with the knife and said with a smile, What do you think? Do you think I'm so free to listen to you scolding me? I'm going to Jiangnan's West Dao to take over your men. After scolding for so long, you must be thirsty. Someone will feed you water later. Be good, my sect master Ning. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao waved to Wang Gang and the other two, who were also standing there in a daze. Withdraw. Continue to be my men. Go. I gave you wages because I expected you to work. Look at you now. You don't look like men at all. What a pity. Hurry up and leave. I'll fire anyone who doesn't listen. The shop doesn't keep idlers. Wang Wan smiled at Ning Tian and began to scold Wang Gang and the other two as the boss. Wang Gang looked at his companions, nodded, and followed out in a daze. Heavens, little lord and little lady are too amazing. I can't tell from their voices at all. Zhang Yu said to Zhang Nan when they reached the door. It's okay. If there's a chance in the future, I'll practice it. It might come in handy at a critical moment. Zhang Nan swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice. At night, Zhang Xiaobao and the other 4 rode on horses, 2 for each person. Carrying good things, they went along the shore of the Yangtze River towards Jiangnan's West Dao. The road on the shore was now well built. Many dangerous places had plank roads for people and animals to walk on. Most of the roads were very flat and much faster than boat. After they left, the people in Hangzhou started to get busy. Li Longji was very angry because there were people scheming in Hangzhou. But what made him even angrier was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to open a shop not far away and didn't call him. He didn't even have a chance to participate. When it was almost over, they remembered to ask him to cooperate. How could it compare to the fun at the beginning? He didn't want to cooperate, but he couldn't resist Gao Lisher's persuasion and agreed. Lisher, do you think I lost? Li Longji came out to play with Zhang Xiaobao and asked Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher looked confused. Your Majesty, what do you mean? When I agreed to let Xiaobao and Cuckoo come over, I wanted them to accompany me and have a good time. But what happened? In the end, Zhen was left alone in Zhu's mansion. Every day, Zhu would only accompany Zhen to go fishing. The 2 of them said that they were going to the capital, but they also hid Zhen from Zhen and ran to this place to open a small shop to play. They opened a shop before. Now that the business is big and they have more money, they want to experience the fun of the past. But I have never opened a shop. I haven't even sold anything. These days, I can't sleep well and I can't eat well. I used to eat Xiao Bao's food and I'm used to it. But now, it's all gone. They are disrespectful and should be beheaded. Li Longji didn't care how many people were listening to him and complained loudly. In addition to the guards, there were also local officials. Li Longji deliberately found them to cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He didn't punish them for their crimes yet. He would wait until the matter was completely over. The officials didn't even know what happened in their place last night. When they heard the emperor say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to open a shop, they were puzzled. When did they come? Where did they open a shop? At this moment, when they heard the emperor say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan should be beheaded, no one believed him, including Wang Ju. They all knew that although the emperor was complaining now, if anyone took it seriously and wanted to curry favor with the emperor by saying bad things about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the first person the emperor would behead would be that person. Wang Ju was very worried. When she heard the emperor's words, she looked at the surrounding officials from time to time. What if the news of her grandson's return was accidentally leaked by the officials? Would there be trouble in the capital? Now, the enemy's thoughts were almost clear. They were avoiding their grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Their plan was that no matter how powerful the 2 of them were, they didn't have the ability to split themselves. They arranged people everywhere. As long as the 2 of them were there, they wouldn't do anything. As long as the 2 of them weren't there, they would destroy and torment the 2 of them to death. Only Gao Lisher knew why Her Majesty had said so. It was to cooperate. Last night, before Xiaobao left, he had already sent a message with specific arrangements. First, it was to let Her Majesty reveal the location of the 2 of them. Therefore, Gao Lisher immediately said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, isn't it easy for you to open a shop first? Wait for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to finish their work. They are now interrogating the bad guys. When the time comes, you will go somewhere else and open a shop specially for you to play. As for food, Your Majesty, you eat a lot of rolls and steamed buns. They are all made by Xiao Bao. Otherwise, how can they be to your liking? Tonight, no matter how busy Xiao Bao is, let him cook a few dishes for you to eat with wine. Don't you think so?" Li Longji's eyes swept around and slowly nodded. "Yes. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are indeed busy. We will talk about opening a shop later. I didn't expect that Ning Tianxian would establish herself as the sect leader. The Japanese called Aso is also involved. Unfortunately, they are too tight-lipped. Hurry up and interrogate them. Maybe there are still people from their side in Hangzhou. We have to be careful. Your Majesty, don't worry. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are extraordinary. They just caught them last night. I think they will get some useful information tonight. Don't worry. Gao Lisher guaranteed on behalf of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Okay, we will wait until tonight. Today, I will continue to fish. Don't follow me. I only need the people from the fishing association. Disperse. Go back to your own business. Li Longji waved his hand and ordered. The officials dispersed one after another, but what they didn't know was that each of them was being watched. As long as they made any unusual movements, they would definitely be arrested. As for whether they were really related to the enemy forces, that would have to wait until the investigation was over. Chapter 1084. Zhang Xiaobao's group of 5 headed towards Jiangnan's West Road at a speed that was almost equivalent to 800 li Xiaobei, and the group of children in Jiangzhou's water were already bored. They couldn't get off the boat, nor could they get out of the cabin. They could only hide in the cabin to play and learn. Although there was a large cabin for them to move around in, with windows open to let the sun in, and even an indoor swimming pool for them to swim in, they still felt uncomfortable. Even Pan and the other younger children were always clamoring to go out. The scenery they saw was too dull. Let's eat on the deck at noon. We've pretended to be scared enough. Right now, there are no other boats on the river that can pose a threat to us. It's the same in the water. I don't believe that anyone can swim over here, climb onto the boat, and attack us. Xiaobei stood on a table and leaned against the cabin's window. When he looked out with his binoculars, he said to his equally vexed brothers and sisters below, "I think it's fine." Xiaoyuan agreed. Back then, they hid in the cabin to give the other party the impression that they were afraid. Now that many days had passed, the people they needed to catch had mostly been caught. If there were still people on the other side who hadn't been caught, they probably wouldn't be able to see them. They must be hiding in some hidden place and wouldn't show their faces no matter what. Xiaoyuan looked at Xiaohai as he spoke. Now, Xiaohai was the leader. Don't be fooled by the fact that Xiaohai was usually quiet. Xiaohai pondered for a moment and nodded. It's fine to go out and eat at noon. We have to block the surroundings so that others won't be able to see us. We still have to put on a show for the local people. The things on the boat have basically been distributed to the people. It's just nice to ease their lives. It's been distributed from other places to Jiangzhou. In order to help us, the locals have almost stopped working. There's also a blockade outside. If we still don't distribute things to them, we'll be guilty. Xiaobei continued to look outside with his binoculars. There were many people busy moving things on the dock. There were the most small carts. Things were thrown up, and a person pushed a wheelbarrow very quickly. There were no problems with 300 to 500 kilograms of things being transported to the city. They were all daily necessities that had been transported over from nearby areas for the past few days. They were free of charge. The travel fees and other expenses that the ship had originally planned to earn were also free of charge. After all, Lil Bei and the others had come over to seal off the city, but the other party didn't say anything and even helped to capture people. They basically didn't work every day and just patrolled everywhere. It was as if they were digging 3 feet into the ground. There were quite a few places that were dug up and people were caught. Therefore, they couldn't just think about taking advantage of the people. Although the people of Jiangzhou felt sorry for Xiaobei and the others, they were willing to contribute for free. Ships of goods were delivered to the docks, and the locals were in charge of transporting them. Then, the local officials and famous people temporarily organized by the locals would distribute the goods to each family, according to the number of people. During this process, they did not forget to know which families were not living well, and whether there were elderly, children, and patients. Be gentle, be gentle. Don't worry. This box is not filled with rice or oil. It's medicine. A foreman at the docks saw the symbol on the box and appeared to be very careful. He also warned the people who came to take over. Originally, one person was going to take over, but when they heard that it was medicine, 3 more people came over. The 4 people quickly knitted the rope together into a net, and put bamboo poles on both sides to carry it bit by bit. They didn't plan to put it on the wheelbarrow at all to avoid bump. Now, the price of glass had dropped, but it definitely hadn't dropped to the point where ordinary people could afford it. The medicine used by the medical school for intravenous drips was stored in glass bottles, and so were the needles. This process alone was not simple. Although it didn't cost money to treat diseases and use medicine, it didn't mean that the medicine wasn't expensive. The people of Jiangzhou were also very clear about this. It's a life-saving thing, so we have to be careful. It would be great if we could have the used glass bottles. A young man with a bamboo pole on his shoulder in front turned his head to look at the box and said regretfully. The person next to him laughed. Glass is very expensive. We'll give it to you after we use it up. What are you thinking? Do you know how much a glass bottle can be sold for in Japan? At least 5 times. Nonsense, Japan doesn't buy glass bottles for medicine. We don't leave them for you because we're afraid that there will be something called bacteria left on the bottle during treatment and it will spread to others, especially small bottles. If you touch it and cut it on your hand and get sick again, the court will have to spend more money. One of the people who followed and protected him said. From this person's dress, one could tell that he was a scholar. To be precise, he didn't pass the exam, but he was literate and could memorize a lot of scriptures. He was a teacher who taught in a school. Master Huang, you are very knowledgeable. Tell me, when will an ordinary family like ours be able to use glass in every house? Look at the glass windows used by rich people. It's really beautiful. Light shines in. It's like there's no cover, but it can block the wind and rain. It's much better than paper windows. There's no need to worry about it turning yellow. The person who spoke first said with a yearning look. The person next to him also echoed, there's also a glass mirror. It's more than twice as good as a copper mirror. It doesn't need to be polished often. Just use something to rub it and it'll be bright again. Who doesn't buy a mirror when they get married? They'll be looked down upon. As a teacher, he was very satisfied when he heard other people's questions. It showed that he was knowledgeable. He pretended to ponder and said, glass and mirror are actually the same thing. Put something on the glass and it will become a mirror. As long as the Zhang family and Wang family are willing, the people of Tang can use mirrors now. Now? Then why don't the Zhang family and Wang family do more? They can't be doing this to earn money from us ordinary people, right? Look at the things they send. It's not cheap. Just because we help them find people, they don't want a penny for the things they send. There's not only food, but also meat. Normally, people can't eat meat every day. But when they come and stop there, they actually transferred a lot of people from other places. They can eat a little every day. There's also more salt. Originally, the salt here needed to be transported from the river. Compared to the local salt, it's 2 copper coins per caddy. Now it's all free. A batch of salt is distributed to each family. It's enough for each family to eat for half a year. With the addition of vegetable oil, it's not worse than the new year. They're so good to us. Why don't they give us glass and mirrors? I don't believe it. The person behind him thought that teacher Huang was lying. In his mind, the Zhang family and Wang family took good care of ordinary people like him. Not only did they let their children go to school for free, but they also gave them rewards when they had children. They helped them like the emperor. When they fell ill, they also didn't need to pay for treatment. They also helped to build roads and bridges to make it easier to travel. If there was a disaster, they didn't need to pay rent. At the same time, they also provided disaster relief materials. In this way, they would definitely give him a mirror for money. Master Huang shook his head, looking like a child who couldn't be taught. He opened his fan with a snap and gently fanned it twice in the strong wind. Perhaps he was afraid that the wind would break the surface of the fan, so he carefully closed it again and said, "In the future, you should go to night school to learn more. You can't do anything without knowledge. If you don't use glass, the Zhang family and Wang family won't care. They only care about treatment, education, bridge repair, and road repair. They care about the price of food, vegetable oil, and the most important thing is the price of salt. If they care about these, you won't starve to death, you won't be unable to afford salt, and you won't die of a small illness like before. But I've never heard of people dying because they don't use glass. Since you won't die, why should they care about you? Every family has glass and needs a lot of craftsmen. Then, people like Japan and a small country in the southwest will come and give you some money. You can sell glass to them. For the Zhang family and Wang family, glass is a luxury. They count on glass to make money and then subsidize your daily necessities. Disaster relief needs money, medical needs money. If glass doesn't make money, no matter how big the Zhang family and Wang family business is, there will be a day when they go broke. Do you know what a 3-inch square mirror can be exchanged for on an island outside the sea? It can be exchanged for at least 100 mu of land. In addition, the local leader will arrange for people to plant food. The food produced will be sent here and will be provided to you. When every family has a mirror, it won't be valuable. Do you want to not starve during a disaster or look at a mirror? Of course, to be full. It seems that when the Tang Empire doesn't want the food outside, when will we be able to use glass and mirrors casually? Teacher Huang, you know the best. If there's no glass, then there's no glass. It's better than no food. The person who spoke later didn't have to think much and gave the answer in his heart. The person in front of him also said, "After we catch the people who want to kill Xiaobei and the others, I'll find time to learn at night. When I was young, I didn't even dare to think that one day I could learn how to read and read. At that time, there was too little paper and ink. Why don't we let our children go to school now? We don't need to pay for paper and ink." Thinking about it, it's strange that there's suddenly so much paper and ink in the Tang Empire. It's that thing called productivity that has increased. There has always been rich and poor in the world, but there are more people who are not satisfied. Even if they know that their lives are better than before, they still like to compare their lives with the people around them. This is the driving force for improvement and also the root of turbulence. Teacher Huang opened his fan again and used his hand to protect the wind that was blowing around him. He shook it gently a few times, showing an unfathomable look. That person nodded fiercely. Yes, turbulence, it's turbulence. There are still people who want to kill Xiaobei. They're tired of living and want to kill Xiaobei and the others. When Xiaobao and Cuckoo get angry, they won't even be able to eat. Continue searching at night and don't let a single one slip through the net. Catch them all and wait for Xiaobei and the others to chop off their heads. Where else can they hide? We've already dug out good holes in all the places they could hide. Although we've caught a few people, even 100 holes can't compare to a single person. Another person who was carrying a load muttered. Then we'll dig 10,000 holes and fill them in after we're done. Let alone a person, even a mouse would be dug out. Another person clenched his teeth and spoke. From the looks of it, he wouldn't hesitate to overturn the entire Jiang prefecture. The people they were thinking about were truly living in fear and trepidation. In Xuanyang city of Jiang prefecture, on a small hill not too far from the city walls, 6 people were hiding under an abandoned temple. Not a single one of the 6 dared to go out, because ever since Xuanyang had imposed martial law, there had always been people in the abandoned temple. Moreover, they had practically turned the entire temple upside down. The reason the 6 of them had not been dug out like rats was because the place they were hiding in was unusual. They were hiding under a latrine pit. This latrine pit had not been there when they first started digging the tunnel, but later on they felt that this place was not important, so they turned it into a latrine. Thus, the latrine pit had appeared. In the past, when they were gathered, they had always been in the ruined temple. This time, they truly had no other place to hide, so they could only hide in the latrine pit, which even gave them a foul odor. Fangzi, it's no good. If we continue to stay here, in less than 3 days, I'll be suffocated to death by the smell. A ventilation hole against the wall is simply not enough. From time to time, because we haven't closed the hole properly, feces will drip down. Can you see if you can fix it? One of the 6 said to the person next to him, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. There was no light in the tunnel. There was only a very small ventilation hole against the wall, making it seem like a crack. When this person called Fangzi opened his eyes, even if he couldn't see anyone, it was much more comfortable to talk with his eyes open. I fixed it, but I didn't dare to touch it again. If I didn't do it right, it would all fall down with a crash. Not only would we drown to death, if someone went to the latrine up there, they would also discover us. Originally, there wasn't much feces and urine in the latrine pit. It was all done when we came here to discuss matters. Who could have expected that it would become their place? As a result, every day, quite a few people would come in to shit and pee. But we didn't dare to carelessly touch it. Didn't you hear what was going on up there? As soon as they came, they tore down the temple. They dug under the Buddha statue and under the pillars, as if they really knew we were down there. Fortunately, they didn't dig up the base of the wall, or else we would have all been captured. Fortunately, we put quite a bit of food and water in here. Although we can only eat it raw and the water isn't clean, it's still better than being captured, beaten, and then decapitated. In any case, we're already smelling like this, so we can just take care of eating and drinking in the tunnel. If we persist a little longer, I believe that in just a few days they'll leave. I really didn't expect. The other 5 knew what Fangzi meant by didn't expect. At the time, they had not directly participated in the operation to blow up Xiaobei and the others. They were considered undercover personnel. As a result, as soon as they began to act, all of Xuanyang was immediately placed under martial law. Squads of soldiers rushed onto the streets and began to search house to house. They realized that something was wrong, so they fled to this abandoned temple. Then, they realized that this place was also not safe, so they could only endure the smell and enter, rubbing themselves against the dirty stuff. They had originally believed that they would hide for at most 2 days. Xiaobei and the others wouldn't take the risk of stopping the people of Xuanyang from searching for so long. Who could have expected that when someone entered the latrine, they would say something that they didn't dare believe? At the time, 2 people had come in together to relieve themselves. From above, they began to discuss this matter. One of them said that if they couldn't find the person behind the scenes, they would rather not do any work and continue the search. Otherwise, in the future, they wouldn't have the face to eat the food sent by the imperial court during a disaster, nor would they have the face to go to a medical clinic when they fell ill. The other was even more ruthless. He swore that even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground and flip through all of Xuanyang, he would drag that person out. He would first break the bones of the person's 4 limbs, and then skin them. Moreover, he wouldn't skin them to death, but rather peel off a small piece of skin and stick it with hemp to stop the bleeding. When the skin was almost healed, he would peel off the hemp. Only when the flesh was peeled off layer by layer and the bones exposed would the end be considered over. The other helped to replenish the wounds. He said that he would use salt water to disinfect the flesh, brush salt water on the exposed areas, tie them up, rub sugar on the body, and bring them to the side of the ant nest so that the ants could eat them bit by bit. When he heard this, he felt his blood run cold. Even the murderer of one's father could only be this much. It wasn't like they had bombed them, so why not let them go? Were Xiaobei and the others that popular? The result was that day after day, they would hear a little bit of news every day. In summary, a portion of them used the temple as a place to rest. Then, every day they would send people out to look for places with holes that could allow people to hide. They would also find some place where smoke would suddenly rise from the kitchen chimneys, and they wouldn't even let go of a graveyard. They would rather take the risk of offending the corpses of the dead by first offering incense, burning paper money, and kowtowing in apology, all so that they could dig up the graves and see if anyone was hiding inside. Crazy, all of them were crazy. Even more frightening was that every day they would hear the higher-ups say that they had caught a few more, where they had been caught, and how they had been dealt with after they had been caught. Some were hiding in tunnels, some were in cellars, some were in wells, some were on the roof beams, some were in the gaps between the boats on the river, some were in the dense canopy of a certain tree in the forest, some were hiding in other people's storehouses, and so on and so forth. In any case, they would search every nook and cranny, and they would search over and over again. Those that were caught would also be interrogated again and again, and those that could provide clues would suffer less. The temple that the 6 of them were hiding in had been mentioned more than once. Fortunately, of the people who knew of this underground tunnel, other than the 6 of them who were still in the city, none of them were in Xuanyang. Even so, they did not dare to lower their guard. When eating, they had to be quiet; when speaking, 2 people had to be awake when sleeping, because they were afraid that the others would snore. Even so, there were still people who would talk in their sleep, saying that they had been caught and were willing to perform a meritorious deed, and so on. No one knew if someone not in Xuanyang City would be caught or not, but if they were caught, perhaps they would reveal everything. Right now, they could only hope that it would end quickly, or that the ceiling would be dug up. If that was the case, they would give up. What was before them was the most torturous. "I'd rather die here than be caught by them," Feng Zi added. None of the 5 made a sound, presumably because they were thinking the same thing. 5 days later, on the official road leading to Jiang Province, a 2-wheeled carriage pulled by 3 horses was traveling at half the speed of a normal carriage. The driver wore a bamboo hat on his head, but it did not completely cover his face, because when he raised his head, he would occasionally look around for a while, so that people could easily see his slightly white hair, and the beard that followed the corners of his mouth down to join the beard on his chin, hanging in front of his body. From time to time, the driver would even crack his whip a couple of times, the cracking sounds causing the people the carriage passed to furrow their brows. This, coupled with his seemingly verbal curses, was even more eye-catching. As for who was sitting in the carriage, the people outside had no idea. The speed of the carriage also made it impossible for the people inside to easily get off. At the same time, the curtains of the carriage were tightly shut. No matter how strong the wind was, not the slightest gap could be created. A plaything that only eats and doesn't poop, giddy up. A plaything that only eats and doesn't poop, giddy up. The voice of the carriage handle sounded again. Of the 4 people sitting in the carriage, 3 of them were already confused by the shaking, but the woman sitting opposite them was very natural, as if she did not care about the jolting. "I still think riding a horse is better. I would rather have my thighs scratched than be shaken by the carriage. But I have to admit that the young master's driving skills are indeed extraordinary. It seems that there is nothing in the world that the young master doesn't know. Don't you think so, Zhang Nan?" "No, I think the young master doesn't know how to give birth," Zhang Nan replied. "What if he does? Wang Gang, do you want to die?" Wang Wan sitting opposite him spoke. "I wouldn't dare. I'm just joking. I'm just praising the young master. Boss, do you think we can really meet them while we are driving? The carriage is going too fast. Even if we meet them, they won't be able to catch up." Wang Gang shrunk his neck, smiled, and asked Wang Wan, "What do you know? Xiao Bao has no intention of making contact with them right now. Xiao Bao is just putting on an act for our family's intelligence network and the Emperor's intelligence network to see. We're about to enter the lower realms of Jiangzhou. We're not going to Xuanyang, we're going straight to Poyang Lake. The 3 of you should continue to familiarize yourself with what I've taught you. If anyone is recognized by our intelligence network, we won't bring them along to play in the future. If you think you're not good enough, then you're incessantly giving them psychological hint. Wang Wan explained Zhang Xiaobao's goal in doing this, then gave the three of them some pointers. But the three of them still didn't understand. Zhang Yu asked in confusion, "Boss, why do you want our intelligence network to keep an eye on us? Since we don't want them to recognize us, can't we just not be so ostentatious? If we don't keep an eye on them, how can we get in touch with the other side's people? Now that Xuanyang is sealed off, all of Jiangzhou is jittery at the slightest sound. The contact points the other side left behind are guaranteed to be gone. If we want them to find us, we have to have our people keep an eye on us. I trust that the other side has already guessed which one is our people. Anyone that our people keep an eye on is also someone that the other side keeps an eye on. When they see Xiao Bao disguised as Ning Tian, they'll definitely think of a way to get in touch. As for us, we're just opening a shop. You know what kind of shop we're opening. Remember to cooperate well. Not only do we need to catch the other side, we also need to catch the people who are addicted to drugs after they've been corrupted. Understood?" Wang Wan's explanation this time was detailed enough. The three assistants nodded in unison. "We understand. But where's the opium pipe? We didn't bring it. When we get there, we'll make it on the spot. You're not allowed to secretly eat that thing. Don't think that because you have enough willpower, you'll be dealt with once you get addicted," Wang Wan warned them.